I really hope that doesn't clip any of y'all's speakers. How are we doing? 5,000 gold piece diamond. Yeah. No, luckily, God, those of you in the Discord saw what was going on. Finally got my PC back up and working. Really, really lucky. I've got a few buddies that have Windows like on a flash drive, so I was able to reboot it, reinstall Windows. The problem, and you YouTubers that aren't over in my Discord are aware, aren't aware of this quite yet. The problem was that the last time I had saved the Rune Keeper was back in like early December on like a cloud drive or anything. So, my latest backup of the full class was very, 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 very far back. Very far back. Hey, Colin? Yes. Yeah, it was, that was a bad day. So, on top of getting over and all that stuff with COVID, God, this hat's itchy today. On top of all that stuff with COVID, suddenly my computer crashes. And I think it was a driver update. By the way, don't ever use any software to install your drivers for you. Always make sure that you do that stuff through like Windows or the actual like hardware recommended by the Did I reconstruct it with a PDF in the Discord? Nah, I wound up what I wound up doing was I was like, it just needs a clean install. I just decided to buckle down and see what all I was gonna lose, and just reinstall it. And after I reinstalled Windows, it started working again, and I was like, great, here we go. Started updating some stuff, and suddenly it restarts again. And I'm like, well, crap, what happened? So, clean install all over again. I go through, do the whole business, and everything seems to be fine now. Everything seems to be fine. So, there's a software out there, just to let you guys know. I guess I should make this a PSA. Is this going to be like a YouTube clip or something? Okay, I had originally been using this software. Where you at? Oh my god. Up until this junk. Okay, Driver Booster. This is something that I had used originally. A fraternity brother of mine had showed it to me that got my like graphics card and everything all up and going a few years back. Totally like seemed fine, right? I was like, oh great, you mean it just installs all my drivers for me? Sick nasty. Okay, I'm just gonna use that, right? Well, newest update just basically my computer did not recognize that it had a System32 folder, like at all. I posted up over on Twitter where I was in command prompt trying to even find my registry, and my computer was just not seeing it. So yeah, those of you guys that were up to date with what all was going on with my computer, yeah, basically Driver Booster deleted my computer's fucking brain. Like, yeah, anyways. Hey everyone, thank you so much for all the well wishes. Yeah, like I said, I'm good. I'm pretty much over COVID now at this point. So yeah, luckily, well, I say luckily, smartly, I've been vaccinated for a while because I was on early. Because I'm a teacher, I was on the early list. So, anyways, I've been double vaccinated for about a year, I guess. just a little under a year. But yeah, there was a student of mine that had just gotten back from a Christmas trip over in, I think, the Middle East or something. And yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, there was, I took pictures of it and posted it. Um, those of you that were in the Discord could see what was going on. Let me see if I couldn't. What did I put it in? Open chat? Yeah. Okay, so that's... Can I open that over here? So, this was my computer trying to find X, trying to find E. E is where my main drive is at on here. X is external, like... anyway, so it was trying to find Windows installations, and it couldn't find anything. Like, anything at all. What does the mug say? Oh, yeah, one sec. This is a mug from Arcane Goods, I want to say? Or Modern Arcana. Yeah, I love their spell mugs. So this coffee mug says "Spare the Dying." Mm. Well, Driver Booster was supposed to be. It was supposed to be something, and it did do this at one point. Driver Booster had at one point updated like my graphics drivers and my like controllers and everything for me. All my drivers were fine. It was working okay until like, and from what I understand, this has been like a modern, I say modern, this is a newer issue going on with this software, right? So, yeah, when nothing remains, everything is equally possible. That is just going to be like this channel's motto now. So basically what happened was Driver Booster completely deleted my system registry. I know that to many of you this might not mean much of anything, and to me it's kind of like reading a foreign language at one point. But basically, I'm trying to fix the boot drive. I'm trying to fix the boot so that it would even like start up Windows anymore. I'm just trying to see if there's anything going on to see what's happening with my computer. But what you can see right here is see whenever I type this thing scan OS, that means scan for an operating system. Scan to tell me if there's even an installation of something that my computer can communicate information with, right? And it was telling me that there were 0 Windows installations on any drive. I tried this with all letter drives thinking maybe it renamed something A through like G, just, whatever. You see right here, E, whatever. I couldn't find a single Windows installation on my computer, and this is all thanks to Driver Booster, which, yes, I verified it was Driver Booster by doing a clean install of Windows, then installing Driver Booster, doing their update on my computer, and I reproduced the exact same thing. This was 100% on IOBit. So, yeah, if your computer is having this kind of a crash, unfortunately, the only thing that you can do to help it is to completely reinstall Windows. This was a nightmare. I have one of my buddies that actually does, I don't want to give his name out or anything like that, but he actually does negotiations with cyber terrorists about, he is a computer securities guy that has helped out, like, I really don't want to give out too much information about this guy, but he's a super interesting character, and he's always helped me with building my PC or anything like that. And this guy, oh man, what was really cool is he's told me about like, how do I put, like, sometimes they'll have like some of their information get stolen, or like someone's trying to hold it hostage, and some of the companies that hire him out, and he's like, I've been like, okay, so what do you do in that like situation? He's like, usually we've got to make a clean negotiation for like, okay, how much Bitcoin do they want, like we just, at some point you just have to be like, all right, you got us good, what do you want money? Cool, we can't do anything about it, right? Like, yeah, he's a technomancer. Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, like, so he helped me out in getting my computer, at least recognizing what the issue was, right? So whenever he was like, okay, go into command prompt, see if like, yeah, ransomware, right? But like, we're talking about, my buddy's a guy who, he works to protect the servers of like hospitals, um, with like patient medical records and stuff. So he's actually working to try and keep financial data, people's medical data, all that stuff safe, right? Um, and I've I've been like, okay, so what do what's the whole deal? What's your main gig? Let's say that somebody does actually get all the medical data of a bunch of patients. What do you guys do? And he's like, more often than not, like if we don't have that data on backup, we just have to negotiate to get it back. We don't want those people's like information out there, but like honestly, if they've got it, we have to assume it already is. So like the most we can do is just kind of negotiate to try and make sure that like they don't do anything. Like sometimes we just give them enough money to where they won't attack our patients or something. Because it's like, okay, would you rather take 50 Bitcoin or possibly go through the issue of trying to steal people's identities to get onto their credit cards and hunting down and trying to see who's got money, whatever? Yeah, you're probably going to take the 50 Bitcoin anyways, right? Like it's just, it's less work and you just don't screw with it, right? You just make it, you make it easier for them to get the money rather than them maliciously attacking your customers and whatnot. Hey, what's going on, Daryl? Okay. So, what's been going on the last 72-ish hours? Ever since I got my computer back up and running, I have been putting in 12 plus hours a day in reconstructing the document for the Runekeeper. This was work I did not want to have lost. In some ways, I think that the layout kind of improved. I think that this final PDF is going to be sick. I'm at a point with it right now where it needs one. I need to make sure some of the other stuff churns, right? I need to do... I need to just make sure that the gears are working. 2, 3, 4. No, I think it's just 3. S for R. 1. Supernal's done. Thieves can't. And Primordial. Okay. So there's 3 subclasses that need to get done, right? Yeah, Metaclip said it. Yeah, a one-time lump sum is easier than blackmailing 100 different people. Usually you will be able to just get people to not screw over your buddies, or screw over your customers if you just offer them like $10 or $100,000, right? As sad as that is. So I need to do 3 different subclasses. I need to finish those out. The upper page images with the borders. Oh, you like these? This is something I was experimenting with on layout for Ross's Shaman, and yeah, it's not very 5e. It is a little bit more clean. I'm going back and forth. I might just decide to swap back, but you know. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Draconic. Yeah, I might decide to go opt to do the paint splatter thing. But honestly, this just looks clean, and I like the look. I don't really mind it so much. Plus, it gives me an opportunity to use some of these fonts as cool banners, right? You know, the Dethic one I thought was really sick. But, you know, it's not super consistent. They're not all getting them right, so some people might think that that looks a little, like, meh. But, you know, we'll see. So... I think new to this one, I've had to, what I've learned is by expanding out the rune system, I really had to tone down what the Rune Knight was going to be able to do out of Tasha's. I had to basically rewrite my own. Wait, this needs to be... Yeah, I'll figure out the scaling on that. New stream, no rules, let's go. So, Yeah, and it's okay. It's okay. The I'll have other projects that I can use this fonts on. I do want to talk to Alarm 18 a little bit more in the future. Alarm 18 is a typographer who I bought the Apothic fonts off of. I want to talk with Alarm 18 sometime about developing my own look and getting like my own custom fonts made by this guy. One of my big weak points is that I just never really got to the point in college to learn how to make my own typefaces, and I would really, really like to do that. This is the guy who... come on. Number one, I love his work. I would just absolutely love to get him onto a project completely. Everything that he does feels like the kind of fantasy aesthetic I really want. But his symbols for Apothic look, I mean, were super sick. Is it this one? No, that was the... He had the alchemy script, right? Where was this one? Maybe he was selling it off-site? I can't remember. Well, because there's... a book of recipes. Aeolian. Vox Ulfar. Is this it? This is the Alchemy Runes. What the hell? There was one of his that I bought off of him. I can't remember which... No, he had one off the site. That's right. In any case, this guy has like such a cool... this guy has such a cool envisioning for what like runes could be. I opted against doing the unique layout that a lot of people were kind of praising the Runekeeper on. Oh yeah. If you type !song, it should tell you what song is playing now. I've been working on the bot for the chat. Looks like I used one with nothing to great effect. Yes. Yes. One thing I came to the conclusion with, and some people might be upset with this, I think that this is fine. You'll probably notice we're in the section for the runes. Originally, in the Runekeeper, you'll probably see I had the actual script out to the right for some of the fonts. Now, this to me was ultimately causing a headache. It might have looked cool, and it was like, hey, a fun little gimmick, right? It was very, very cool whenever I first thought about it. And then I started getting, big rune words like this, and it was starting to get into the way of things. If I wanted to expand this out and make like a 3 or 4 word rune, then like this was inevitably going to get in the way. It was nice as a divider, right? I think I like what it does in terms of like dividing this section right here from the next rune, but like it was adding a lot of clutter. I think it's the kind of thing that like if other people wanted to write their runes, they would be missing this, which not a big deal, right? I think that it's a much stronger product overall to not have the runes over here to the right. If it needs that kind of art, then it can be used like as art, as I'll show you guys like what I did. If you look at some of the banners it shows, like Eokaric. Yeah, like right here. And I also don't want people to think that like this needs to be the precedent for absolutely every world. I want them to be welcome to like I want them to be welcome to kind of make their own do what they will with their own runes, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was a fun gimmick. It was a fun gimmick. But I think it was just causing a lot of clutter in the dock, and honestly, it looked kind of amateurish in my opinion. Like after I had gotten away from it, and I was like, okay, I want to make this new one. What can I do? yeah, it's starting to look kind of bad to me. Um, the intent, yeah. See, like this one right here, Perlin Dungan. This rune would have probably stretched out further out into here, you know. Yeah, I can put the rune graphics later on, and like here's a visual of what they do look like, right? But I also want to leave it up to you to like kind of come up with that. In the Forgotten Realms, it's also kind of like all over the place. Uh, Ed Greenwood confirmed that like other runic languages definitely exist, but it's been very, very hard to get concrete like images of the runes and everything. Am I gonna layer runes over illustrations before fading with watercolor brush texture? I did that originally. Where's the Eocaric one? Um, okay, so this is the turtle is a piece right here by Vigelio or Vigelio. I'm trying to remember his name. It's a piece by Vigelio, right? And it feels really cool to have a turtle Eocaric Runekeeper. I was like, oh, okay, sick, right? Um, I like the pole arm. I like that evokes that feeling of like uh, like what the Eocaric Runekeeper is supposed to be, you know. So all I did was I just went in, took the Eocaric runes here, and worked with it in Photoshop to give it a bit of a like kind of glowing ethereal look. Um, Display performance, bam. Um, and I mean it's pretty. It looks kind of amateurish in my opinion to have this, but it's not too bad. Um, and I had originally done a watercolor splat kind of, you know, thing underneath it. I think that this gets the idea of the character across. Oh, and the background is just a thing from Adobe I snagged. Um, and I just did a little bit of blending to make it look like, you know, it was part of the same image. So now it looks like it's like emerging, like, or I guess going into this cave. Yeah, I thought that this was alright, you know. It's a mix of a few different images. You think it helped characterize the dialects to see how they're written, and yeah, but I also do not want to limit people's expressions for what those languages could be in their worlds, right? The idea of expanding out this class was to allow for more character expression, and I want that to mean DMs out there will feel like they have more characters or world expression, right? A big selling point if you're trying to push your work, like trying to get some good DM buy-in, a good selling point is including a reason why that DM would want to include that class into the world, right? Rune magic is sorely hand-waved in 5e, and that's not just like in the character options, but if you look at the adventures in which runes take place, runes are just like a hand wave. Oh well, there's an arcane word on here, and the thing could explode. Like runes are not very well handled in any of the adventures or anything like that. I mean, I guess you could say in Storm King's Thunder they're pretty okay, but the Rune Knight, like our only character option for him, is abysmally overpowered. I think expanding this out has proved to me that thing could not. Man, that thing can't exist like it currently is. The further away you get from a base Forgotten Realms class, the better. Well, to Michael, I'm including a glossary in here. Because not only did I establish a scaffolding for what the different subclasses could be, I tried to establish a scaffolding for how you can create your own runes. And I wanted to show that work in here so that if DMs wanted to make one for their own languages and whatnot, they could do that pretty easily. There's a few runes that every language really needs to have. Hey, Tristan, how's it going? Um, basically, you've always got to have a weapon rune. You've always got to have some kind of a rune for weapon. You've always got to have some kind of a rune for ward. Always got to have some kind of a rune for magic. And you've always got to have some kind of a rune for armor. I think that you need to have one for life as well. I think it was Spencer posted up. He did a run at some of the life runes that I'm interested in taking a look at. Just got the notification that this is live. Hey, we're happy to have you. Okay, I'm really hoping... Oh, no, wait. I've got that current PDF. Okay. So, what I did before the crash... is this gonna act all funky on me? Oh, come on. There we go. Sometimes it just needs me to close it and reopen it. Winter tired. Yeah, it snowed here on Saturday, but it doesn't seem like it's going to keep going really crazy here. But since I can't really go anywhere, I've got coffee. I figured I was like, hey, let's live stream today, right? Which, by the way, if you're new to the channel, haven't seen my content yet, I don't know what you're doing here, but go check out some of my other videos. I do a lot of game design, stuff like that. If you're interested in that, why not go check out my Patreon, some of my work over on the DMs Guild. Subscribe if you haven't already. All that spiel, right? Gotta say it. Also, if you're enjoying... Wow. If you're enjoying the stream, why not consider tipping? Because it pays for coffee. I appreciate y'all. Okay. So, what I did before... Wait, where'd my toolbars go? Window. Workspace. Look. What? Oh, InDesign, what are you doing? Why'd you get rid of all my tools? What? Weird. Okay, I don't know why I did that. Great source of advice for things for you to consider while homebrewing. Hey, awesome! I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I wanted these because I remember how helpful it was to watch the Mike Merle's Happy Fun Hour before, you know, he turned out to be Mike Merle's. So I kind of wanted to do my own thing where, you know, people could hear me work. Yes, click the like, subscribe, all that stuff. Thank you, Phil. You know, like, continue on talking about, like, what I'm doing whenever I'm, whenever I'm doing class design. Maybe some people might be inspired to, make some more innovative stuff out there, right? Because that's what excites me, is, like, I like giving more character options because, especially if something feels really unique, if something feels really unique and, like, it can make for a lot of cool plot elements in my games, then I'm very happy to have that character option at my table, right? Have you thought about Rune Keeper, Dancer, or Merchant subclasses? What do you mean? I have one of those. I could turn this into a highlight vid questions. What would I recommend for designing your first homebrew class? Okay. Like, are you asking for, like, step by step? Like, what do I do here, here, and here? Am I still planning to do an InDesign tutorial? Yes. I actually did shoot one while I was rebuilding the Runekeeper document. The problem with that was I was rebuilding the Runekeeper document, saved it, and then I had the second computer crash. So I lost the video. I kept the document, but yeah, I will be doing an InDesign tutorial. I promise you that. That is one that people have been asking for. So yes, I will be doing an InDesign tutorial and how to set up a document to work and look like the 5e like style. You're asking mostly about scope, but step by step won't work or wouldn't hurt. Okay. The things I would recommend that you do if you're trying to get into like homebrewing, if you want like an easy, you know, kind of set the ball up on the tee kind of a thing, the first thing I would recommend that you do is you check out, look at the different subclasses for cleric, paladin, ranger. Fighter's a little bit loose, but look at like those three in particular. Reason being, let's look at ranger. One thing that you need to understand, well, okay, I'll get into the scaffolding here in a second, but what you should understand first is the reason why characters are given a certain type of hit dice, a certain type of armor proficiency, a certain type of weapon proficiency, certain types of tool proficiencies, certain saving throw proficiencies, skills, and like their equipment is kind of like, their equipment is like, you're gonna evoke, you want to build off of the like weapons, tools, and armor proficiencies that they had, but like you're trying to evoke the playstyle a little bit here, a bit more. For cleric, they're one of the only ones that gets like heavy armor if you're proficient, right? Let me see here. Okay. Now, the reason why you get this kind of stuff is I would recommend you to go check out one of my other video series that I've already shot on here. This is actually, I think, one of my most helpful video series that, like, I mean, hey, personal thought here, it's criminally underrated, okay? Where's it at? Why? Wait, what? I have this in a playlist, right? Yes, okay. Don't start playing. Don't start playing. Okay. This is my playlist for D&D character playstyles, okay? The most important thing for you to know before you start homebrewing, okay, is that D&D has a meta, okay? You have to understand that there is a combat system in play. Like, this is a game that can produce a lot of really emotional, artistic, creative kinds of experiences, right? But do not let that cloud your vision from the fact that this is a combat simulator. I know a lot of us would really like to write the concept that hits and inspires so many characters in a super poetic way. That takes time, and it takes learning the rules and understanding the unwritten rules of the game in order to bend and break those rules, and know how to bend and break them in an interesting and unique way, right? So part of that is understanding, I think, very first and foremost, that your character in combat has three things that define their playstyle. Well, sorry, not in combat. Your character in D&D has three things that define their playstyle, okay? Number one is going to be their zone. Their zone, go watch this video, okay? Go watch these videos. The zone is either going to be, I'm going to call them a frontliner, a midliner, or a backliner, okay? The first thing that communicates that information to you whenever you're looking at a class is going to be your hit dice, okay? So your hit dice, 1d10. A d10 is one of the beefier, I mean, this is an above average hit die, okay? The average hit die is a d8, which means that by default, you're probably going to be in the midline. Now, what do I mean by, let me get to this point. Like, yeah, there's the boob. Okay, so this is the zones in battle boob, okay? If you are right here in the red, that is the enemy position, okay? The nipple is the enemy position, okay? That is a bad spot to be unless your hit die is a D10 or higher. Okay, that is a bad spot to be if you're yeah. So I call this area the whole areola. Okay, the whole areola is the front line. Okay, if you are up there on the areola, you need to have a D10 or bigger hit die, or you need to have a D8 hit die and be able to either get number 1 heavy armor or number 2 pop in and pop out. Okay, what I call the harasser play style. Okay, so that is the front line. This is usually a spot that is reserved for barbarian, paladin, fighters that are going with like a strength build are definitely going to want to be up here. Some tank clerics and some tank rangers. It's pretty rare that we see characters really go up here and stay up here in combat if they do not at least have a D10 hit die. Now, this next area is called the midline, okay? Probably the mainstay midliner for 5e is the rogue. The rogue perfectly captures what I think the midline, like, harasser playstyle is supposed to be, okay? Yes, the battle boob, alright? So, rogue, if you'll notice, has a D8 hit die. They have light armor proficiency, okay? So what this communicates to me is I'm going to be on the boob, alright? I want to be right here in the yellow, okay? That is my good spot. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in, I'm going to attack the enemy, and I need to get out of here, okay? But, oh, I can already hear you guys saying, yeah, but what about opportunity attacks? That's the reason why so many of these D8 classes have what I call a disengagement tool, okay? If you look at Rogue, they get their cunning action that allows them to disengage as a bonus action. This is exactly communicating what you are supposed to do in combat. You want to go run up into the front line, pop, right? And then save your bonus action to disengage, okay? Unless that enemy is very near death, you need to be ending your turn out of the front line, okay? This is the one thing that, like, so many people saw my monk, like, short from whenever I was talking with Josh over at Dungeoneers Pack and Ross. They saw my monk clip where I was like, stop ending your turn in the front line. This is what I mean. Monk is also supposed to be, I pop in, I do the thing, I pop out. Now, let me clarify, monk is not very good at doing that, and I don't think that they're, the reason being that this costs a key point, okay? Step of the Wind costs a key point. That's not great for them, all right? But Monk, as you can see, is another, what I consider to be a midline harasser, okay? Monk has the D8 hit die. They don't get their armor proficiency here, but they do get unarmored defense, right? AC equals 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your wisdom modifier. Okay, not bad. Not bad. They can get up here, do the thing, and even if they can't disengage all that well, they might be able to avoid the attack, right? Other midliners. Yeah, they have to, yes, Phil's got it right. Monk, I mean, I went from being a kind of a monk defender last year to finally just like, it's not even doing the creative debuff thing anymore. It's just, it's completely outclassed in modern 5e design sensibilities. Other midliners to think about, right? We talked about the frontliners. Other midliners to think about. Artificer. Artificer has the insane strength of, this does not have any weak spot anywhere on the battlefield, okay? Artificer is meant to be a midliner, but like, this is so insanely flexible. I've voiced my own grievances with this class, because it literally has no weak spots on the battlefield. Every class has some kind of a weakness in that, yeah. Bard is also a midliner, but like, if you're not going Swords or Valor, there's really no reason for you to get up into the front line at all. Cleric is also a very flexible midliner. You really want to stay, unless you're going with like Forge Domain or War Domain, probably in the midline with a Cleric so that you can access all your buddies for healing, cure wounds. And also, once you get Spiritual Weapon, you can stand basically anywhere you want to as a cleric. Just hang out, send that thing in there to go fight for you, right? Yeah, and more unfun when it does work. Stunning Strike is a problem. Yes, absolutely. Druid can also be thought of as a midliner, kind of support controller. Monk, midliner. They're not very good at doing the harassment playstyle, but that's what they are intended to do. Once you see Monk come online at 5th level, they're pretty insane. Ranger can be thought of as a midliner, right? They have a decent hit die. They are a very, very safe midliner. They're also a very safe backliner if you want to go Legolas, archery build, right? Rogue is, in my opinion, the strongest midliner of 5th edition. They are a midline striker, and we'll talk about what roles mean here in just a second, but striker is one of those roles. Sorcerer. Sorcerer is a backliner. Warlock can be a midliner. Actually, the Hexblade, and if you allow them to go with the ever so hilarious Eldritch Armor UA invocation, they can very, very easily be a midliner. Warlock can do some pretty nutso stuff from the midline. Wizard is also a backliner. Bloodhunter is a Bloodhunter. Okay, so let's talk about the backline, alright? The backline is the chest, all this other area, right? Torso, all that. So all this green area. Oh wait, sorry, let me define this. The midline is any area from basically 10 feet away from the enemy. You want to stay out of their reach, ideally. If they're a large-sized enemy, just plan on this front line actually being out to about 10 feet. If they are a huge or gargantuan enemy, plan on this extending out to about like 3 squares right here, right? And then doubling that for the midline. Backliners want to be as far away from the thing as possible, but still be in range with it to deal damage. Backliners. If we have a D8 hit die for the midliners, we had a D10 or a D12 hit die for the frontliners. What do you think the hit die is going to be for a backliner? Let me hear it from chat. There are ranger classes that encourage frontline. I agree with you. More unfun, yeah. Come on, chat. Oh wait, I think I've got you guys on a delay. Boom! Right? Makes sense. We keep going down in hit die size. Okay. So a D6 hit die, alright? A D6 hit die means that on average you are getting 3.5. Yeah, D20! Alright, so as a backliner, you are reliably going to get an average of 3.5 plus your constitution modifier hit points whenever you level up, okay? That is nothing. That is nothing. Nothing. That is actually fairly under what creatures are going to be able to do per round as they increase in CR, okay? Whenever people say that the wizard took 1 hit and it died, the memes are kind of real, okay? So what happens here? A backliner, you will notice, gets a D6 hit die, and then they do not get armor proficiencies, okay? This means you are not meant to get hit. You do not want to get hit as one of these characters, alright? So that's what you're reinforcing. What this means, though, is that you can open up some power. The sorcerer and the wizard are supposed to be D&D's glass cannons, okay? You want to secure these guys because your job is to go in there and deal damage in some way, okay? It's honestly kind of why I prefer the sorcerer over the wizard for communicating this idea. Wizards have a lot of utility. Sorcerers should be about blasting. You want to, like, this is the Danny DeVito style, right? I went in there and I started blasting. Like, yeah. The problem is there's another blaster that's not super apparent if you're going by my scaffolding, right? Or by my definitions here. And that's the Warlock. Warlock gets the strongest damaging cantrip in all of 5e that has an amazing mechanic tied into it for being able to split the damage die around it. And then it has its Eldritch Invocations that allow you to add your charisma modifier to. Like, this is an absolutely insane cantrip. Something that should have just been part of the base, like, Warlock kit. I honestly think that Warlock, they should have either figured out a way to put Eldritch Blast on, like, Sorcerer and Wizard, and figured out a way for the Warlock to be a D8, like an actual true D8 Arcane midliner, rather than the pseudo blaster it kind of is, right? A D4. Has anyone attempted to make a D4 class that works? I have not seen one. I haven't seen a D4 class that actually works. It, like, I mean, I don't really see any reason why, other than, like, why would you design that other than the fact that it would be a gimmick, you know? I don't know what it's really adding to the game, other than to say, like, yeah, I made a D4 hit die class, like, you know. But this is the lower end right here of hit points, okay? So that's what establishes your zone in battle, all right? The battle boob, okay? See the battle boob, memorize the battle boob. It's great. Okay, so that is your zone, all right? I hope that made sense. Frontliners, your main job is to tank, deal damage, and draw aggro, okay? You want to keep the enemy focused on you and away from your backliners. Midliners, your job is to figure out a way to utilize this whole big area you get to either A, deal damage, or B, play support, or C, debuff the enemy, heal, all that good stuff, right? Backline, what is your job? The reason why everyone up here is doing the thing that they're doing, the reason why everyone else is on the tit, is so that you can stay in the back line and deal damage, okay? It is your job to be doing damage out here. That is the meta to D&D, okay? Everyone else is doing their job in trying to keep enemies off of you. It is on you to be out here dealing the damage, okay? Midliners, some people have complained about the fact that, like, well, Rogue doesn't really keep up with, you know, Wizard in terms of, like, damage output and everything. Rogue does what it needs to do. Rogue does the midline striker thing very, very, very well. Very well. Now, I hope that made sense for the part 1 zone. So what I will say is, whenever you're creating a homebrew class, one of the first things I do is I am considering what is its zone going to be, right? Because that's going to tell me a few things. It's going to tell me what its hit dice is going to be, what its armor proficiencies are going to be, possibly informing what its weapon proficiencies are going to be, and then telling me what I need to design for its core class features, right? What is the most frontline, the most frontline kind of a feature in any core class? Rage. Why is this such a good core class feature? Well, first off, why does this communicate being a frontliner? If you look at Barbarian, the monstrous D12 hit die, right? This is unique to Barbarian. They are the only one to get this, a D12 hit die. Their saving throws are Strength and Constitution. They get light armor, medium armor, and shields, okay? This is arming you. The only thing that you're missing right here is heavy armor. But guess what? If you aren't wearing heavy armor, which you don't want to be, you can get so much other good stuff. You can use Rage as a bonus action. You're going to get advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. You're going to deal extra damage whenever you hit stuff with a melee weapon attack. The game telling you, get in there and hit stuff, right? And then you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. This is all communicating, you need to get into the front line. You need to be the one not scared to get hit, right? That is Barbarian's job. And basically, their entire role was thought of before anything else. Anything else, okay? Their zone communicates so much, or their features communicate so much about their zone, alright? Now, give Barbarian something else and bring it back? Wait, what? Oh, 2d6 hit die. Okay. Wait, what's going on? Hey, what's going on, Dan? We're actually in the middle of answering a question here. You're skeptical of the zone breakdown? Don't worry about it. Okay, so zones. Next part. Your role, okay? Your role, at least in my definition, is what are you doing in combat, okay? I think I've since added on to this since I made this video. The only tank that can... Wait, Barbarian? Barbarian absolutely can tank. What are you talking about? There's a few roles. No, it can tank. JM, I'll get to you. There's a few roles I want to talk about here first off, okay? Blaster. Your role is going to be what defines what you do in combat, okay? This has nothing to do with role play outside of combat. It might a little bit, but this is mostly going to inform what you do in combat, okay? So, there's a few different roles here. Let me see. Did I do an actual... Okay. Oh, I'm just going to go down the list, alright? So, here's the roles that I have right now, okay? Blaster, Buffer, Controller, Debuffer, Harasser, Healer, Squishy. I just kind of... I use that loosely. It's basically the glass cannon, right? Striker, Support, Tank, Taunt, Zoner, and I close here. Okay. So, tank, I would probably, if I was going to remake this video, there's a few I might strike from here, and kind of redefine it, because it's been, oh wow, it's actually just now over a year. But let me start up from the top and kind of go down here. Wait, actually, hang on. Actually, I think I did already redefine it in my... Yes. Okay, cool. I actually defined my overall thesis of what your role was going to be, right? Your role is a summary of the kind of game combat game loop your character's abilities and actions create. Blaster. Blasters are large area-based damage, almost guaranteed to be tied to spellcasters. You might think of this as like artillery in like a war game, right? The blaster's job is... like artillery mostly in war games doesn't have a whole lot of mobility, and that's why they're supposed to be in the back, right? They've got great range, but they don't have a whole lot of mobility, and they've got high damage. Blasters need to just stay in the back line because they don't have a lot of armor, right? Buffer. The buffer and debuffer is kind of tied into a support playstyle, but I think that debuffer doesn't feel, I don't know, support in a way. I almost wanted to call this like indirect. But the buffer, a character that is focused on indirect effects to increase their allies' effectiveness, tied into being a healer, right? Controller. This is a character focused on reducing the action options and movement of their enemies. Probably the strongest controller that we currently have is probably just Druid by virtue of the Druid spell list. I will say that Fathomless does have a lot of controller potential within it. Other than that, like Monk is supposed to be a bit of a controller, but oh, it was released on your birthday. That's funny. Monk is supposed to be a bit of a controller, but Stunning Strike doesn't come on until 5th level, and it's not super reliable. Okay, Debuffer. A character focused on indirect effects to increase their enemy or decrease their enemy's effectiveness. So Bard is the mainstay debuffer and buffer in a way. Probably the strongest debuffer in 5th edition right now is probably College of Eloquence Bard, which it's so strong I don't allow it on my tables. I'm just, yeah. I made some tweaks in here to College of Eloquence Bard that if somebody asked me to play it, I would probably allow for it. But debuffers, it is your job to try to make the enemies less effective at it, right? You want to shut them down as hard as you possibly can. I think the pinnacle of, like, what is preventing, like, enemy options, like, you looking at... Vicious Mockery is a great effect. Bestow Curse, or, like, you might even be able to argue that, like, Counterspell or Dispel Magic, these are both nice debuffers, right? Controller has a key element of changing the rules of engagement. Okay. I can see where you're going with that. This is my 5e overhaul project I've been working on for like over a year. This is kind of my intro into why I started doing this. Harasser. Okay, so this is a play style in D&D that I mentioned earlier about disengagement tools, right? If your class gives you a disengagement tool, you are most likely going to be a harasser, okay? A harasser is a midline zone character meant to move into the front line to deal damage and then move out to the midline for safety, okay? You want to pop in, do the thing, pop out, right? Rogue communicates this very well, but just vis-a-vis you do not have extra attack, right? Because you're meant to go in there, deal one instance of damage, and get out, right? So that's why you get uncanny move, or cunning movement, or cunning action. Wow. Okay, healer. A character who prioritizes restoring hit points and removing detrimental conditions. In 5e, you all know it, Life Cleric, right? Go Life Cleric. Dream Druid also really wanted to get in on this territory, but just kind of couldn't. One fix that I recommend that has immediately fixed Dream Druid at my tables. Let me just scroll down here for you guys. All that I did, I cleaned up a little bit of the bottom of the Summer Court feature, gave it a little polish post Tasha's, and then I also introduced giving it an expanded spell list, and Dream Druid feels very, very good if you do this. By the way, before I get to tags and all that stuff, if you're trying to communicate something to me, also don't ping me on Discord right now, because I'm trying to get through this segment that somebody asked me to cover. Okay. Healer. So, that is your job, right? You want to remove conditions, you want to be able to heal characters up, etc., etc. Also, you should know that if your class gives you access to resurrection magic, you should most likely always pick that up, because those are usually the most impactful spells in the game. You can literally bring people back from the dead. If your party doesn't have at least one person with access to resurrection magic, you just expect to be rolling up new character sheets. Some DMs aren't big fans of resurrection magic because it makes the death field cheap or something. I don't know. I've usually felt like the cost of resurrection magic is pretty fair. Okay, Peeler. Similar to the controller and often found on tanks, the Peeler focuses on pulling enemies' aggression off of other characters. Okay, actually the best class for this isn't even really a 5th edition class. It isn't a official 5th edition class, rather. My favorite class I've ever seen pull this off, just in a homebrew perspective, was Mage Hand Press's Complete Warden. Okay? From playing a lot of, MOBAs and stuff, this is a unique thing to, if I play Smite, Guardians, right? Guardians have a high amount of peel. And peel is a mechanic in which, if you're trying to get an enemy off of one of your buddies, you want good peel, okay? Somebody like Athena in Smite has this ability called Confound, where, she can literally taunt away, or it's either Confound or Taunt, where she can literally pull the enemy off of other characters. And that's the thing that the Warden provides. So, I love this kind of a play style here. I've always been a support main, and this is the kind of thing that would, if Paladin got this outside of Compelled Duel, or Barbarian got a mechanic like that outside of Ancestral Guardian, then I think that I would probably really enjoy the tank playstyle in 5e, outside of just, I have a shitload of AC, right? This right here, Ancestral Protectors, is the strongest peel feature that we have. Sorry if you can hear the dogs too, by the way. It's snowing outside and they are going crazy. Ancestral Protectors. The strongest form of peel, or hard, I say hard, this is soft drawing aggro, right? This is a soft taunt, in my opinion. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, Spectral Warriors appear when you enter your rage. While you're raging, the first creature you hit with an attack on your turn becomes the target of the warriors, which hinder its attacks. Until the start of your next turn, that target has disadvantage on any attack roll that isn't against you, and when the target hits a creature other than you with the attack, that creature has resistance to the damage dealt by the attack. The effect ends early if your rage ends. So, this is a fantastic tank feature right here. You are meant to hard draw aggro off of other people. I love this as a peel mechanic. This is so good. Now, that's what I mean by peeler. I think if you have a mix of peel, or some people call that taunt, right? A good mix of peel and a good mix of like support, you're a pretty amazing tank for 5e. Strikers. Okay, this is the most basic, right? The game gives you a stick. What do you do with that stick? I hit people with this stick. Cool, you hit one creature with that stick. Let's make you hit stuff with the stick harder. You're probably a striker, okay? Probably the striker is the single target damage focused specialty of martial characters. People saying that like, well, martial characters are just missing out because spells allow you to do so much in the game. Like, strikers are able to add their modifier to damage like certain spellcasters can't, okay? They're able to add in a source of flat, reliable damage that's going to be in on every single attack, rather than leaving the power of their spell or whatever up to dice rolls, okay? So they are more reliable at doing this single target damage. It's a reason why, usually if you see you can add damage, like a flat modifier to the damage of a spell, that's usually reserved for a much later level kind of a feature, because that is supposed to be like, yeah, crit on 19 with a stick, right? Perfect. That is typically an unusually high amount of power, because you are adding that to multiple different creatures, okay? So, with the striker, in my opinion, sure, Rogue has a great striker feature with sneak attack, okay? But I talked about this one in the past. If you've seen the Smite Sigma mindset video, this Divine Smite is most likely the strongest striker feature in all of 5e. It's a bit more reliable form of damage, with it being radiant damage. This being when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack. So you don't really have to secure this. It's just already secured for you. When you hit it with a melee attack, bam, you can expend the spell slot. This is just like pretty much guaranteed to go off, right? Fantastic feature. And this is only one creature, all right? Oh, Warlord, yeah. Yes, there have been good attempts at a Warlord, and a lot of people want that Warlord kind of a playstyle. It does exist in 5e. It's just a little hidden. Yeah. Okay. So, Striker, right? Single target damage. Pretty easy. Bam. Right there. Support. A character extremely focused on indirect effects and usually heals. Typically a mix of buffer, healer, and sometimes tank. Okay, we've kind of covered this already. So we'll move on to tank. A character that intends on drawing enemy aggression to take damage instead of other characters. It's the mix of what I would say like the peeler playstyle and like building hard tank for like higher armor class, higher hit points and everything that really defines what it means to be a tank. Zoner. A character that creates obstacles and obstructions to impede enemies with the environment. Pretty much the only one that we have here that does this. I wish Illusion Wizard could do this. I really wish, because it seems like that's what it wants to invoke, but it just kind of doesn't, right? The strongest zoner that we currently have right now is most likely going to be some form of druid, just being able to construct terrain, like make difficult terrain, that kind of a thing, right? Walls of stone, whatever. If you can get access to a wall spell, you can be a zoner. Like, that's, yeah. Wall of Stone is probably more evocative of that, but Wall of Force probably being the ultimate realization of that kind of power, right? George, I will get back onto the Runekeeper. This is something that someone was asking me about, like, what do I need to figure out to, like, get started on homebrewing my first class, right? So, think about what you want that character to be doing in combat, right? You have the fiction in your mindset, like you have the fiction set in your mind for your concept. So then it's time to figure out what is its role going to be and how can I enhance that role, okay? So, for me, I had it set in my mind that I wanted to make, like, talking about the dancer, I wanted the dancer to be a martial support, but not in a warlord kind of way. I didn't really know what that could be and how it could do it really uniquely, right? So what I thought was like, is there really a support that focuses on your action economy? Okay, that could be really sick. Or like, thinking about the merchant. What all can the merchant do? Are there really a lot of options outside of the artificer that allow you a pretty constant supply of magic, or that allow you a pretty constant supply of items? Some of those being magic items, right? Yeah, hey YouTube. So I consider that the supplier kind of a play style. And also the fact of, if it's going to be, like, looking at the cleric, the fact that you can literally dish out your spell slots, like that felt like, oh, you are a spell slot battery for your party, right? So, moving on to the next part, your dynamic. Your dynamic is your roleplay defining stuff, okay? Your dynamic, going over here, your dynamic is pretty interchangeable. I listed a few here, but I'm sure people could think of a bunch more. Looking at these: brain, dungeoneer, face, heart, muscle, navigator, scout, and sneak. All right. So with those, I think it's like about 10. I also go through in this video and show a few different like examples of like, what does it mean to be a brain? What does it mean to be a dungeoneer? Think of like, what's the fiction of being a brain? I guess Doctor Strange, sure. Tony Stark, whatever. Tony Stark might be more dungeoneer really than brain, but I mean, he's still a brain. Anyways, dungeoneer, MacGyver, right? Ultimate dungeoneer. Face. Okay, so like Dandelion, right? From The Witcher. You can say that Sam played a face in playing Scanlan on Critical Role. Faye. Faye is one of my favorite faces in any sorts of fiction, and of course Tyrion Lannister, right? By the way, if you haven't read The Gentleman Bastards, Locke Lamora is like one of the best faces in fantasy ever. Yes. The Heart. Okay. The Heart's job is to watch over the party. Most likely in 5e, these are going to be tied into being healers, right? So, like, you had Caduceus Clay was definitely the Heart, right? Where's the stomach? The Heart in Cowboy Bebop, Jet Black, 100%. Guy's the cook. Guy is the ship that everyone goes back to. He is home, right? He is the home for all of the Bebop crew. Jake the dog, he is the big brother to Finn, right? Like, he takes care of Finn. Whenever someone's cooking, it's usually Jake, right? Yuna, in a way, yeah, I'm doing another playthrough of Final Fantasy X, and I'm starting to think that the Heart actually isn't Yuna so much. I think that might just be like a kind of a general heart of like the party, yeah. Oh, this video was your favorite that I've ever made? Oh, I appreciate that. I put a lot of work into this video. A lot of work. And it's still, I think this video is criminally underviewed. Absolutely criminally underviewed. Everyone close stream and read Lies of Locke Lamora. It is damn good. Those of you that have read Mistborn would understand why I put Sawset on here as well. Okay, but probably the number one heart of all time. Where are we at? You all will understand this exactly what I mean. Wait, let me mute that. Yes. Okay. Number one heart in all of fiction whatsoever. If you want to know about this character archetype, go watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. Uncle Iroh is the best heart that has ever been put into a piece of fiction whatsoever. You think Wakka's the heart? Wakka's the racist heart. Yeah. I like, someone in my Discord said like, Wakka stubs his toe and blames it on the Al Bhed. Okay. I love Waka. Waka's a great character, though. So, Heart, the second that you see Uncle Iroh, you understand what this archetype is about, right? Your muscle. Some people say that strength is a dump stat. That's not really the case. Muscle has its purpose, all right? Even, like, you can have a brain, you can have a heart, you can have a Dungeoneer. That's fine. If the Dungeoneer can't pick down the door, they need someone to break it down, all right? That's the muscle's job. Your job is usually going to be to intimidate, to make athletics checks. You're going to need someone doing this stuff, okay? Now, looking at these in fiction, right? I put Iron Giant on here. I was kind of, Khal Drogo, okay? Khal is so heavy-handed in the way that he executes his orders, right? Oh, you work with John DiMaggio? Really? Yeah, John DiMaggio. He did Jake the Dog, too. Yeah, he also voiced Kamari in there. But he was, like, the only big one at the time. He did... Oh! That's right! Yeah, oh, man, I love John DiMaggio's character work. Okay. Heart is throwing fire from your mouth. Yep, there you go. But looking at the muscles, right? Yasha, like, I'm very strong. Like, it is kind of her character of being, I'm the big dude, right? Chewbacca, you don't want to piss off, let the Wookiee win, right? Because otherwise the Wookiee's going to rip your arm off, right? Like, it can be fun to be that big muscle guy, right? A good thing to do is, whenever you're going to play a muscle, is to try and avoid the trope of, like, being the dumb muscle, in a way. Being the dumb muscle is a pretty overplayed trope. Grog got away with it in Critical Role because I think that Grog was like, I think it was like Travis Williams' first like D&D experience, just being able to play that like, fun barbarian, just rage, yeah. Like, I think that gave him a pass, and Grog was charming, right? Tifa, I think, is actually pretty fantastic muscle in Final Fantasy VII. And then Sakura, if you've seen Danganronpa, yeah. Matt Mercer signed your DM screen whenever he was in the studio? Oh, you've got to send me that picture. Okay. First off, though, I totally missed the greatest muscle in any piece of fiction. Brock motherfucking Samson, alright? Brock Samson is... If you want to know what it's like to be muscle, the purpose for muscle, while you need that there, go watch it. Go watch Venture Brothers. Brock Samson is awesome at conveying what it means to be muscle, okay? Just one of the greatest characters ever. I love Brock. Okay, Navigator. Navigator, pretty simple. Your job is to navigate. Which, this playstyle can kind of fall off on later levels, unless you start to think of, like, I want to be able to figure out, like, traversing the plains, right? Yeah, man's man, right? Brock Samson, dude, yes. If you want to play a muscle, go watch, like, the best clips of Brock. You will immediately be so stoked about playing a strength-based character. Navigator, okay? Aragorn, 7 and 9 from Star Trek, Nami from One Piece, Sokka from Avatar, Radio from The Brave Little Toaster, Moana, Percy Jackson, and Melfina from Outlaw Star were the ones that kind of came to my mind. The Navigator's job in D&D is supposed to be, you are the cartographer, you are the one making sure that the party doesn't get lost. If people were really applying survival checks, the Navigator would probably be one of the most necessary pieces of, like, party architecture in the entire game. The problem is that not a lot of tables really like to be, to really track, not a lot of tables really like to track survival rules in that way, right? It's a sub-role that serves as DM convenience. Sure, we could say that. There are ways to make survival pretty cool, right? I want to track the enemy. It doesn't necessarily have to be, we want to find the place. This could be, I want to find the thing, right? I want to find the object. I want to find the creature. So it can be about tracking, it can be about knowing what weather is coming in, right? But everyone's got to serve their role, right? And the navigator actually has a pretty interesting role here. Aragorn's job, get Bilbo to Mountain Doom, right? Boom. It is your job to make sure that the party gets to where they need to be, right? And does so safely. Both Armstrongs from Full Metal Alchemist are examples of muscle for sure. Any DM that requires a navigator, because the DM that shouldn't require the navigator, the player should want to play a navigator. I've incorporated some new rest travel rules in my campaigns to encourage the party to hire guides. Super fun NPCs to make. Yeah, like, there's... Yeah. No one, I'm not saying that you should think about it like that. No one rolled navigators, so you're all lost now. No. It's not like that. It's more a matter of, like, if the player wants to play this, how can you as a DM try to make them feel cool for trying to play that, right? Cool, so then survival checks come up a little bit more. If they want to play a cook, make sure that you're tracking the rules for, like, eating a little bit more, right? You want to make their stuff useful. That's the way that should work. Let me get up to Scout. Mountain Doom. Boom. Okay. Scout's job. So there are a few different ways in which the mechanics for surprise are established in D&D, okay? It is... Where did I have it? Scout, sneak. Okay. So, the navigator's job is to make sure that the party doesn't get surprised, okay? The scout's job is to try and establish surprise. You want to try and find the targets to surprise, right? Your job as a scout, you want to look out, make sure that, like, no enemies are coming up, whatever. Really, in D&D, the strongest way that you can be a scout is to prevent surprise, or to establish surprise, right? Now, if you look at these dynamics, right? Drizzt, Spook. Spook, if you've read Mistborn, makes a whole lot of sense. Keyleth, Sam Kim from Redwall, Kyokujiro has one of the coolest quirks to be a scout. Her ears are literally like headphone jacks that she can plug into a building or like into a wall, and she can hear what's going on the other side, which is like weird but sick. And that's exactly what I mean. Perrin Ibarra from Wheel of Time, and then Tracer from Overwatch. Okay. Your job is to establish surprise, and then it's the next character's job, the sneak, to exploit that surprise. Okay? So your job, if you're going to play a sneak, usually this is going to be a rogue. Reason being, like, assassin rogue is all about I want to get that first turn in combat. Gloomstalker Ranger is also about I want to get the most out of that first turn in combat, right? Sneaks, different sneaks that we have in here. Arya Stark is one of my favorite sneaks, despite the show being absolute horseshit towards the end. Bilbo is supposed to be a sneak. Zero from Borderlands. I just realized that's going to bug me so hard that those graphics are clashing. Anyways. Zuko does in Avatar whenever he's, like, invading the Fire Nation as a blue spirit. You know? Like, a Nightcrawler makes sense. Lift from the Stormlight Archive by Brandon Sanderson. And then Snake from Metal Gear Solid. It is these people's job. Scout is trying to figure out the targets to surprise. Navigator is trying to prevent the surprise, prevent the party from being surprised. The sneak's job is to, once you have the target, start the surprise round, right? At that point, you transition into your roles and yada, yada, yada. So, dynamics, how do these mostly get informed in 5e design? Usually, these are informed through your tool and your skill proficiencies. Getting, like, yeah, sure, there's your, like, core features that you're going to get. For Paladin, you're mostly going to invest into strength, constitution, and charisma. Yeah, embossing, say, he's under, yeah. So investing into strength is going to make me think, okay, do I want to go muscle with it? Investing into constitution, of course, you're going to want to frontline with it. investing into charisma, I'm going to want to be a leader, right? I could be a face with a paladin, which you see a lot of people go. I could very easily figure myself playing a heart because I can get proficiency in medicine, go with like cure wounds and lay on hands. Okay, I could be some kind of a healer, sort of a heart. I can role play that out, right? That all informs your dynamic. There's a lot of different things. Seems like these are really niche roles. They kind of are. I mean, yeah, they are. These are supposed to inform what you do in terms of roleplay. So why are you breaking... Oh, okay, there we go. Why am I breaking down Navigator, Scout, and Sneak, but lumping together all social roles into Face? I'm not lumping all social roles into Face. You have the brain, and the brain's job could be to do that research, kind of a social thing. You know, the brain intelligence face. The face definitely has their thing. The heart can also be thought of as a secondary face. Because usually, like, I've thought about putting guide in here as a, like, dynamic. But let me get back to this one for Tristan. Said, why am I breaking down Navigator, Scout, Sneak, but lumping together all social roles into Face? Navigator, Scout, and Sneak. The Navigator definitely has a thing that they want to do. Like, you could argue that Scout and Navigator could probably be covered by the same role. But, like, Ranger has Navigator features. Like, it seems to me that Ranger has Navigator features, not Scout features. And, like, I feel like the two are distinct. The Scout's job is mostly to make, like, figure out who the targets are, rather than to prevent the surprise, is the way that I was thinking about that. Now, if we want to get all semantical about it, like, do they need to be separated? I don't know. Does it really matter? Is it going to kill you to, like, disagree with me here? No. It's not my, like, thesis or anything here, but it's what I view it as. So, yeah. You can disagree. You can say that one doesn't need to be in here. Who cares? All right. Cool. So, woo. Deciding how you want to, you think I'm using the term role for multiple things, playstyle, character archetype, trope, key gameplay role. What? No, your playstyle is, as far as I'm concerned, determined by three things. And again, we can get semantic and, like, disagree about these whatevers. I'm just answering for people that have asked how I start in on a class design. I'm just letting you all know how I get into it, okay? So, key gameplay role. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move on. Whenever you're making a character or you're making a class, right? Those are the things that you've got to consider. What I consider to be the three elements of your playstyle. Okay, so your zone, your role, and your dynamic. So where you're going to stand in combat, what you do in combat, and then what you do outside of combat. That's the breakdown right there. This all informs what your hit dice is going to be, what armor proficiencies you're going to get, what weapons you're going to get, what tools you're going to get. Saving throws we'll get to here in a second. Skills, and then what skills you're going to get, right? Saving throws. You need a strong and a weak saving throw whenever you're making a class. You need the strong saving throws. These are saving throws that are going to come up very, very often. These are going to be dexterity, constitution, and wisdom. Weak saving throws are going to be ones that don't come up very often. These are going to be strength, charisma, and intelligence. So let me double check on that. Strong saving throws. Dexterity, constitution, wisdom. Weak saving throws, charisma, strength, and intelligence. Charisma, strength, intelligence. Right? Yes. How long have I been talking about this? For a little while. Someone asked me to clarify it. All right? Chill. Guys, hang. Chill out. So, the, you need to have a strong save. You need to have a weak save. Okay? Usually you want these to always synergize with the class. Okay? As a ranger, you gain the following class features because you can go strength or dexterity build with ranger. And that's why you get strength and dexterity. This is your weak save. This is your strong save. Let's move on to another one and look at cleric. Cleric's main spellcasting ability is going to be Wisdom, so that's why they get Wisdom as their strong save, and they get Charisma as their weak save. Okay? Looking at, let's say, Monk. Monk is a weird one. People are always like, why don't I get Dexterity and Wisdom? Because those are both strong saves. Okay? So that's why you've got to get Strength as your weak save, Dexterity as your strong save. Alright? Let's look at another one. Sorcerer. Their spellcasting ability is Charisma. That's why Charisma is their weak save. Constitution is their strong save. So, yes. Hopefully that makes sense. The sign of somebody that doesn't really understand, that doesn't really understand the 5e design philosophy is that they give something 2 strong saving throws right here, or 2 weak saving throws, right? You're not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to support my method as to why you think it makes sense to lump social into one big group. Because I don't really see the point in breaking it out beyond what I already have. I mean, face. Face covers a whole lot of territory. Brain. Brain covers a lot of the social territory. Do you want to be a seductive face? Whatever. Sure. Do you want to be a intimidator? Sure. Muscle can kind of be your intimidator face in that way. I think that I broke it apart into, like, I mean, it's a 30-minute long video where I got into my philosophy as to it. So, I don't know, like, that's why I thought that, yeah. You can always break out of the player agreeing that sounded like disagree. Okay. Yes, the viewing face is the only one that's going to make social checks is the wrong way to look at it. Muscle is going to be an intimidator. Like, I even say in here, and that's what I'm saying, go check this one out, alright? Athletics, intimidation. This is going to be a face. It's not just going to be, I'm going to break shit. It's going to be, I can break you, okay? Heart. Medicine, nature, alchemist supplies, herbalism kit, survival, whatever, right? This is going to feel a bit like a guide in combat. By the nature of you playing this one out, it's going to feel like a bit of a face. Face is going to be a face. Great. Brain. Arcana, history, investigation, medicine, religion, languages. Any of these can be a social skill. And I will just say that, like, I've definitely seen people in the comments that just don't seem to understand that, like, these are general terms. Like, well, why didn't you mention the leader? And I'm like, sure, whatever, you have the lead. I don't know. Anyways, so yes, there are different types of faces, but this is me covering the most general. This is what you're going to want as a face. Cool. All right. So, after that, yes, 2 strong saving throws are a rookie mistake. After that, the one thing that you want to do is you want to figure out something very, very cool that the player is going to get at first level. Okay? I would say reserve the temptation to give it spell casting unless you are dead set that it absolutely requires spell casting. Because spell casting eats up a whole lot of your power budget without really injecting a ton of flavor. I struggled very, very hard to justify why the merchant had to get spell casting, and then once I had the idea of exchangeable casting, it just made sense, and I was like, yeah, this has to be on here. And literally every merchant I see in fantasy gets spell casting in some form, so I was like, yeah, they gotta have this on here. It makes way too much sense. The fact that, like, magic had value because of material components, I was like, oh, okay, here we go. So the very fact that value has magical, like, it's almost a divine kind of a magic in a way, right? It made sense for them to get spell casting. Dancer, I was like, this is absolutely never getting spell casting unless it's in a subclass. Like, yeah, I could, sure, you could say that, like, beauty is the thing that gives them their magic, whatever, but that's also the thing that, like, they try to use to justify for Bard why they get magic, right? And I think that WotC kind of fails to justify that in a way. I think that there were so many other approaches that they could have taken to making a Bard that didn't need spell casting, right? I'm not saying that this is a bad class. I'm saying that I don't think that artistically the bard really does the thing that it doesn't scratch my itch, especially as a musician, for what I want a bard to be in 5e. You know, that like this is my only representation of what magic means in fantasy. Screw that. I don't want that. Like, so you, I would say you should be hesitant to give spellcasting first off as a first level feature unless it is absolutely required for the fiction of it to work, right? Cleric makes sense. Wizard makes sense. Warlock absolutely makes sense. Sorcerer, yeah, you're born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. You're a sorcerer. You get magic. Paladin, sure. Ranger, oh, weird. I don't really, I don't think we've ever covered this. Ranger gets spellcasting. And the general perception of it seems to be that people don't like it. They think that the Ranger is one of the weaker class designs because it gets spellcasting. Weird, right? It's probably one of the reasons why Spellless Ranger is the most common homebrew out there, you know? Spells are just the most fun system in 5e? Sure. I think that spells are more often than not used as an excuse to eat up your power budget. You can't imagine not having fun playing a spellcaster, honestly. Ranger can get you pretty close. Yeah, Rangers having magic is a 5e thing. Ranger spells are fairly unimpactful unless you buy Xanthar's Guide to Everything, in which case they start to kind of click and make sense. Ranger spells are also not prepared, which is like, huh? Yeah, Paladin gets spells. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. No, they don't get spells, they get smite slots. Half casting, the reason why it works on Paladin really well and not on Ranger is because Paladin gets another thing that they can do with their spell slots other than the things on their spell list, right? Alright, sorry. Still having allergies. They feel kind of like bad fighters. I can agree with that. But the thing is, not a lot of people really figured out what Ranger is supposed to do in combat until about Xanthar's Guide, right? And then the Ranger started to click because of Gloomstalker. People were like, oh, you mean, I'm not Legolas? I'm not Aragorn? I don't need to have my bow and arrow. Oh, okay. You should just be able to use the spell slot for Hunter's Mark. Yeah, I think if Hunter's Mark was a class feature, I'd be happier with it. I don't mind Favored Foe. It's better than the other option. Yeah. A lot of people were upset and were just calling Favored Foe bad because it wasn't the same as the UA, in which the UA was just concentrationless Hunter's Mark, which was ridiculous. This is today in shit the laser llama fixed on Ranger. This is actually better than what Ranger originally had. It is a buff. Some people might not like it compared to what they saw in the UA, and that's fine. It's definitely weaker than what was in the UA, but, like, this is totally fine. Yeah. Like, well, I mean, I don't remember what Pack Tactics' video covered on Ranger, but Ranger doesn't have a problem in combat. The problem is just that, like, people don't really like the flavor of it, right? Because it got spell slots, and it got spell casting, And people don't instinctively think of a ranger as being a spellcaster. It's just not usually a thing, right? The fiction doesn't seem like it's meeting up with the mechanics here, right? They usually want someone that feels like, I'm gonna mark the thing, I'm gonna hit it, possibly deal extra damage. I think that like Artemis kind of evokes the feeling of like what it means to be a ranger. I just think of like the character of Artemis, you know, the Greek goddess, and the way that she's been conveyed in a bunch of different video games, and I'm like, okay, that feels ranger, right? Guild Wars 2's Rangers. Yeah, I could see like Ranger being the one that got the crit scaffolding, right? You're like, make Ranger feel like the cool crit class. Ooh, wait. No. I can't. I need to do the Runekeeper. I'm not going to get onto a whole Ranger new restructure based around crits. No, that is a cool thought though. Ooh, because you want to reward the Ranger for being like having deadly accuracy and having that like, man. No. Yes, 100% Rangers using spells feels wrong. Yep. Yes, Heavy's Gunslinger feels a lot more like the Ranger than the Ranger class. Yes, I will 100% agree with that. I would even go so far as to saying that, like, man, there was a campaign setting I was kicking around doing, and it was going to involve Heavy's Gunslinger, but I just... Yeah, it was, yeah. Me taking on another project in which I just simply do not have enough time to really get down to. Write it down for the future. Hey, that's why I do these live streams, right? If I come up with these ideas spuriously, hey, here I go. Another tangent has a hook in me. Hey, that's why I call it a hang stream, right? But what you want to do, and this is probably going to be the last thing because I'll get back into this. Yeah, Artemis from Hades, there you go. What you want to do is you want to figure out something cool for it to do with its first level, okay? By default, let me pull up a... Okay. So, usually you can assume, like, what am I gonna have in combat, right? Yeah, I'm gonna make I'm gonna do the videos I want to do and say whatever the hell I want to say on my live streams. All right, I'll get back on the Runekeeper, I promise. But some people want to know this info. All right. If you're not particularly interested, go away, come back here in like 15 minutes or so. Ooh, it can't be the vulnerability class. Vulnerability is too strong of a mechanic currently in 5e for us to build around. But I do think it should be able to, at the very least, passively detect what damage resistances and immunities a creature has. I do think that should be base Ranger. Yes. I will say that much. Favored foe makes a ton of sense if you start doing something like that. Oh. What was that? Okay. Yeah, I'm here to hang out and do the thing I want to do. Alright? So, action. By default, players are going to do a few things with their action, right? Attack being most likely number one. Okay? If you're going to give them something to do during their turn that is not attack, then it has to be something that is more interesting than attacking, right? We have dodge, dash, disengage, hide, use an object. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Hide, use an object. I feel like there's something really basic I'm forgetting. Okay, cast a spell. Sure. What else? I feel like there's another action I'm forgetting. There's not, right? I guess, a core class feature. Okay, here we go. Ah! You know what? Oh, you gotta... No, Dan. It's more a matter of me trying to get through a segment, and whenever I look over and see chats going nuts about, like, you know, yeah. Yeah. Help. Right. Okay. So this is a card that I made. I'll make this available again. It was on my website, but I've had some trouble with that. But yes, I will. Make this available again. Okay. Ready and search. Okay. Yes, there are quite a few. All right. Attack, cast a spell, dash, disengage, dodge, feature, a feature that calls for an action, help, ready, use an object, grapple, shove, hide, shield. Okay, cool. So this is everything that you can do with your action, right? If I'm going to give something a feature, right? What do I want it to do? Do I want it to be a martial? Okay, then I need to think about what I can do to either incentivize it to use this action right here, or if that's not what I want it to do, I need to give it something better than this, right? But more reasonable, right? Something better, but reasonable. Trying to, like, as an example, I know as soon as I get done with a Rune Keeper, maybe I will, like, be able to reference another class. But for me, making a martial, making the dancer, I never wanted you to use the attack action. I basically never wanted you to do this, right? Like, I wanted it to be, if it's going to be a support, I want to make you a martial that is going to be doing whatever else it can other than this right here. That's why I gave you all the flares. And that's also why I gave you literal step up, which is you just give your action away to somebody else, which is very, very strong, it turns out. Being able to be the battery for actions for your team turns out to be amazing in D&D 5e. So, yeah. Help action. I am so glad to see, and I just made a video on this one, right? I'm so glad to see that people are starting to look at the help action and like, oh, wait, I can build a warlord. It's all hidden in here. What? Like, I can go mastermind and I can command my buddies to attack. I feel like a warlord all of a sudden. What? Yeah. Help action is really good, it turns out. Also, funny enough, if you don't have anything else you can do with your turn, this is most definitely what you should be doing by default right here. There's a reason why every companion defaults to dodge if you don't give it an order, because plus 2 AC and an advantage on dex saves until your next turn. This right here can screw with bounded accuracy. Alright, this is flat. This is on top of magic items and all that other stuff. On top of your heavy armor, on top of your shield, on top of a spell you might have cast. Well, I guess you had cast as a... Well, no, it doesn't... No. Well, if you provoke an attack, you do shield, plus 5 AC. I guess you can do dodge. And get plus 7 to your AC. That's funny. Huh. Oh, Dungeon just did one? Okay. Yeah. Just plug in help. It's really good. When you take the dodge action, you can make an attack as a bonus action. That is probably a little too good. When you take the dodge action, you can make an attack as a bonus action because that's just... I mean, I guess you can take the dodge action as a bonus action, so it might not be insane. I don't know. Anyways, so you're shifting that around, right? Being able to take the dodge action as a bonus action is big. Because not only is it plus 2 AC, which can mess with bounded accuracy, because this applies on top of magic items and all that stuff, you also get advantage on dexterity saves, which... Huh? Wait. Oh. What am I thinking of? Wait, yeah, no, wait, now I'm confused. Yeah, any attack roll has a disadvantage. Wait, what? Wait, what? Plus 2 AC is half cover. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Yes, okay. Plus 2 AC is half cover. Yes, yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Okay. No, you're right. That's from cover. Okay. It's advantage on, yes. Okay. It is much better. It is much better than the AC. It is much better. So, okay, the disadvantage on attack rolls against you, right? Disadvantage on attack rolls against you, advantage on dex saves until your next turn. What was that? The plus 2 is, you're right. Whenever I made this, I was just typing it up from memory. And I must have confused, yeah, I must have just mixed cover and dodge. That's funny. Okay. Yes. So dodge, disadvantage on attack rolls against you, advantage on dex saves until the end of your next turn. Very, very good. All right. Also, be considering terrain that you can get around. Yeah, no. That's my fumble right there. Because I think back whenever I made this, I typed it up from memory for a campaign real quick, and I just didn't. Yeah. So, actually, that reminds me, I should probably redo those cards. Okay. So, ignore me there. But, all this goes in to say, you should be giving the character something good for them to do in their first turn of combat. With their first level, with their action in combat. You need to always remember that action economy is a thing in 5e. So, their action, their bonus action, reaction, and movement. I'm just going to say, I don't know how many times I've seen it to where, like, let me do this. Help. Well, I guess attack is also includes grapple and shove. Yeah, don't worry, dodge is still the same it always has been. Terran just screwed up making that form back in the day. Okay, so attack, including grapple and shove, which can also be done with the attack. Dodge, dash, disengage, help, hide, ready, use an object, cast a spell. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Use an object, hide, shield, equip or unequip a shield. Okay. Pretty sure that's it. We're just going to say equip. Sure. Later, Dan. Okay. Dual attack. Grant something granted by a feature, or I guess just say offhand attack. Feature. Reaction. Reactions are mostly going to be used for opportunity attacks. You guys know, if it calls for a bonus action, calls for an action, that's all that. Okay, I don't need to cover all that. Offhand attack, if dual wielding, got all that. Okay, off attack, cast a spell, maybe use a feature that calls for using it, right? All right, neat. But I don't need to write in features because we're trying to come up with why you would give something a feature, right? So, the best thing that you can do at first level, okay, is you need to define what it's going to do with its action. In most turns in combat, you need to define this. Boom. What does it mean for you to go into combat, and what are you going to be doing, right? Barbarian is going to be going in and attacking, okay? You want to feel safer doing that as a barbarian, and specifically barbarian in the front line doing that, right? That's why on top of rage dealing damage, it also gives you defensive boosts, right? Very, very cool. Now, what else are they going to get at L1? Let's say L1A. L1, I just mean level 1. I hope that that shorthand's not throwing anybody off. L1B. This is something that... This is where you can let your artistic, like, muscles flex here, okay? I think the person who defined, like, what feels good for 5e design here, and I mean, I'm going to continue to shut this guy out because, yes, he is the reason why several of us are homebrewing, is Benjamin Huffman with his Pugilist. He figured out the thing that felt really, really good for... There we go. Cool. He figured out the thing that felt really good. And it's the thing that a lot of us looked at and thought, wow, this feels super cool for what it... Like, I know what this thing wants to do outside of combat. Is street smart. Okay, now sure, he does this at second level, but hang on with me here. Carousing, shadowboxing, and sparring all count as light activity for the purposes of resting for you. Additionally, once you have completed a long rest in a city, you know all public locations in the city as if you were born and raised there, and you cannot be lost by non-magical means while inside the city, okay? What this does, this defines everything you want to be role-playing, right? This is a super interesting feature. Does it give you a whole lot of mechanical weight? No. This is a ribbon. So a ribbon, actually, let me just go over here. You either want something core here. You want a core enhancement or a ribbon. Okay. And this needs to be dynamic enhancing ribbon in some way. Okay. Now, and this doesn't always have to push you into like, do you want to be the, what is happening here? Do you want to be the face? Do you want to be whatever? This can be a pretty open-ended, I want to be a face, I want to be a muscle, I want to be a brain, right? Looking at all the different base classes, first off, let me show you an example of how not to do an L1 dynamic enhancer. Druidic. At least in the core modules, Thieves' Cant has had a use. So far, there is not a use for this feature, other than the character doing everything they can to try and get the DM to feed this somehow. To try and, like, provide a reason for this to pay off. And then it's like, do you know Druidic? Cool, you know what the thing is. Like, I've thought at times about running some kind of a contest to see like who can come up with a use for Druidic, like, because that's part of my intent, right? I can close that out. By the way, if you guys are interested in the 5e overhaul, I've been meaning to make that thing public. Why? InDesign, don't crash. There we go. Oh, no. Go away. Okay. Trying to make sure this all stays. Druidic does not have a use. Does not have a use. You can sure come up with reasons in like, oh yeah, well I can leave behind a secret message and then my buddies can find it, which your buddies don't know. Only uses talking to a Treant. it's an invitation to try and make it cool and try and make it useful, but like, yeah. Oh, an InDesign tutorial before the 5e overhaul? Okay. Maybe. But that's all getting into the, that's all kind of overriding a little bit of your own world building, right? So, like, I tried to come up with a thing for Druidic, right? Like, I wanted to make it to where Druids had, like, Druid runes. Oh, cool. And then, like, you know, you can learn these runes from here, and then, oh, no, this means I have to make, oh, no! I have to make a Druid circle around the Runic invocation? I could. Oh my god, why do I keep copy-pasting this? No! Go away. Alright. We're just gonna say order. Sure, get that. I keep bumping what I think is the paste hotkey on my mouse. Anyways. Oh, a Druid circle makes sense for it, but like, I don't want to screw with Druidic too much. I could just make it to where this is a Druid subclass, not baked into the actual... Wait, that makes too much sense. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. No. Oh my god. This fixes too much. Hang on. Okay. Sorry, I will get back into that. This fixes so many things. Okay. I can remove... I was worried about the power budget here because this always felt super cheap for them to be able to get Druidic and Thieves' Cant at first level, and I didn't want that because that was super core to the other ones. However, what I could do, and let me tell you guys about the goddamn brain blast Jimmy Neutron style I just had, okay? What I just had, alright, yeah, wait, holy shit, Robotic, you and I are on the same, like, wavelength here, okay? Like, my dude, alright? Okay, so, let me tell you about what just happened, alright? I never felt good about giving you Druidic and Thieves' Cant as a thing you can pick up with Polyglot. Ever. Except whenever you can get it through Omniscient, okay? This felt like this would impede a little bit on what you could get as a Druid or, you know, whatever, right? These are core first level features, but nothing ever felt right. Nothing ever felt right, okay? What makes 100% more sense? What makes 120% more sense is that these runes, these runic languages, get clipped here from Polyglot. Druidic is no longer a Keeper dialect. It is a Druid subclass that uses runic invocation. Thieves' Cant is no longer a... This is no longer a Runekeeper subclass. This is a rogue. This is a rogue that can use runic invocation. Oh my god, I fixed it. Oh my god, that opens up so much territory. The chat delay, I think it's behind by about like 10 seconds or something like that. This makes too much sense. This makes way too much sense. It doesn't impede on Rogue or Druid's power budget. I think that this is a huge fix. It would be interesting. You can still pick them up. You can still pick up Druidic runes and all that stuff. I'm not getting rid of Druidic runes. I'm not scrapping anything from that because actually I came up with a bunch of Thieves Camp runes the other night that feel like I want to keep writing those. I that is the kind of Quentin Tarantino kind of gentleman bastard Scott Lynch fantasy I really love. So no, those are going to continue. So Thieves Camp will be the rogue subclass, exactly. And my guess is that fighter should probably only specialize in one, since the other one... Well, no, because you can learn the other ones. No, this is fine. Rogue and Druid just turn out to be uniquely strong because theirs is expanded into another... Okay. Yeah, remember whenever it was Circle of Hinges? Yeah. So, the whole Druidic Rune Keeper is actually repurposed from an old Druid subclass I had written, which was about, like, raising up, like, stone hinges and shit like that, right? They would have to multi-class over into Druid, correct. Except, if you go all the way later and pick it up with Omniscience. This never felt right. This never felt right as a Runekeeper. This makes so much more sense. And it makes Druidic uniquely powerful for this Druid in particular. And I'm getting the ability to use Wild Shape as a resource to erect the standing stones like I had initially. This is too cool. Oh. What heading do I have this in? I wrote out, actually I'll show you. If you guys have any questions regarding multiclassing and all that stuff, I wrote all the rules out for multiclassing over here. This tells you if I'm going to be a half invoker. I wrote it down here. This is also proving why the Rune Knight from Tasha's is way too strong. Way too strong. The Rune Knight from Tasha's is getting way too many resources compared to literally every other prepared caster in the game. This is it's absurd. If you dial back the scaffolding on it, which some people may not like, if you're planning on playing my Rune Knight, I even say in here, some people have asked, can I multi-class Natasha's Rune Knight over into this Runekeeper? I would not recommend it. Let me just say right here, the variant Rune Knight that appears within this document is meant to completely replace the Rune Knight from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Should you want to make a character themed around giant runes like that, you can go with the Keeper's Dialect of Jotun, or focus on learning giant runes with the Rune Knight here. This document was meant to expand out the magic system of runic invocation into its own masterclass, and the process that went into that showed several issues with the official Rune Knight's power budget, 5th edition design cohesion, and rule clarity. For these reasons, you should not allow a character to multi-class from the Rune Knight in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything into the Runekeeper, or vice versa. This would get runes with wisdom, correct? No, power budget is an abstract. Okay, so think of it just like I've got this big old lump of something, right? And I mostly just estimate that, like, yeah, that's about a 5. That's about, it's like we're looking at features like we're looking at butts, right? Like, yeah, that's an 8 out of 10 butt, like, So did you hear that? I thought Amanda was asleep. She's apparently in the living room. So, like, we're doing that kind of estimation, right? Like, yeah, this is an 8, this is a 7, or something like that. I could just say, like, I don't know, I feel like this is roughly about that strong, and I can't really afford...
Okay, so what's mine?
Huh?
Okay, so what's mine?
Oh, you got a 9.
Yeah.
That butt
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, buddy.
That butt way nice.
Dump trip.
So, um, we're thinking abstractly about it, right? This feature is probably very uniquely strong, or whatever. So, looking at something like, okay, wait. Actually, let me backtrack on that just a tiny bit. Power budget is something that we can somewhat assign a numerical value to. Somewhat. There was a designer named James Musicus who had tried to do this. Now, I know I'm pulling up D&D Wiki here, but this is like this is an actual okay resource here. It's not actual homebrew. It's just, someone trying to analyze the game. Okay? Yeah, runes equal butts. Got it. Cool. So, the Musicus meter. This basically tried to assign a point value to... Okay. This tried to assign a point value to different features, right? So whenever you're trying to come up with a race for your homebrew world and you want to make it balanced, this can give you a kind of sense as to the numbers behind maybe what a feature is worth, right? Lucky. When you roll a 1 on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can re-roll the die and must use the new roll. They figure that's about a 0.5? Really? That sounds very, very good. Sunlight sensitivity, about a negative. Wait, this is a much smaller swing. I'm used to seeing characters that have about like a dwarf. Yeah, okay, so this is a smaller value right here. There's another Musicus scale that's about... This is on the detect balance one, yeah. Okay, here you go. If you are a homebrew designer and you are not aware of this thing right here, this is the detect balance sheet. I really... Google, can you please not show that by default? That'd be really nice. Anyways... You can already see there's several people that are looking at this currently. Actually, let's see how many people we can get on here if I post this over in chat. I'm just curious how many people we could actually see checking out this document. Alright, that's over there. That's pinned. You all in chat should be able to see that now. Okay. Haha. Here we go. People piling in. All right. So, the detect balance scale. Oh, Christ, no. Please, no. Please, no. Detect balance scale. This is a table that... Hey, here we go. This is a table that we've been using whenever we're trying to make homebrew races and stuff. Okay? Because it gives us a pretty good estimation of, like... And you can most likely ignore ability score increases, okay? This is most likely... Have they marked it to get taken off? Really? Interesting. I mean, ability score increases are probably going to be removed from here, seeing as that's just the way... Yeah. But it goes to show you how valuable we actually thought the flexibility of being able to choose your ability scores was going to be. I just realized you all probably can't see shit on this table. Okay. Choice of ability score improvement plus 1, right? We thought that was like a 5. Okay, you add 5 to this integer, right? If you got an ability score of -2, a -4 off of the integer, right? Skills. If I get my choice of 2 skill proficiencies, whoa! Woo! That's about a 5. That's pretty nice. It's unusual that you would get that kind of a choice, right? Magic. Being able to get a freebie cantrip? Ooh, a 2? That's pretty nice. That's not bad. Being able to get 3 standard delayed magic, right? Oh, you tried looking. Okay, I'll explain it. Okay, the feature listed here is the feature that you should probably be looking for, and like if I'm gonna make this race, This is like the feature I'm thinking of about giving it, right? Let's say I want to give it I want to give it spider climb. Cool. Well, they call that a 4. So I would add that 4. And we can move on from there. Nah. Calculator. 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 Open. Oh my god. Windows is driving me crazy. Sorry about this, guys. One sec. Oh. Okay. Okay, I see how you be. Uh-oh. I opened up like, oh my god, I opened up like 80 different instances. Okay, there we go. Cool. Alright, so my race. If I give it spider climb, cool. There's a +4, right? It gets standard 30 feet of speed. Well, so does every other race, so that's like a 0. I'm not going to factor that in, right? Cool. Yeah, the choice of stuff is no longer going to probably be calculated anymore. Now, let's say I want to give it dark vision. 60 feet of dark vision? Yeah, that works. Cool, so +3. Shift to Linux. Let's say, wow, they think blind vision is only an 8? Or blind sight? Damn. I think it's actually a little bit higher than that. Okay, advantage. Let's say I want to get advantage on rolls to slap babies. Whatever. Situational roll. A rare roll. Whatever. 1. Whatever. I just add these up, right? Okay? So I add these up, and eventually what this is going to do is it's going to give me a number. Okay? And I measure that number against other races to see if it might at least comparatively fit in line with the game. Now, there's some things that you just shouldn't do whenever you're designing. Number 1, and I'll show you right here. Number 1, do not give a player character option vulnerability to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. That is, yeah, just don't do this. This is, you are in for a bad time. Bad time. If you do this, this is rough. Like, we're not even talking about playing D&D on like Dark Souls hard. We're talking about playing D&D with like literally God hates you. Like, yeah. If you had all 3, yeah, it would be negative 120. It is very, very hard to bring a character up from giving them any kind of physical vulnerability and making them reasonable for play. You can do like common vulnerabilities, rare vulnerabilities, whatever. If you want to see the reason why Yuan-Ti just got their poison immunity nerfed and like why magical resistance is so valuable, magic resistance. They view that as a 19, whereas we've seen some of the other stuff viewed as like 4, 5, 8, you know, choice of feet, 20, 100% agree with that. Variant human is absolutely, yeah, awesome. Yuan-Ti not only gets magic resistance, they also had their immunity to poison damage, which they don't have on here. Consider it to be, I would consider it to be not just one, it's not just one common resistance. Let's double, if not triple this. An immunity to poison damage is insane. That is why, if you look at some of the standard races on here, 20. Okay? 29 for Hill Dwarf. This right here, honestly, if I'm designing a race, I like races that feel like they are about in this 29 to 31 range. I don't really care about races that are, well, how do I put it? I don't really care to play. I think that races, whenever they're put into this 25 range, which is what they say is like kind of the standard, those always tend to feel very underwhelming and just kind of meh. I found that like around 29 is where they start to feel like, ooh, this does something really unique and really fun. I say if they press 35, that's where I don't feel comfortable with it anymore. So Variant Human being a 33, that's like a pretty top level. Yeah. Eric Cocker being a 41. Yep. You guys see what I mean? Standard fly speed. They rated as a 16. Like, come now. Come on now. What? What? Genocide. Pretty overwhelmingly terrible for Earth Genocide to be a 19, right? Like, yeah. I will say we will probably see this shoot up to about a 32. I think after the stuff that's in Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse, yeah, Earth Genocide is probably going to shoot up to a 32. That's my estimation there. Tortle. I still think they are underestimating shield defense. I think Tortle could probably be up here at like a 34. Some of it's going to be estimation, robotic Raven Mage, right? Yeah, gauging the power of an individual feature is challenging, but once you do it over enough time, it just kind of clicks, right? You start to see like, oh, what would Eric Cocker be now? Okay, reduce that to about 30. Hang on one sec, sorry. 30-foot climb speed. Where's the... Oh, flight, there we go. Yeah, 16 still. So, it's 16. This gets up to 0. So, that goes back. Hang on. Calculator. No, don't open up another calculator. Calculator. We can just not factor in the ASIs. And it also helped that the ASIs were very synergetic for Eric Cocker Monk. So we're just not going to factor in the ASIs anymore. We're not going to factor in the 20 feet of fly speed because that got up to 30. Standard fly speed is 16. Okay, we don't need to add the plus 10, so there's not 12 there. We're going to up that D4 to a D6, so plus 2. They also got a spell. So they got Gust of Wind, right? We're just going to say level 1 spell at 3rd level 1 time per day. 2. Now, the reason I think this is probably not actually a 10 is because they're still getting their choice of ASI. Okay? This isn't factoring in languages or anything like that anymore. There's a lot of changes that have been made since Tasha's that are making it to where, like, this is kind of a poor judgment of, like, the scale is thrown off, right? This is why whenever Tasha's first came out, are Reddit designers using a table like this for classes? Not as far as I know. Some people have tried to make one for classes, but, like, the endless possibilities that you can get to with classes, like, yeah, it just, that's mostly going to be left up to estimation, really. But that's where scaffolding helps, okay? But making it for a full class, that is, I don't recommend that anybody try to just dive into a full class. I recommend that you start trying to learn via designing subclasses for pre-existing classes, okay? Oh, well, I guess it deserved explanation still. So Eric Cocker at this point, wait, 10, whoop, what happened to that? Okay. So this says it would probably be about like a 26, which is reasonable. It's still a lot. The fly speed is still quite a bit, and they do get their flexible ASI on top of all that. Because we've removed ASI calculations from everything, it's kind of hard to tell what where the races stand right now in terms of this scale, right? Because so much of the core calculations for this scale are built into ASIs being fixed into 2 particular ability scores, whatever. So it's a new system This scale is a little bit invalid. I think that if they... Have they said anything about updating it? I don't want to open up something like that on stream. They say that the average is about 25. I think that it needs to be... Races should generally not eclipse 30. No, I think that the races that we're seeing now are most likely going to be at least 30, if not above. What we've determined is that those are actually races in that power level that tend to feel really damn fun to play. At least if it was going off in the ASI system, right? Bugbear, bam. Bugbear is my 30. Bugbear I look at and I'm like, yep, I want to design races that feel about as fun to play as Bugbear, because Bugbear is hilarious and fun to play. This is inspiring so many ideas. I love this, love this race. Goblin. I think Goblin's going to wind up being a pretty big winner out of this new book. Goblin's going to scare us. I think that Bugbear is... Surprise Attack is going to go from a 5 to probably a 10. I think that people are going to double its value now. Patron Homebrew Review. I wanted to do... I wanted to do another one of those soon. I've just been trying to get ahead of schoolwork and everything. But yes, most likely after I get done with the Runekeeper, I wanna get on to some of that stuff. So yes, but if you're one of my Patreons, feel free to send me some stuff. If you want some help with it, I'm willing to at least give it a once over, and let you know of any like blatant stuff I see. PC broke. Okay. The buffs, I think, are probably going to be a little too much. Before I get super into all that, I will say that I think Shatterkai and Bugbear are probably going to produce some very unintended results. Some unintended interactions. Those need to be toned down. I would say that, like... Oh, man, I don't want Sneaky to, like... I want Sneaky to work more than one time on your turn. But that, like... Or that surprise attack, right? I want that to work more than once on your turn. But, I don't know. It's quite a lot. I would think that it, at the very least, needs to be once per creature. Yes. Yes. That is, if you want to go with my, like, recommended change on that. Because I saw Ted's video. Creature for the first time who has not taken its turn in combat yet. Well, I mean, bam. Who has not taken their first turn in combat yet? Here you go, for the first time. So, I think it could be pretty clean. I think you could do that pretty cleanly. But it's another example of, like... Yeah, if you go Eldritch Blast with that, you are effectively casting Eldritch Blast as if you were 5, if not 11 levels higher than what you currently are. It's ridiculous what Bugbear can get out of that buff. Yeah. Anyways, so that's the tech balance. Last thing I'll say on this. So, you want a dynamic enhancing ribbon? Bam. I think Benjamin's Pugilist did a very, very good job at establishing what it means to be a utility like ribbon in here, right, with Street Smart. Now, they've tried this in the past, okay? If you look at Druid, you know Druidic. This is not a ribbon. Oh god, well, it is a ribbon. It's just somehow the worst ribbon in the game. Druidic has no uses. It just doesn't. There's not a mechanic that benefits from this, right? Um, they don't even support this within the modules. There hasn't been anything in the modules that has ever supported Druidic coming into play. You can write adventures that can help support this, but then it's just like, okay, cool, you know Druidic, so you know what this means. It is literally no different than a language proficiency. This is just such a blah feature. Thieves' Cant still works better. Okay. Thieves' Cant has actually been supported in adventures. If you look at, like, Dragon Heist. Yep, there you go. What are some other great first level kind of like roleplay identifying features? In a way, you can say expertise. This is another feature that I think is a bit of a trap for new designers. I would really advise you to do everything you can to not write expertise in your class, unless it's just absolutely required for something to work. The reason why Rogue gets expertise is because this is supposed to be the skill monkey. Like, there doesn't... If you're like, I want to write a skill monkey for D&D, like, it's kind of already here. So, it's not really necessary. If you think like, well, I want to take my thing and make it a skill monkey. Well, okay. Rogue does it. Bard does it. Why should and I guess Artificer does it too, right? So you have your int, you have your deck, or your int, you have your charisma, and then you have your, like, I guess dex here, right? Do you need the wisdom one? Like, I just really advise people not to write expertise into a feature, because we tend to see this written on a lot of amateur homebrew, because it's a way to eat up power budget and a way to fool yourself into thinking that you're writing a roleplay feature when you're not. You're giving them the ability to get some character expression, and you're eating up power budget in a way that's just like, meh, I can throw this on here, right? I do not recommend, like, yeah, don't fiddle around with that. But here, expertise for the rogue, it's specific in that you can get proficiency with thieves' tools, or one of your skill proficiencies, right? Like, cool, you were supposed to be the dungeoneer. Great, it's giving you that. And it gives you Thieves' Cant, which, like, it's slightly better. It's slightly better than Druidic. Just ever so slightly, but yeah. Yeah, a level 3 Bugbear Wizard with Scorching Ray gets to put out the damage of a 5th level spell with Surprise Attack. Yeah. I might do a video explaining why that probably needs to be eroded. Yeah, I do like Magical Tinkering quite a bit, but I think that Magical Tinkering on the Artificer could have been a cantrip, and a really unique signature cantrip for Artificer. Yeah, and if you wanted to make, like, more, inventive, hey, Trek, how you doing? Or, oh my god, why did I forget French? Que parlez-vous? No. Ah, damn it. All right. Well, it's been 3 years since I've taken a French class. Anyways, what are some flavor RP features that I feel are missing? Well, for one, the Barbarian doesn't really have a roleplay feature, like a dynamic feature, unless you go with the optional class features, right? Primal Knowledge, Instinctive Pouch, Primal Knowledge is your, like, yeah, main thing, right? And even then, it's only, like, I get more skill proficiencies, which, alright, whatever. Danger Sense is supposed to be trying to push you into being a bit of a dungeoneer, but it's like, cool. You can, you're good at disarming the traps by running into them, right? What do I need to... Trekeros is French, and that's why I was saying, hey. Is it, comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous, right? Comment allez-vous is how are you doing, right? Yeah, Tasha's Ranger gets expertise, and, like, blah. You know what Tasha's Ranger could have gotten? That would have been so sick. The UA had a lot of very cool things. that this could have gotten. Roving. Roving should have been the thing that you got at first level, not Canny. Blah, not Canny. Come on, get that out of here. This is lazy, okay? Roving, 100%. Yeah, give me this. Yeah, I'm all about that. Now. Oh, yeah, Arcana Prophet of a level 9 wizard, yeah. Yeah, ça va? Yeah. Très bien. Et tu? Tireless. This was, okay. I'll get back onto another thing. Oh, it is. It's a bit formal. Done. Tireless. This, okay. This needed to be on the Barbarian. You know, okay. I'll open this one back up. Yeah, ça va. I think that's like a less formal. How are you doing? No, wait, ça va. I think ça va is a response. What do I think should have replaced roving? Trimmer sense. I think you should have gotten a cool, unique, terrain-based sense out of that. Trimmer sense at 6 would have been perfect. Not a big trimmer sense, not like 60 feet or anything, but trimmer sense. As long as you're on the ground, you have trimmer sense out to whatever. Barbarian needed tireless. But the biggest weakness of Barbarian is getting exhaustion. I mean, other than death, right? The last thing that you want to get as a Barbarian is as exhaustion. Yeah. Being able to give them tireless, like, I don't even think this needs to be a 10th. What is, like, only reason I put it here is because that's where Ranger got it. Honestly, what does Barbarian have at 6 that you couldn't give them this for? Other than the fact that they still need to eat. Barbarian gets nothing at 6th? Subclass feature, right? Yeah. Yeah, they needed something at 6th. Boom. There you go. Boom. Give them tireless at 6th. You do so much good stuff for Barbarian with that right there. That is overcoming a massive detriment to playing a Barbarian. And that's if you get a point of exhaustion, if you get a level of exhaustion as a Barbarian, that makes it immediately harder for you to just do the thing your character options are telling you to do. The funny thing about tireless and why I worry about making it a feat is this right here. Because this is an excuse to not have to roleplay. Because what this does is technically, because of this right here, you don't have to eat, sleep, or drink anymore. Ross figured this out, and it's so funny. It's so funny. Ross pointed it out in the UA, and I was actually like, oh my god, wait, we should probably fix that. Like, it means that you don't have to eat anymore. And this is the thing that, like, whenever you finish a short, like, it probably needs to say that at the very least, right? Or, wow. -1 exhaustion, like, once per long rest. So, it's a thing that I wrote, like, whenever I was doing this in the Dancer, I know, Dancer coming back up. I know. Because I gave them tireless, I think. Or don't stop me now. Right. Oh, wait. Shit. Oh, endless stamina. Your movement speed can't be reduced by exhaustion. Whenever you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level of any is decreased by 1. You cannot decrease your exhaustion this way until you finish a long rest. I thought that was fine to give him at 5th level, right? Yeah, hungry, you'll get over it. It removes the narrative of like being well fed or like what does it mean to be starving. In which case, god damn, I'm hungry. Oh no, this would be like. Is it? It feels like super degenerate to eat more than like one thing of beef jerky in a day. I need like actual food here. Yeah. Anyways, tireless. But you wanted to make a. You want to give them some kind of utility, something cool that they can use with their action. Yeah. No, I know. I do need real food. What? Like, what sounds good right now? And hey, I'm seeing that we got 50 subscribers. So hey, if you're liking the stream, why not go ahead and like down there, subscribe if you haven't already. If you're feeling generous, why not go check out my Patreon or leave a chat, a super chat, all that good stuff. I appreciate you all so much for being here. And I am going to get into the Runekeeper. Hang on. Hey, Amanda. I'm wearing shorts. These aren't underwear. All right. Wait, what?
Wait,
no.
Wait,
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
I want to look cool for stream.
Oh my god. Yeah, having a girlfriend is pretty cool.
Oh, is it?
I mean, I think it's pretty cool.
Having a does that make me Mr. Cool?
I mean, I would feel cool if I had a girlfriend.
See a lighter anywhere?
Um,
Cause. All right. Yeah, burger or whatever. Both options sound fine. Cool. All right. Love you. All right. They're not undies, they're athletic shorts. I'm not getting scolded. We want burgers. Hey, what's up, John? Reborn don't need to eat. That's funny. Secret to good marriage is yes, sweetie. No, it's fuck off. Okay. No, I was informing chat. Okay. So the big stroke of genius that was had. Mr. Hat and Clogs, no character option that WotC has designed after 2019 is really coming from a place of sound design. It's very, very rare that we see an option come out that is actually like pretty okay. I feel like most of the options that we see that come out that feel pretty reasonable are kind of coming from some of the old, like the guys that have been there for a while. Wes Schneider? F. Wes Schneider? Yeah. I don't want to get too much into it because, like, oh my god, there's so many things about the modern 5e design sensibilities that really, like, kind of drive me crazy. But, you know, and hey, I would like to get onto that early release list so that I don't have to blow $200 every 3 months, whatever. The money I make off of YouTube is like barely covering the price of like books and everything. But if I wasn't making enough money off of D&D to where like I could justify paying for the books and everything, I don't know how y'all do it. Like, it would drive me crazy. Uh, Boop, these are all some of the standard 5e glyphs. Do I think that COVID played into that a little bit? Oh, I was like, wait, what? I thought you were talking about my specific COVID. Yes, in a way. COVID has been an excuse to not playtest, but there's still ways to playtest. I was talking a bit about like what I get out of playtesting, right? Over in the Discord server earlier today. I don't playtest to figure out like balance primarily. Playtesting information is telling me how fun a thing is, or if I need to make sure that something needs clarification, right? I can typically figure out how balanced and put together a thing is just from knowing the system, right? I say that having just fumbled the dodge shit earlier. Anyways, so I trust my own design sensibilities to kind of carry me a little bit. Why is that? There we go. I trust my own design sensibilities to carry me a little bit. And then I do playtesting whenever I'm trying to make sure that things make sense, right? Most of the time, I pass those over to guys like Ross or Benjamin, because, or, you know, Heavy or Trek, because those are people who are figuring out, like, you need to probably ask the questions about, like, I don't know how this thing works quite yet, but they know how to ask how, or they know how to look for those sorts of instances. I hope that makes sense. They're very, very important. It's important to collaborate with other people. Yes. I also think the fact that this got its subclass at second, there was always going to be a weird rub with Druid. Yeah, this makes way too much sense. Oh my god, yes. Have any of my students found my channel? I've only been told by 3 people up at my school that they actually found and watched my channel. Which I told them all. So our school has a social media policy where, like, students do not add teachers on social media. Pretty obvious, like, yeah, no duh. But whenever I told them, so what defines social media to you? And I was like, well, so I have a YouTube channel that's actually been growing pretty well. I have zero way of blocking students from seeing my YouTube channel. YouTube does not allow me to just not let them subscribe to my channel, right? So I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about that. And they said, as long as you're not aware that it's a student, we can't do anything about it. Like, we cannot ask of you to actually, you know, whatever. So I've told my students, I was like, hey, I have a YouTube channel. If you subscribe to it, like, I can't, whatever. But you have to know that if I find out that you are a student or you're trying to have an interaction with me, I will block you. Not because, like, hey, I think you're whatever. No, don't take it personally. I literally should not be having a conversation with you other than about schoolwork or, like, you know, with your parents CC'd in an email or something. But some people were asking about, like, the school vlogs and where those went. The short answer is that I could not, like, I was getting a little bit worried about oh man, it removes the petrification coolness in here though. Damn it. Yeah, the first things kids want to do is tell you it's them. Yeah, I did see somebody call me a name that that I've had some of my high schoolers call me on a YouTube video, and I just, like, preemptively blocked it. I was like, nope. Um, I don't know why, but they've been calling me coach, and I think that part of that, like, I don't teach a sport. I think that part of that is that some of these kids are used to the male teachers that are up there teaching a sport on top of teaching, their subject. It's very, very rare that a male teacher is up there and they're not teaching, basketball as well as teaching math or something. 5e is a sport. Mm. So, like, I don't know why. I think they just started calling me. They started calling me coach. Like, yeah. Really cool that the school is taking such a progressive stance to some. How so? Um, what is this circle? Is it just the circle of runes? Are we gonna be that lame? Hey, what's up, Eric? Just popping in, saying what's for dinner. We are ordering burgers, I think. Hey, Amanda, what'd you order? Sweet. Oh, you beautiful bitch. Western bacon cheeseburger. Is it just gonna be a circle of runes? I think this could be something cooler. Circle of sigils, maybe. Like, it sounds cooler. But the one that really feels like it's deserving of, like, the, circle ley lines, it doesn't really hit on the ley line magic. I really wish there was a cool ley line subclass. AVCs. Circle of circles. I guess, well, like, and that's why I originally called it, like, the circle of the hinge. Right? But, like, God, scriptures. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Delivine. Pouring coffee all over myself. That's what I get. Circle of the word, circle of stones, circle of writing. Carvers? No. The circle of inscription? Because, like... circle of stone, circle of Terran, yes. Later, Eric. Thanks for popping in, man. Something to do with philosophy, right? Circle of coffee, yes. Coffee philosophy, it makes sense. I think... Okay, wait. Philosophy. Okay, this is the way this needs to go. I know this much. Circle of ancient text. Yeah, sure, there's like the circle of glyphs, the circle of secret. Ooh, the circle of secrets is cool. I don't know what. Scrivening is kind of cool. I mean, Circle of Secrets is kind of... I mean, Circle of Secrets is cool, but it doesn't really do, like, a secret thing. You know what I mean? Circle of Secrets sounds like a cool subclass in the future, but, like, yeah. Epitaphs. That is true. I could move that petrification mechanic over. Hey, Charo. We are actually... I kind of just had my breakthrough with what I'm going to do with Thieves' Cant and Druidic runes. They are no longer going to be part of the base Runekeeper. They're going to be separate subclasses for the Rogue and the Druid, respectively. I essentially just came to the conclusion that there was... It was eating too much of the power budget up from those base classes, from the Druid and the Rogue. So it made a lot more sense to split it off into being like their own separate thing. Did I just lose everything I had initially written for Thieves' Cant? No, right? What? I mean, I can just get it back, but that's weird. Okay. It makes so much more sense to do it like this. It really does. Circle of Legend, Circle of Etching. The Circle of Circles. Circle of Ogum. Circle of Tongues. Circle of... script icons. I mean, I could just say the Circle of Sigils, and that's kind of blah. What do they name some of the other ones off after, right? Because it's not always Circle of Spores, right? Or is it? Circle of the Land. Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Shepherd. Well, it was Circle of the Jotun, because you could, yeah, it was, I'm not happy with that. Circle of Dreams, Circle of Spores, Circle of Stars, Circle of the Land, Circle of the Moon, Circle of the Shepherd. I could just say, like, Circle of the Ancients. And that feels, like, kind of right? Oh my god, Drunken Yoda. I think we're on the same spot. That feels kind of right. The Ordning, that's right. Yeah, and I'm not happy with that one as it currently sat, because, like, I think if you're gonna get a rune subclass, it needs to define, like, that needs to be, boom. Overlaps with Oath of the Ancients, that's fine. Because they don't come from the same class. The Ancients, there's also, like, the Elders, or, like, Elder Tongue. Meh. Circle of the Grind set. Yeah, I've had Circle of Stone, or Circle of the Henge. I've got, so the Invocation, the reason why I'm not using that one, because I think that's pretty, yeah, is because I wrote a whole Wizard subclass for that. Oh, yeah. Hey, those of you that were like, oh, Taryn, you deleted glyph casting. What? Oh, poo-poo doo-doo butter. I don't ever want to play this thing again. Well, guess what, my friends? I wrote that whole glyph casting system back into a wizard subclass, because my thought was, you learn runes, and then the runes, your spells can become runes, and Rune, and you cast them into glyphs. So you just basically get glyph of warding as bam. Right? Sick. So that's why you don't delete shit whenever you write it, okay? Don't delete anything. That is the key to productivity. Alright? Keep your notes. Because this made for the sickest, like, wizard subclass I think I've ever written. Not only do you get limited scaling with the different runes that you get to know, is already very good, right? Even just getting one inscribed rune, some people are going to be like, what? That sounds doo-doo. No, this is super good, because this means that you can get possibly a cantrip with this, possibly additional spells that you know with this. This is sick nasty, okay? Going up from here, at 6th level, you get the glyph casting here. I'm actually kind of terrified for what this wizard could do on top of getting all of its spell casting. This is nasty. The way to think about this right now is that this is basically a freebie, like, cantrip that you can get, and possibly 1st level spell power that you can invoke once per long rest. That is disgustingly good. So, you know, I think that this is going to be a lot of fun. And there's a reason why I cut back on the scaling. The monolith. Ooh. Circle of the Lords. Circle of Twerking. Yes, we're just going to call it that. Circle of the Unheard Word. That sounds like a cult. Like a cult I want to join up immediately. Circle of the Goat. Babel. The Circle of Babel. Oh my god, did you guys see that Bible 5e? Oh man. Well, Ross wrote a Circle of the Rune Sage, or sorry, not Circle of the Rune Sage, Path of the Rune Sage. That's right? Feature which creates in terms of a subclass. I'll figure out what that needs to be. Circle of the Miner might work. I'm trying to think of something a bit more general. I like the idea of monument. Or... Right? Okay, so what are all these? Circle of Dreams, Circle of Spores, Circle of Stars, Circle of Land, Circle of the Moon. So these are all elements of nature, right? Spores, dreams, or like mystical, right? I like the idea of Circle of the Elders. It's cool, but like... Yeah, Barbarian Path of the Nazarite? Oh, what the fuck? What are they doing? Hang on. I'll pull this up. This is so, like, I don't, what? I don't... What is happening here? Like... Oh, man. Like, okay. I'm fine, like... Because I had this discussion with Amanda the other day, and I was like, I'm trying to figure out why it seems like... What? Why does this feel... Why does this feel like this should be... Oh, Circle of the Shrine sounds kind of cool. What? I feel like somebody should be offended over that. Like, what is happening here? Yeah, they made a stat block for Jesus. Like... Oh, hey, bud.
You just land by the door.
Oh, hey, bud. Yeah, your favorite shit is when the most profound Methodists go and say, finally, a good D&D book. Circle of the Obelisk makes a lot of sense. I mean, okay, so the way I'm looking at this, did Elven Tower do the maps on these? Like, kind of shocked, I guess. Yep. Oh, bud. What are you doing? What are you doing, bud? Yeah, it's a Bible D&D in less than 30 years. Man. So this looks like Elven Towers, like, cartography and style and everything. It's weird for me that, like, okay, there's another campaign setting that did something similar, but, like, different to where I don't think that it's, okay, it doesn't do the weirdness for me. And that was Monsters of America. Monsters of America did, like, what would happen in America if, like, magic was a thing, right? And it's a big satire of American politics and American pop culture, whatever. And it's probably my favorite campaign setting that I've seen so far, and I really, really want to play a game, and it's so goddamn bad. But it's very clear that it's all like, you know, hey, this is fantasy and whatever. But you're not supposed to fight pizza. Oh, man. Yeah, that just goes to show me that, like, do they really understand D&D if they give something a stat block and say, yeah, but you're not supposed to fight? Like, the first thing you should know is that if the players can fight it, they probably will, alright? Like, okay, so, I think them using the real-life locations over there in America, totally fine, right? Like, and they're still fantasy depictions, right? This just feels kind of weirdly, I don't know, like, they're using real-world locations that, I mean, by the way, there's some people that are involved in some pretty major conflicts over in this area that, may not be too happy to see this, like, you know, just saying. This is, yeah, I'm gonna stop this. I think that this is a little misguided. You know, like, the, I mean, hey, this looks, you know, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, this looks sick. That looks really good. Library of Alexandria, okay. Boy, you can play as a Nephilim, a giant, a human, or a Nephilim. And then Barbarian, Path of the Nazarite. With the jawbone of a donkey, I have slain 1,000 men. Cleric, Prophecy Domain. What? What?
Slaying people to jaw of a donkey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking straight up Samson.
Yeah, it's...
Is there also a part about, like, putting foxes' tails together and lighting them on fire?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, my God.
It's just...
Are you talking about this?
Oh, we were just skimming it because I was like, this is just... I don't...
It's so bad.
Well, I mean...
Like, they didn't even do a decent job.
Well, I mean, the art is a little, you know, lackluster for what I would...
Also, that should have been David. The Psalms.
Wait, really?
Yes. He would, like, play songs to the king, and, like, that's even in that stupid Hallelujah song.
Man, my knowledge of, like, that era is, like, not a thing.
Yeah, well, the Bard, the College of Psalms anyway, that should have been David.
Druid, like, oh, man, why there weren't Crusaders, oh, Christ. Your last campaign took place in straight up Europe, but, like, you wouldn't publish a campaign setting about it? Yeah, like, oh, see that, like, Stonehenge, like, serving as, like, the home base is, like, okay, that sounds like that kind of ley line sort of theme for it, right? Like, that sounds kind of cool. The Druid Circle of the Baptist. Like, I
hate it.
I don't know what happened here. Like, I don't know what the retailers here. Do you think like what Mardell's is gonna like carry fucking 5e the Bible?
It wouldn't surprise me because literally anything that they deem satanic, which by the way, my parents think or thought that I was Wiccan because I play D&D. I'm like,
nice.
I'm like, clearly you don't know anything about either.
Nice. Oh, chat loves your hair.
Oh, thank you. I just straightened it. I haven't done my hair or worn jeans in a week, so.
Yeah, we've both been out with COVID.
But yeah, no, they would absolutely eat up something like this where it's like, oh, it's the Jesus alternative to regular D&D.
Yeah.
That's something that exists.
Well, and like I mean this chat knows I've been very, very like positive on homebrew creations and stuff like that because I want stuff to be better. But this is a thing that I look at and I'm like, I don't think that the execution of it is all that tasteful.
It's not. It's really not. It comes across very satirical.
Yeah, I mean, how many? You get a free Bible with every purchase. Yeah, what? I mean, okay, I will say though, for a TTRPG project, that actually isn't super great. But I mean, still 36,000.
That's insane.
Yeah. This is an odd.
See, even the cover, I just like, for whatever reason, this right here, I don't like. I'm like, that is so.
Oh, right.
Is that the goal? Like, what is?
I know,
don't
like,
understand.
all campaigns lead to the literal crucifixion of Christ, right?
Right?
Is
like,
that?
Is it a campaign to stop the? Like, I don't understand.
There's something really odd about this one to me.
It's messy. It's cringy. It's distasteful. It's rude. It's a hot mess.
In a sense, I salute the business acumen. They went all in and catered to a very specific target audience. I don't know how successfully though. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Let me say that they made $36,999 or $990 off of it, which, like, honestly, production costs are going to eat this up. I mean, if they're making hardback printed, I don't know that this is. I mean, yeah. You think that this is a grift? I mean, if it is a like, oh man, I don't want to like step too much into that because like I think that this is a fate did it. Oh Christ, I don't. I mean, Red Panda Publishing. I know I've seen this name before. What else have they done? This just, man, there's something about this that just feels off. Wait. Okay, so the first thing that comes up is a more epic adventure. But that's not using their same logo. Wait, categories. No, this is just a... These two just make stationery. Nope. So there's more than one Red Panda Publishing, which is making this a very, very difficult thing to look into. They're also calling it an original story. Jesus had oh my God, Mads. That oh my God. Is this somehow cultural appropriation? Well, and that's the thing, is like, are people gonna let this get by because it's, you know, Christian and therein, like, it's cool to, you know, like, it's fine because Christians have kind of been, like, there's certain denominations of Christians or certain people that espouse to be Christians that have been assholes to the persecuted. So does that mean that it's okay to appropriate their culture because they are the lead? That's the kind of thing, right? That I'm like, what? I'm not seeing anything on this company. Like, hang on, let me pull this over here. Does anybody know? Like, have we seen? I have never seen this company before. I don't know who this is, but it looks like they're using Elven Tower's work, or Elven Tower's associated with it, I guess. Or they just look very, very similar to Elven Tower. Like their cartography style looks the exact same. Can I get a zoom up on these maps? Because like this is his layout or their layout. I can't remember what Elven Tower goes by. I don't see the Jesus stat block yet. Is there a... Hang on. Oh my god. Okay. I haven't seen the stretch goals on this yet. If they made the stat block for Jesus a goddamn stretch goal, I'm calling this a grift. Because that feels like real weird. You spell box, all that stuff. The Secrets of Eden. New subclass, map upgrade, VTT. New project, a book of... A high-level adventure module set in the Book of Revelation. It's in the comments where they confirm the Jesus stat block? What? Okay. I am super curious about this. Oh, is this module offensive to Christians? The short answer is we sure hope not. RPGs have been in an unfortunate association with the occult, see the Satanic Panic of the 1980s, but in truth, the collaborative storytelling is as old as the Bible itself, and probably even older. For thousands of years of human history, we've passed down history, moral lessons, and even our faith through the sharing of stories. The sharing of stories, called oral tradition, had an implied element of collaboration between the storyteller and the audience. And other words, the story was not simply told, it was shared. Jesus, Benjamin Marksy. Hang on. Oh, Marski? Benjamin Marski. I'm just... this feels like a rabbit hole. Like, frog questions, what? No. No. Don't tell me frog got... No. What? Okay, never mind. This is what came up. It was like... frog questions, and I was like, what? I thought it was like a Frog God Games thing, and I was like, no, don't tell me they rebranded. I don't see anything about this person. Like, oh, Jesus. Hey, I think my burger just got here. Is the module biblically accurate? Yeah, like, look, this is, yeah, it's like Tristan just said, right? Like, if this ever comes out, will I cover it? Probably, like, as a gag video. I don't know, man. Like, this is pretty weird. I'm, like, is it offensive to atheists and agnostics? What? Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Let me say why I think that this is a little bit weird, alright? Like, it's one thing to be inspired by, it's one thing to be inspired by like mythology or religion or something. It's another thing to like take it and say that like and use it wholesale as the core behind your fantasy, right? Like what C.S. Lewis in Chronicles of Narnia, right? Very much inspired by the Bible. Okay, like yeah. Everyone, I'm sure, understands. Yeah, but it's a fantasy world that gets away by being inspired with it. This is like straight up saying that like these locations and everything are full of wizards and clerics and like it's all fantasy, right? Yeah, diehard atheist here. This is, yeah, like, I mean, you know, I just don't. Can I play as Jesus? Okay. No, this module includes the original plot line that. Fuck you, I'll play as Jesus if I want to play as Jesus. Wait. Oh, Judas, Satan. Okay. No, this module introduces an original plot line that runs parallel to worldwide events beginning in the year 26 AD. For a myriad of reasons, it is not a good idea for a player character to take control of any major historical figures. You and your friends will create original characters and create a brand new story together. Because of the events of the module run parallel... Wait. I'm sorry. Spoiler warning. Oh, man. Of course Jesus is a divine soul sorcerer. Is there a spell that lets you push camels through the eyes and needles? Goddamn. Hey, if sticks to snakes isn't in this book, then they have fucked up. Like, if any other adventure, you know what? I will say this: if they didn't put sticks to snakes in this book, these people are not writing for D&D. They did not write with D&D in mind. This is 100% a grift because these people would have missed such a great opportunity, right? Like, ugh. You'll play as Jesus' boyfriend. Why is it? Why? Because it's a bad look for the son of God to teabag the guy he just killed, right? Oh, right. Wait. You know. Wait. Yeah. What? Hang on a second. Hey, Amanda. What if you cast Revivify on Jesus? We're like, wait a minute. So if this is like allowing you to rewrite, this is weird. Because it doesn't work on undead or what?
How are you going to perform spells on a guy that like innately has them, all of them? Like Jesus, technically by the Bible's definition, can do literally anything that he wants.
I kind of want to just get this book for the Jesus stat block and see if he can kill a Tarask.
He should be able to have wish.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Jesus was a zealot barbarian. Oh, man.
Yeah, I guess technically he'd be an undead if it's post.
Oh, okay. Well, this has been a odd. This has been an odd little tangent here.
Yeah, like pre him dying, he's just like the most all-powerful like wizard dude ever, and can cast wish at will.
Yeah, they said he's a divine soul sorcerer in here. Oh, I cast walk on water and come back to life.
And then post, like after he comes back, is he like undead now? Is he a lich? I don't.
Oh man, I'm gonna say something that's so gonna get me in trouble with my work.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can go down that road. I literally work at a Catholic school, so.
But to be fair, I mean, I don't know what you're about to say, but to be fair, I think they would think this is pretty asinine too.
Blue thumbnail said, "Amanda, stay on stream. You're the best. You're being the best part."
Shut up! I am not. He's the most amazing thing ever. But I'm not bad. Oh, thanks.
Put it in your mouth.
You can't shut me up with food. Thanks, you guys are sweet.
If Samson's not in this book, it's not worth it. Anyways. So yeah, this was the weird thing that someone posted in my Discord that I was like, oh, well.
Oh, that's how you found out about this?
Yeah. I think it was you that posted it in the Discord, and I was like, well, this has been the funniest thing I think I've seen.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, like, I just don't think it's all that. Number one, I don't think it's tasteful. Number two, I think, like, I mean, $37,000? I'm really curious if they're going to be able to deliver on this.
Well, and I think you brought up a good point yesterday when you said, I highly doubt that they hired any kind of sensitivity reader.
Right.
And okay. Eventually I want to do my own. Oh yeah. And like, if this were any other religion or faith, people would be like upset about it and be like, that's rude, you can't do that, blah blah.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna do that with, like, that's interesting to me.
Like, you think people would be upset if they were like the Adventurer's Guide to the Quran.
Right.
Or like the Rigved Gita,
or
Rig Veda.
Like all Native American or anything like that. People would be livid.
You want me to back it just so I can show you guys the Jesus stat block? Just wait. Can I?
Then you guys give us the money to do that. We're not spending money on that.
I was like, wait, can I get the PDF? Like, oh no, I'm not gonna get it until August. Fuck that.
Lamb.
No, I'm not gonna pledge $25 now to show you guys a PDF in August.
Hell no. Okay, I'm gonna eat and watch my murder show.
Alright, love you.
I love you.
Did they stat the biblical characters? So far, it looks like they statted Jesus. Which, like... Oh, they didn't hire sensitivity readers. They're asking people to volunteer. Oh my god. No, they didn't hire sensitivity readers. They're asking people to volunteer.
Oh, okay, well then it definitely sounds like it was written by a church.
Oh.
Will you guys stack the chairs? Oh, and would you read this for me?
Oh my god, yes, that's how you know it was written by a youth pastor, right?
Uh-huh.
They're trying to get people to do shit for free. Oh man, that was too good. Well, yeah, I mean, true, Shrek.
Oh, you had some.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, and so they wouldn't, I mean, knowing, like, you know what I do about, like, I'm a Christian, so, like, if they were to write, like, a Holy Ghost stat block, that's kind of getting on some pretty, unrecoverable territory, if you know about, like, unforgivable sin and whatnot. Yeah, well, they're based on other religious beliefs. Correct. Yeah, totally fine. I'm not saying, like, don't take the angels and stuff as they appear in the Bible and stat them or whatever. That's totally fine. But literally, like, taking the actual history of it and saying that, like, oh, well, here we go, now it's a fantasy world, but, like, it's not in, like, satire, like, it's not satire or anything. It's literally just saying that, like, yeah, Jesus was a sorcerer. Oh man, that is too fucking funny.
Also, another reason that I think it's like kind of more cringy and possibly written by some kind of like youth pastory guy is because that whole circle of the Baptist thing, I'm sorry, but when you talk like non-denominationally, or pretty much any Christian who's not a Baptist, they all pretty much agree that Baptists suck. And
well, but
like, that's the only. I mean, I know it's John the Baptist, like I get it,
yeah,
but
yeah, it's like it seems like it's a Druid circle about baptism, not about being a literal like Baptist denominated, like, you know.
Oh, gotcha. But okay,
Yeah, is there a Lucifer stat block in here? Just use Asmodee, bro. Or Asmodeus. Okay. Oh, maybe that's what happened. Maybe Jesus cast Contingency and then prepared Revivify. I'm so gonna get fucking fired. Oh man.
Yeah, so what would be the spells for
No, I'm not going down that road.
loaves and fish?
Oh, create food and water.
Oh, well, duh. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be
I mean, a lot of the spells in D&D are based off of acts of the Bible. Like,
that's fair. I mean,
Sticks to Snakes was literally written. Yeah, that is an
that's
old.
okay, that's pretty good.
It's an old spell that just like hasn't been brought back into the game yet because it's like, it's literally just you turn a quarterstaff into a snake.
Yep, that's just Moses.
Yeah.
Right there. Huh.
I mean, control water. You can split the seas.
Okay, I was just thinking, literally just thinking of that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is odd.
Well, is he also part necromancer? He brought Lazarus back.
Oh my God, you are asking to go to holy hell. Yeah, I think that. Well. Oh yeah, I'm denouncing this blasphemy Kickstarter. No, I think this is. Was Gygax Catholic? Interesting. Yeah, Gary Gygax.
Oh, that's interesting. But was he like actually Catholic or was he like a keister Catholic? There's a big difference.
Gygax Catholic? I mean, it would explain why his son is such a batshit crazy. Well, not as in Catholics are crazy, but Gary Gygax was a Christian. He went to Catholic grammar school. Yeah, I mean, Ernie. Staff of the Viper. Yeah, I've just seen a lot of, like, I've had friends that were raised up in, like, hyper-religious households that just, like, kind of did the same crap that, like, Ernie did. And I, distanced myself from that kind of crap. It just, and seeing that, and that's the reason why I said what I said a second ago, but you thought he was a biological determinist. Oh man. Hey, ideology is different from religious philosophy. Or I guess sociological philosophy. Okay. So, man, what a tangent. That's okay. I'm eating, right? I'm doing the streamer thing. I'm eating. We're looking at other people's content, reacting to it for money. That's what you do as a streamer now, right? Is Moses a druid? I guess he did talk to a bush.
I mean, I guess he heard a burning bush. I don't know.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, by that standard, is Jonah a druid?
Because he got eaten by a whale?
Oh, Noah!
Yeah, I guess so. Or would he be an artificer? Because he built... Nah, I guess he just built a boat. Oh yeah, Tristan, if you feel like sharing, totally. God, what a weird tangent. You personally know 3 transgender Catholics? Yeah. The Catholic Church has gotten way more progressive in the last, even like 20, 30 years. Most people don't actually know the Catholic Church has accepted evolution as probably the way in which God is created since the 70s. Yep, React Meta. I'm glad to see that didn't drive too many people away. I think this is definitely going to be the way to go with this. The Eldar, not Elder. Okay. Okay, it is. I did get your message over on Discord. I mean, hang on one sec. I think, yeah, Circle of the Obelisk, Monolith makes sense. Monolith feels kind of cool and mysterious, you know? Oh god. You could get like Circle of the Elden, capitalize on that new capitalize on Elden Ring. I do like this idea. Well, Spire implies tower. Like, but Monolith doesn't really feel natural. I mean, Mine Air is like close. I don't know about Circle of the Stone. Because there's going to be like Circle of the Stone. You make standing stones. Your stone, your stone, your stone. Circle of... the song command is just... should be... if I remember right. The bot should do it. I thought it was that. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, no, what happened? Right? Is that working? Or is that busted? Uh-oh. Okay. Don't worry about... I'll fix the song bot whenever I shut stream down and everything for the night. Yeah, Circle of the Hinge I used in the past. Like, Circle of the Hinge kind of makes sense. Yeah, well, they do make standing stones. Yeah, yeah, so this is gonna be the most hard, like, zoner for all the druid circles. I was talking about playstyles earlier. This one is going to be zone, zone, zone. You're going to make obstructions. Like, that's this thing, right? And those obstructions are going to provide buffs auras. It might just be the Circle of Runes, right? Like, is that really all that bad? I don't think so. Could I make it a time-based? Because, like, they were using... Stonehenge is being used to, like, kind of serve as a calendar. Circle of the Windswept Bluffs. Huh. Well, I just needed to convey what it's meant to do. Like I want the aesthetic definitely needs to be there, right? Well, sure. Hmm. You know what's kind of cool? Alright, stick with me on this, okay? What is a druid circle? What is a druid circle? These are organizations that you join with, right? It is like a guild, really. My original idea for what it had meant to be a druidic Runekeeper was that you don't join up with a circle, you act as the intermediary between them. So maybe the idea here isn't to go with a druid circle, but it's to buck that trend in the same way that Order of the Blade Singer, or sorry, Order of Scribes did. So you have your schools of magic, and then you have Order of Scribes. You have Blade Singers. So maybe rather than join up with a circle, you don't join up with a druid circle, because runes are so intrinsic to all druids. You are not a circle. You are existing on the outside of it, right? Circle of the Keeper, sure, maybe. Maybe it doesn't have to be a circle. Yeah, the Square of Runes. You're the ambassador, right? The Wild Keeper. You're the runic ambassador druid. So what would this mean, right? You would completely... Actually, this solves a lot of things. Actually, wait. Boom. So you are a rune sage. Rather than have to build off of this whole idea of like what it means to be in a circle, we are making the most druidic based subclass here. Circle of Sculptors, meh. I think that just going with Rune Sage. What is a Rune Sage? A Rune Sage is a... Well, shit, Ross has got the Rune Sage Barbarian. Damn it, Ross. It's cool here. I guess he has the Path of the Rune Sage, and I have the Druidic Circle of the Rune Sage, right? So rather than being in a circle, you are a Rune Keeper, still functioning like Rune Shaman, right? Like, I mean, maybe. I mean, I'll save Rune Shaman for like if I'll save Rune Shaman for if we ever decide to blend like a runic third caster or third invoker over into Ross's Shaman. I think that Rune Sage really hits a good spot. Yeah. Or like even calling in like the Sage of Runes. What that can do is like you don't have to tie so much into and then you can do different subclasses. Like I am the Sage of like you have your rune sages rather than your circles, right? Because every circle is going to have runes, and that's the weird thing to get, like, right? Sage of Sages. Yeah. Druids maybe already. Okay, so here's the flavor text that goes into this, right? The secret language of Druid circles. Druidic is more than just secret messages scrawled in the trees and rocks. The language is built in runes that speak of preservation, nature, and the primal instincts of beasts. Druids may be the guardians of sacred sites, of unspoiled nature, but Druidic runes are the sacred blueprints that define what nature even is. As a Druidic rune sage, you aren't necessarily brought into the ranks of a Druid circle, rather you act as an intermediary of sorts between them. For while they all have their specific focus on an aspect of nature, your focus is instead on the philosophies of preservation and conservation. Makes sense, right? Wouldn't Rune Sage be more fitting for a wizard subclass? I think a scribe would be more fitting for a wizard subclass, except Order of the Scribes already exists, so now they have the Order of Invocation. The lack of circle of hurts me? I think the thing is, like, runes are too broad of a concept to be, like, tied down to one specific circle. You know what I mean? Like, every druid circle uses runes. Sage of Ages. Hermit of Words. It's a bit similar. Yeah, I mean, yeah. They're using, I mean, it's the same name. Okay, so we need to get in a second, right? Okay, so they're gonna get. Let's just copy paste some stuff over. Come on, work with me here. Okay, so they get all that. Wait. Ugh. Come on now. I like glyph casting being on the wizard. That feels like such a cool. That feels like such a big flavor win, right? Not only do you learn to cast or do you learn to invoke runes, they actually change your the way you cast spells. That, oh my god, that was such a big win. An Oracle class. Hold on, you should go check out Benjamin's Mystic. I think he just called it the Theurge now. Okay, this needs to be. Druid level. So, the Standing Stones need to be a unique thing you can do with your wild shape. These are actually going to be very, very, these are going to be heavy zoner druids. It's very possible that you can make a Gish with this, though. Oh, they have an official Oracle class? Okay. Yeah, it's been his newest work. It's looking good, good. Okay, so I know what I want this one to be now. The rune stance, that needs to be unique to the Runekeeper. I can take that away. Honestly, I need to go look at what I had originally done on the circle of the hinge and make sure things are still cohesive with that. Okay. God, because 6 runes, you can make it to where you are. Actually, I need to check that with symbol. And by the way, if you guys have any questions about anything, please feel free ask away. Oh, the ones that were made that went on to Verge Trees and stuff. Okay. Those are ones that I think Tristan had actually submitted here in chat. I'm still wondering if those are going to be like, if those are going to really work out, because those were submitted back before Runic Inscription was really all fleshed out, and the system changed a little bit. So I'm curious how they're going to work out. I'll take another look at them here in just a little bit, but oh god, get this out of here. Get that, go. Okay. I need to look at symbol. When do I think this class will come out? It's a good question. I was not expecting the PC reset. I think I was not expecting that. That put me back probably. I'm still probably out. I mean, the PDF is in a better state right now. I still need to come up with a base. I still need to come up with Primordial. So that's one subclass. Other than that, most of the Runekeeper base class is written. Okay, this one's going to be for Rogue. Yeah, I will. Now, if I was going to say, like, conservatively, when do I think that this will come out? I think that I could have it up and available for purchase probably by February. My problem is I don't really know what people are willing to pay for, and if they'd be willing to pay for something that, wait, how do I need to phrase that? I know what people would be willing to pay for. I'm just not sure that, like, I'm trying to make sure that I have enough runes to justify the entire system, right? Is there going to be anyone come on the live stream? I don't have anyone planning to come on the live stream tonight now. There we go. I mean, but if, like, Benjamin or Ross hit me up and they were like, hey, what are you doing? Then, ouch. Or Heavy, now that Heavy's actually got decent internet. Oh, well, I need to figure out a launch. You know, why? What? Get this out of here. What? Why is this locked? I'm so sick of... Okay. Are you serious with this? Table. Table. So frustrating. There we go. Jesus. Okay. How strong of a feature do I think that being able to read all writing is? It's a total ribbon. Language proficiencies are all dependent on their strength on how strong your DM makes them. Otherwise, they are essentially useless. That's part of why I tried to give them a purpose in here. I see that Terran also needs an InDesign tutorial. Go fuck yourself. Nah, there we go. Okay. Yes, it's a thing that warlocks are already capable of doing pretty easily with a, if they snag it with that Eldritch Invocation. And it is a complete roleplay spice. Oh, I know you're choking. It is all roleplay spice. It's a very, very weak. But the Rune Keeper makes them about as strong as an expanded spell list. Okay. What is the rogue subclass going to be called? The Runic Trickster. Where was my... I'll pull this over here. Oop. Because basically none of the features yeah, none of the features that were on the original one are going to work out. They get it at 3rd, 9th, 13th, and then, like, what is it, 18th? Man, it's been so long since I've the script knife.
What's up?
Ninth. 17th. Damn. I was so close. Okay. So they need their runic lore. Let's see. The faux carver. The ledger. Yeah. Ledger man. Yeah, the guy who knows some runes and stuff. Yeah, everything is fairly late for the rogue. I have not really been able to figure out why that's the case. I like, part of me thinks maybe WotC thought that sneak attack was going to be just that good, which I mean it is, but I don't think it's that good to put it off that late. But yeah, it being the only class that has that kind of a reserve budget like that, yeah. The Rune Thief. What is... Alright, what are cool naming conventions for the rogue, right? Hey Tyler, how's it going? The Rune Slinger. Man, what are some cool naming conventions for the rogue? Soul Knife, Swashbuckler. I don't even think Soul Knife is all that cool. Come on now. I am the Soul Knife. I will hurt you with my brain blades. I need coffee. The script lifter almost sounds really cool. The Mark Keeper. Cryptmancer. Rune Touch. Rune Touch sounds almost like it needs to be, well, number one, it sounds like it needs an adult. Number two, it sounds more like a sorcerer to me. I like, man, Mark Keeper sounds kind of cool. Guild Librarian. The NFTer. Rune Fitty. The Rune Tagger. Oh yeah, no, I'm doing all right. My symptoms were kind of mild. I'm still a little bit sniffly, but like I'm all right. The cipher is kind of cool. The cipher is pretty sick. I mean, ooh. Like, wait, no, just like the cipher. I mean, like, you could say Ren cipher, sure, but like, I kind of like this. But I guess, like, you know, okay, so the reason I'm thinking about this, right? Arcane Trickster. 2 words. So it's like, that's kind of... Are you making more?
Well, I'll have to.
Nice. Nice. The pigeon? Like, man, Cypher is good. The Shadowrunner. I mean, I'm not against Runic Cypher. But like, oh man, Cypher is just kind of fucking cool. There's something cool about that. Like, oh. Hey, Manda. Chat wants you to, the follower of Banksy. Chat wants you to vote on this.
What do they want?
They want you to vote on this.
Oh, my vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, this dude, Robotic Raven Mage, came up with like the new name for like what the rogue is going to be that specializes in runes.
Okay, okay.
Now, he said Cypher first, and I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that 100% makes sense. Like, yeah, you're
Yeah, like, you know, I don't know, it seems roguish to, like, you know, be decrypting things or whatever.
right. Now, here's my hang up. If you look at all the different rogues,
Okay.
Thief, Soul Knife, Swashbuckler, Scout, Phantom, Mastermind, Inquisitive, Assassin. Here's the thing, Arcane Trickster is the only one that gets spellcasting. So I'm thinking, like, does it need to be called, does it make it sound less cool if you call it the Runic Cypher?
What do you mean less cool? Less cool than what?
Cypher is plain.
Cypher you think is plain?
I mean, no. I mean, like, I like this.
No, okay, I'm confused.
Oh, hey, later, Phil.
Oh gosh, sorry. Okay. So why bring up the trickster? What is
The Arcane Trickster
I'm not
is
understanding the debate.
the Arcane Trickster is the only rogue subclass that has 2 words in its name. Arcane Trickster.
Oh, I see.
And it's also the only one that gets like spellcasting and stuff. So that kind of makes it like stand out a little bit.
Well, then to me this would make sense because this one is also like, I mean, they're gonna have spells, if you will, right?
Kind of, yeah. They get their runes.
Yeah. So I mean,
Runic Cypher
'cause
or
they're
Cypher.
gonna be- oh, I see.
What do you
I
think is
see.
cooler?
Well, I think Runic Cypher makes sense because if you just say Cypher, I would feel like you need to say Cypherer, and that's not right. You know what I mean? Like someone
Right.
who ciphers, I guess.
So you think Runic Cypher?
I think so, because it, like, to me anyway, it comes across as they're going to be the cipher of the runes.
Right.
So,
Okay.
because, I mean, oh, is this Castlevania?
No, this is Celeste.
Oh, wow, man, it sounds so much like some of the parts in Castlevania. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what else you would go with that would be cooler than that. I personally think Runic Cypher is better than just Cypher.
Yeah.
What are they saying? Cypher sounds cooler. Does it?
I don't really want to go with Arcane Cypher.
Nah.
Is the Cypher a class? Oh wait, is it?
Oh, that's a good question.
It is. Oh, but it's spelled with an I. They are the Scions over there.
Yeah, it looks like it could also be Cipher if you really wanted to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like Rune. Amelia, what do you want? I know, but like, is it?
What are I was gonna say? What are some synonyms for?
Weird.
Oh, is it a different?
They've spelled it 2 ways before.
I did not know that.
So you can spell Cypher
Interesting.
either Cypher or
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Apparently,
So
they're
it's kind of
the
like
exact
a color kind of deal.
Yeah, it's like the exact same word, just
Wow, interesting.
yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It sounds cool, but it lacks something, right? And I think
What
that
are some other synonyms for cipher? That's always my first go-to.
Cipher Arcanist. I mean, it doesn't get spell casting, so I don't want to really like pull Arcane anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that does a great job at communicating what this thing does. Cipher Code, the Runic Code. I mean, that sounds like a cool feature name.
Yeah, that does.
Cipher Synonym.
Yeah, there you
Code Cryptograph.
go. Ooh.
You are the crypto. You're the crypto bro rogue.
I don't know. I'm not settled on any of those yet. I
I like Runic Cipher.
I do too, but I do feel like there just might be something more to be done. I don't know.
I mean, even just calling it the Rune Cipher sounds cool.
Yeah.
Like, we'll go with that for right now, because I think we know. I think we know this is our winner, right? What about the Guild Cipher? I want to make sure. I don't want to get in on Keeper like that. Yeah, Cipher. Ooh, right? This is like deciding between red or crimson. Cipher or Cipher with a Y. Cipher with a Y is more edgy and cool. Yes, thank you so much, Robotic Raven Mage. That's sick. I like the idea of it. If Ed Lopez was a rogue. Does every rune associated player option need to have a rune or runic in it? Not necessarily, but it does help to convey what it's about. The order of the wizard order I wrote doesn't have runic in it. It just says the order of invocation. And even I don't think that that's like really conveying the subclass all that well. Y is cooler. The Rune Cipher. Okay. The decoder. Okay, we gotta figure out what those are gonna be. Alright. Here's what I'm thinking. Just the mere fact that they get Thieves' Cant runes and all that stuff, I think justifies those existing. And you as a Runekeeper could possibly go and pick those up. Like, I'm just saying, you know, whenever people pick this up and they're going to be like, wait, you're charging like $15 for this thing? What all has it got in it? Oh, a full class? Oh, 4 subclasses for all the other stuff that use a brand new magic system? Oh, you mean like 58 pages worth of runes and crap for my game that I can use to world build as a DM? I don't think people are going to be complaining. You mean you tell me how to write runes using this system to work with the class that I just bought? What? Oh, my money. Take more. I think that's going to be how that works. Exactly how that plays out. Shouldn't the subclass features inform the name? Yes, they should. I don't know what that was in regards to, but yes. Name it after Alan Turing? I thought Turing came up with the Turing test. Is it the same dude? Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Where did my art come from? Some of it I bought off of Drive-Thru RPG. Like this is from Daniel Commerci. Some of it I got off of Adobe Stock Art. Some of it I made myself. Kind of all over the place. If you have an Adobe subscription, you can license 10 images off of Adobe Stock Art per month. No, I haven't written the rogue subclass yet. No. I'm getting this kind of put back into order before I take on writing anything else right now. Because this makes so much more sense. Having gotten... I need to get Primordial written. Because Supernal is done. Supernal, I think of anything that's on here, Supernal has the most flashy-ass capstone out of all of them. Defeated the Nazis with his computers. What a legend. Oh, but he didn't even... Oh, huh. Yeah, you can tell I am definitely not a... I'm not a software engineer. Okay, that needs to go down. Cool. Let's call business, people. To me, a rogue that handles runes and thieves' cant sounds like someone who tricks language to behave differently because of the message between the lines. So foe, fey, carver, or... What, Turing? Did he wind up, like... What do I think about damage type having special damage / added effects? You mean like anytime you deal it, it just gives you extra stuff on top? I mean, it depends on the extra stuff on top, I guess, but... There's also, like, different things for what, like, the damage type could represent. Hey, Vigilant, how's it going? Alright, I love you there in court, but kinda in the mood for something a little bit more upbeat. Wait, seriously? I didn't know that. Wait, they castrated him because he was gay? No, what? They tried to imprison him for gross indecency. Posthumous pardon. Wow, so they did. So this dude literally, like, stopped the Nazis. And... the dude literally stops the Nazis, and then he gets castrated by England because he's gay. Are you serious? So okay, so cyanide poisoning. He committed, wow. Man. Well. Oh, man. You know? I think the English people need to just, kind of... Well, I think the crown should basically just say, you know what? We screwed a lot of things up over the years.
Smell that. Will you just smell that?
Yeah, it smells
Oh, it's so good.
Did you grind it up all the way?
Yeah. Well, I thought so.
It looked a little chunky.
Yeah,
but
there's like a couple beans that missed a blade, I guess.
welcome to the 1940s.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea about that history. It's like, man, I kind of wonder, like, are people just now kind of like waking up to seeing like how really shit the whole English Empire has been to the entire world? Oh no, you're fine, Vigilant. It's just like kind of a side note as I was kind of doing some layout stuff. Like, she's making coffee. I feel like, I mean, there's also just the rampant amount of like British and English like celebrities and royalty and whatnot being outed as like, you know, horrific people, to put it very mildly. You think they would have been a little bit more grateful? You would think, right? Yeah, you would think that stopping Hitler would be like, hey guys, can we look? The guy likes butts. All right, can we just let him like butts and leave him alone? The guy literally like decoded a secret language for us and like won us or like helped us win World War II, right? Can we not force this guy to do the exact same thing that like Hitler did to himself? Like, come on now. That's yeah. Great Britain is called turf island by the trans community. Yeah. There's not really much of anything that can make me really want to go to like Great Britain. Yeah. Anyways, wow. Well, I learned something today that was mathematical principles that determine biological patterns like zebra stripes, and no shit. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't, oh, okay, so this is weird. Something I've been discovering as, well, I guess now as an Oklahoma teacher and a student that had gone here for a long time. Did you guys, so here's she's making coffee right now. We drink an assload of coffee here. All right. So in our history books, this is what I found out the other day that blew my mind. I was raised in Oklahoma. Okay. Like some people have said, like someone accidentally wears a shirt that says FUBU on it, so there, and that person must be racist because they're white or whatever. Like, that's not real racism, okay? The real racism I've seen around here has been like, I mean, I live about 30 minutes away from a place that I know is a a KKK headquarters, like here in like north eastern Oklahoma, like known, and they're not unproud of it.
Nope. Like, I have...
I didn't know you were there. You about made me shit my pants.
I have family members, older family members who said things like, if you ever bring home a black boy to date, you're being kicked out of the house. Like,
Yeah.
that level of racism. Like, yeah, like you said, not even, it doesn't even, it's barbaric, it's gross.
Yeah, not the kind of racism that Twitter thinks is
Right,
racism.
right.
You know,
Like,
actual...
heinous...
They show up to like black business owners' places with an actual like, noose.
Yeah, like it was just on my time hop a couple days ago. It was like 3 years ago. One of the local Tulsa businesses, somebody had written like KKK stuff or whatever all over their business, because they were a black supporting business, and like spray painted on their sidewalk and stuff. So Thrasher and he got people together to like power wash, and then there was all kinds of chalk, and just like around the whole block we just wrote things like Tulsa loves you, Black Lives Matter, and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, no, that stuff happens around.
Oh yeah,
here.
actual Nazis like breaking out windows and like yeah. So like no, we've seen real racism here, and a lot of our state legislators just let people get away with it. It's one of the reasons why, like, if I got successful doing like the YouTube thing, I'm trying to figure out a way to get out and move to a more progressive, welcoming state. I wanted to. I've had my eye on Colorado for a long time, but there was. I told you guys about the Wizards of the Coast thing, right? Me in the second round of interviews for a job at WotC. I had gotten so far as to start even like looking at houses out in Washington, because I was like, holy crap, this could be a thing. I could actually have a job working for Wizards of the Coast. And then I found out how much it paid, and it just would not have worked out. It would not have worked out, like, at all. Free Patrol Forum. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty outspoken here. Yeah. But, so, Oklahoma is just not a really welcoming place towards anybody that's, like, into the arts. Tulsa is a unique kind of situation where, like, I moved here from the outskirts because, like, man, Oklahoma can get pretty absolutely unaccepting.
Yeah, if we could, like, pick up Tulsa and move it to another state, that would be awesome. Tulsa's, like, the only thing I like about Oklahoma.
Yeah. Tulsa's a great city, despite the area.
No matter what side you're on, like, we're surrounded by pretty, red kind of counties.
Yeah.
Every side.
And an anti-vaxxer governor, so. Yeah, the that was the thing. Was like, WotC, like, so Wizards of the Coast paid like basically $65,000 a year as a designer, and like, I mean, it depends on what level you go, right? If you're a senior level designer, like someone like probably Jeremy Crawford, you're probably making around $120,000 a year, right? Something pretty ridiculous like that. And the reason why, so I wasn't interviewed for a design position. I was interviewed for a product management position, working on Magic the Gathering, which I thought it was, as it was listed, it wasn't listed as a position with MTG. It was just for at WotC, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, I'll see what I can do over there. The position I had interviewed for was going to pay $80,000 a year, but even still, as a Good enough for what's on your classes. But even still, as a product manager, I would only be making $80,000 a year. Okay, the cost of living in Washington D.C. is fucking insane. Wow, not Washington D.C. Sorry, Washington State. We're talking about like around $4,000 to $5,000 a month. That on top of making what is basically about like making like $1,800 here in Oklahoma, wasn't really going to be enough for me, and I was going to have to ask them to like, hey, can we talk about upping this to like $85,000 a year? Possibly you guys paying for my cost of moving and everything like that. And then I brought that up in the second interview, and then like 2 weeks later, they just like informed me that they were going with somebody else. But like, I was already kind of feeling like, man, this might just not be the right move, and I'm honestly pretty glad that it didn't happen. I have a lot more freedom to do this, like to do what I'm doing now. I got the experience of getting to teach now, for a semester. It's me getting to do the thing I wanted to do for a long time. And, hey, I can still criticize WotC. I can criticize WotC over here and they can't do shit. Where do you, well, I don't want to ask you where you live at. Do you live anywhere near Renton? Let me just give me that. 900 to 1,000, yeah. And that was the thing for me, is like, as I was looking at, let me just pull it up over here. Okay, so I have me, I have my girlfriend, I have 2 dogs. Those are not things that I can do without. If I move to Renton, I am taking those with me. Yeah, sorry, the song isn't really, the song function isn't really working out. This is Corridors of Time from Chrono Trigger. Google, please stop pulling up my goddamn... Okay. Looking at Renton. Renton is where Wizards of the Coast is. Wizards of the Coast's headquarters is like right here. Can you... Wait. It's right next to the highway. You get off the highway. Maybe it's... Oh. I think this right here is Wizards of the Coast. I'm pretty sure. 16th and Lind Avenue. No, I was looking. I was very seriously thinking that I had just gotten a job at Wizards of the Coast. Is that it? Yeah, 1600 Lind. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay. So yeah, looking at something around that, right? I mean, something that's going to be within working distance, Yeah, you can send glitter packages to them. Could I live in this? Yes. Oh yeah, very comfortably, making $60,000 a year, probably not. Yeah, 5-bedroom, 4-bath. That's actually pretty freaking nice. Let me look. Price range. Comfortably, right? Let's say I'm making $60,000 a year. Let's cut that in 12, so about $5,250, right? A month. Maybe. Okay, so let's divide that by 3, because ideally you would like to do, let's do, hang on. Let's just do this. Boom, divide that by 3. Ideally what you would like to be doing is, you want to be making 3 times what you would be spending on rent. If you're trying to get ahead, at least. Cool. Looks like there is nothing that is within that price range. within Renton, right? I'm trying to just find. I'm not even gonna worry about a single family home. Let me find a 1-bedroom place that allows dogs. Apartment. Townhome, sure. Ooh, Andy, I will get back to you. Okay, so we know here's Wizards of the Coast, right? Like, is this gonna work? These are studio apartments. 1 bedroom, 1 bath. Guys, I'm 32. I'm trying to start a family. Like, you know, this is not reasonable. Let me up it, right? Let me just say, I'm like, you know what? This is gonna suck. Maybe like they were going to do remote for 6 months, which I could have saved up money and then gone out there, sure, but like, I mean, that would be me paying out of pocket my own moving costs, right? Which I don't want to negotiate on that. That's $20,000. I should very, very much be expecting the company that hires me to pay that. Looking at like, you know, $1,787. You can probably afford this, but you're still living in an apartment, right? You know how much fucking house that gets me here in Tulsa? Like, this is for a 1-bedroom apartment, you know, $2,245. I'm gonna still want my car. I'm gonna still want food, you know, like entertainment. I still have my student loans and everything I need to pay off. So that's Renton, right? Look how goddamn cheap it is to live in Tulsa. Wait, first off, these aren't apartments anymore. These are homes. You guys notice that? Now, sure, this is $850. This is still kind of a junker. I mean, this is still a junker. Wow, okay. That's not doing super great. Where is this at? Is this North Tulsa? Oh, yeah, that's north of West Tulsa. Yeah, okay. That's not a great area. Wait, these are all still... Okay, but you see, right? These are now homes. I wouldn't have to deal with neighbors that I share a wall with. These are 3-bedroom homes, right? $1,000 a month is going to get you something that is a lot more livable than an apartment. This still isn't that great, but like, it's something, right? The music. Oh god, I haven't even been paying attention to that. Let me get... Where are we at? Yeah! Chipsel. Okay, I just found her the other day. God damn. I fall in love with this. Yeah. So you see how, like, it's already a little bit more livable, right? I've got a backyard, I would have dogs, all that good stuff. Great. Great. This is all still for rent. You know? Like, I can still buy it. If I even bought a house, like... Okay, 4,500. It's the close proximity to racist discount. Okay, all right, fucking touche. All right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But I'm just saying that, like, it is. With me working my current job, I'm actually getting ahead and making basically the equivalent of if I had been making like $90,000 to $100,000 at Wizards of the Coast living in Washington. I don't know that it would have been like all that survivable. I think I would have wound up going out to Washington, found myself with a whole lot of heartache and headache about trying to make finances work out there, and then eventually been burned out and had to move back, right? I think that me not moving out there, I think that not getting that job was actually a pretty damn good sign. I also randomly got a call that the week after that from Fender, asking me if I'd be interested in the job out in Scottsdale, Arizona, and that was an interesting whole process. Doesn't that work better because just get a house because it's fixable? And yes, it is cheaper for you to buy a house, but you do not want to be buying a house right now. I highly advise anybody that is looking at buying a house at the moment, hold the phone until after the pandemic. Hold the phone. All my buddies that are realtors are basically advising us not to really mess with it right now. Okay, so you leave for a few minutes and now we're a house hunting stream. Yes, that's how my streams go, okay? That's how they go. You all know the second that you get me off topic on a thing. See, I can't even remember what thought I was going to have after that. Like, I'm gonna blame it on brain fog, alright? Okay. We need to write runes. We need to write runes. Okay, so there have been several of you that have submitted runes to me. I need to probably take a look at. I wanted to look at these ones that Spencer sent. Okay, so the life rune for Dwarvish is pretty set in stone. Funny. The Dwarvish rune for life is going to be you literally animate something with life, right? I'm curious to see what some of the other people thought for the runes that have been submitted. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Andy. Is it Andy? Arnby? Andy. Okay. Yo, Spencer. Where do I suggest that you get started if you want to start writing for the DMs Guild? It depends on what you want to do. If you want to write, you want to design, you want to do like class design stuff, just start writing. Just start writing, start designing stuff. You're going to need to know, you're going to need to get art, you're going to need to understand Chicago style formatting. This isn't something you absolutely have to know, but like it's very good for you to know this stuff. Boom. Learn this. This is a PDF that tells you basically why we capitalize things, why we put things in italics. This is the boom. There you go. That file will tell you everything you really need to know about why things are in italics. If you look, I do a lot of coding on in the background for my InDesign stuff. That makes it to where, like, whenever I scroll up, where's it at? Okay, here's a good example. Yes, Andy, it's in the it is in the chat. So you see this right here where it says Tasha's Cauldron of Everything is in italics. My face is in italics. You see how this is in italics? In InDesign, instead of having to go through and do constant, like, apply italics, we have a thing called grep style. Grep style automatically applies italics to certain text. So in here, I have, like, a whole block that has this coded to where, like, anytime I type Player's Handbook, Dungeon Master's Guide, Monster Manual, Volo's Guide to Monsters, Xanthar's Guide to Everything, Mordenkainen of Soma Foes, Josh's Cauldron of Everything, gotta catch them all, right? This will all go into italics automatically. You DM me your Druid Rune idea in Discord. Okay. But you'll also see small caps. This is all stuff that I just took from the style guide that appeared. Not right there. Trademarks, see, like, they want you to put D&D, all that stuff in small caps. They have a specific height that you are supposed to represent the ampersand smaller. Like, whoa. They are very particular about the fact that they want that damn ampersand at the same capitalization peak as the uppercase letters. Like, ooh. They also talk about, what needs to be capitalized, tips for achieving gender neutrality in your text. I don't even really know why people were typing he or she instead of just they or their. They or their reduces your word bloat. Like, it's so much easier. I just don't understand why not to go for that. It talks about should you use coin instead of money, how to do proper, oh god, like your proper inline subheaders. This is just so much easier, right? This is a very cool document to pick up if you are looking at creating a bit more for 5e. It'll tell you a lot about the formatting. Take this, learn how we need to write things to make sure that the game code works. Formatting game terms, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you cast a spell, you deal damage, you drop to 0 hit points, you finish a short or long rest, you gain temporary hit points, you make a saving throw, and it succeeds or fails, right? Yeah. So, anyways, learn that, and the document is an NFT now. This is a great, great, great resource. Pick this up. What else would I say? Hang out in my live streams. I'll try to get you some guidance to, if you've got a question about, hey, what is that, right? What is that thing you do? What is that software you use? I use Adobe InDesign. InDesign is what they use to actually make the books. This is like the industry standard software. But I use InDesign for video editing and graphic design, like all this fancy stuff you guys see around you right now. So it's kind of worth it for me to pay the subscription fee for it, right? I also use InDesign to make worksheets for school. The custom page decorations and bits around the page numbers. Yeah, I've kind of moved away a little bit from going all crazy with like the runners and everything, but yeah, it's a thing I don't really mind doing. One of the things I like a lot, like, okay, I'm up here in the parents for this one. I was trying to figure out a cool look for this. Because, like, I've done these little tabs in the past. I forget, God, I just never really make the assets in here. Can I not skew? I always forget if I can skew in here. No, wait, it's a point, right? Yes, okay, there we go. So, like, making tabs. This doesn't look all that great, but I can do that. Boom. Okay. Yo. Okay, so this is a tab that means supply. I don't know, some kind of swatch. Ugh, that is not going to look good. This isn't going to look good either, but like, yeah, it'll be fine. Okay, so section symbol. There we go. This is going to be upside down from the way I want it, isn't it? There we go. Okay, let's do this. You should be in white. There we go. Let's put you in the middle. Cool. Okay, so what this did was it created a little tab on the side, and this is going to be on every single one of my pages. I need to, there we go. And it's going to include the section text right here. This little marker means section, so whenever I go over here, go over here, select the page, go down to, wait, what? No. Section options, right? Oh, numbering and section. Okay. I was just looking for section options. And then I put like... Now... Why did that not work? Should say section options. Why did that not... No, that's section symbol. Duh, I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. Wow. There we go. See? So now that I typed Runekeeper in here, I can scroll down and, oh, what do you know? On all of my left pages, it's going to say the Runekeeper. Interesting. So that's like kind of the power of InDesign. It's like, it's just such a great formatting tool. Let's see here. Let's get you. And whoop, and then whoop. Yeah, let's see that. And then I kind of want. This is gonna look super tacky. Yeah, no. Go back. Please go back to the blue. You get off of light blue. Cool. I'm gonna put my finishing layer on. Looks nice. Thoughts on Microsoft Publisher? Never used it. Never had a need to use it. At least I've never tried to use it, so I guess I don't really know. I just know that I just know that InDesign does everything I really want it to do and more. Yeah, I already use all the other stuff that shows up in the InDesign or in the Adobe Cloud, so like I don't really have any reason to switch over to something else. Some people use Affinity Publisher, which like cool, go for it. I know that a lot of people think that is like it's basically InDesign, right? I've never personally picked it up and used it. InDesign just worked for me, and I didn't have to fight it to work for me. Yeah. Somebody else dropped some new runes that I want to take a look at. But before I do that, the only other thing I will say about becoming like an online publisher, I'm just checking some viewcounts real quick. The only other thing I'll say about becoming an online publisher is do not expect success overnight. Don't expect that something is just going to absolutely take off. That like you're going to release one thing and it's going to be your big one thing ever, and that's going to be it for all of time. You are going to be a success, and you don't need to. I don't really know what. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I want you to be all caps. So if I do that, I don't know. Anyways, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So make consistent stuff, you know. You really want to do setting stuff for your world that you run, race lore specific to the world, and stuff expanding on its ideas. The best place for you to do that kind of stuff is over actually on Drive-Thru RPG. Drive-Thru RPG does not. So the only stuff that you can publish on the DM's Guild is campaign setting specific. You have to publish Forgotten Realms stuff over there, right? Or Eberron, or whatever. You have to use the IPs of Wizards of the Coast over there. So you can't publish your own campaign setting there. But good for you, because, hey, you can take that stuff over and not get such a huge cut, or not have such a huge cut taken out of it over on one bookshelf in Drive-Thru RPG. Yeah, the other thing I'll say, stop using Homebrewery and GM Binder. Stop using those programs. Please, 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 please stop. The Homebrewery, like, the Homebrewery is making you learn HTML to do what you can very easily do just by picking up InDesign and toying with it for a little while, right? Some people might prefer to do, like, the HTML side of it. Which, like, I'm sorry, you're a glutton for punishment, I guess. Is that masochism? Masochist? Sadist? I can't remember. I don't know why you do that to yourself. Just, you can learn a skill by just picking up InDesign and playing with it. GM Binder is also a very, I should say, be very careful if you decide to publish or work on GM Binder. Not that there's like some big sketchy, like, I don't know, criminal thing going on with all that, but they are leaving documents public that very much shouldn't be public. Like, if you're working and especially publishing on the DM's Guild, you do not want somebody to be able to just Google search your document or like your product name and find the original file hosted up over on GM Binder's website. Yeah, rule number one, back up everything always, right? We learned that. If you saw me this week, you learned that the hard way, right? You saw me learn that for the 5th time in my life the hard way. Ah, okay. So yeah, masochism, right? So, you'll learn a lot more by just learning these programs. I very, very highly recommend you do not use websites like GM Binder as a crutch, okay? Promise me you'll take the time to try to learn a new software. It's very much worth it. Oh, thanks. I appreciate you. Yeah. I was having that discussion with one of my buddies about, like, you know, do I want to do the YouTube thing full time or whatever? You know, like, I think I'd have to have at least, if I had 50,000 subs that were watching at the same pace of, let me say this, that quantity watching at the same pace of what I'm currently getting, then, like, I could probably go full-time YouTube and other content, right? If I just want to have content easily visible / accessible, best way to do that is easily visible / accessible. I'm curious what you mean by that. What are some softwares I recommend and what are their costs? Depends on what you want to do, but I will say for layout work, the best one in the world is Adobe InDesign. in my opinion, like, some people could give you a whole bunch of other recommendations and say yada yada yada. Look, this is just Adobe InDesign is the industry standard. It might have some flaws, like after you've been working with it for a little while, it might freeze up. And okay, so say it's no different than working in a lot of different softwares. But I will say that there's no software I see out there that gets updated as frequently and fixed as quickly as Adobe InDesign whenever there are issues. Yeah, sure, you can give them your GM Binder link, but Google Drive, I just like InDesign because it's been what I used in college, and it gets me everything I want to get, right? Now, okay, so how do you get InDesign, right? You can get InDesign with... Oh, wait. Sorry, I don't want you guys to see any financial information. Hang on. Okay. Let me just do this. Okay. So, here's my recommendation, okay? This says annual prepaid $600 subscription to adobe.com. Just so you all know how much I pay for everything in the background here, I pay... Let me pull this up to make sure that didn't have my info on it again. Now you all got me paranoid. Come on. Apps. Files. Discover. There we go. Okay. Yeah, but that shows the last four of my credit card. Okay. So I pay for all of Creative Cloud of all apps and 100 gigabytes of storage, $52.99 a month. On top of that, I also pay for Adobe Acrobat Standard for $12.99 a month, and I pay for Adobe stock images for the stock images that you guys see in some of my other products for $29.99 a month. Okay? That's a chunk. It's about $100 a month. That's quite a lot. But I use it, okay? I use it a lot. Yay, glad to see you, Mr. Pyramid. Anyways, so Adobe can be expensive, okay? Adobe can be quite expensive. Your other option there's a cheaper called Affinity Publisher. I know quite a few people that use this program. I don't have any experience with it, so if you have any questions on Affinity, I am not the person to ask. But I do know quite a few people that think that this is like the way to go. For me, I mean, I get a lot of use out of all the stuff on Adobe, so yeah. No, you would not be able to use other things like Kinku and other races from D&D by publishing on DriveThruRPG. That is part of the Forgotten Realms IP. Okay. Whew. Druid Rune idea. Okay. Oh, I remember this one. This is funny. The rune for... Okay, the attuned creature beckons a small flock of birds that follow them around. Once on each turn, when the attuned creature deals damage to another creature within 15 feet of it. The flock attacks the target as well, dealing 1 piercing damage and 1 additional piercing damage for every 2 runes you have inscribed from the druid. This is pretty funny, okay? My worry about this one would be... Let me get to that. It is a... Where do we have it? Yes. My worry about this one, okay, is the flock targets as well, dealing 1 piercing damage. So that even that 1 damage, while you are a Runekeeper, becomes fairly strong because of this right here. If it's just an instant instance of damage, destruction stance. I think this is fun. I think this is fun, and like you can make the flock of birds, right? Flocks of birds can like get around you and everything. I think that's very, very fun. I kind of wonder if there's not another thing you could get them to do that's not just like the damage, right? Because that on top of once on each turn. Yeah, because it's another instance of damage that could also add to the flat damage on top of it. It's funny how like even this 1 extra instance of damage actually becomes like more like 6 damage every time it happens. Oh no, wait, every 2 runes. Plus 1, so okay, it's actually a little bit stronger. You can take the health action as a bonus action. That's pretty fun. Birds to distract like the Ancestral Guardian. It's possible. It's strong, and it's. I think this is fun. I think there's something fun for sure in here. Even for it just to say that, like, whenever you go hang out, birds will flock around you and stuff. Like, that's funny. There's something fun in there. It does feel like it's a little... It's kind of leaning in a little bit on Spores territory. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. More Metroid music. Ooh, this coffee got cold. Hang on one sec. I'm going to go microwave this.
And then, so I was like, oh yeah, it does videos too. Oh yeah, he was like, oh man, I used to be so thin. I was like, yeah, me too. And we're like, oh, we gotta get back to the shape. So I made this.
Nice. That's great. Oh man, okay, I knew there was a good reason I brought the Snuggie in here. Dude, my legs got cold in here. Like, I don't know what it is about this window, but it is, like, super breezy under my desk. Ooh, my feet are cold. Okay. So... What I do like is... I like that idea
of maybe that can be what like protection is. Yeah, cozy Terran stream. I'm trying. The this window is I mean this house is a little bit older. It's not like it's not falling apart or anything like that, but this window right here is breezy to say the least. I've tried putting socks, pants, all that stuff on. Whenever it is, what is it outside? Like 30? No, it's colder than 30, right? What's the Tulsa weather looking like? 35. Wow, I thought it was colder than that. Expect dry conditions for the next 6 hours. What are we looking at for snowfall? Wait, really? Weather app. I mean, come on, Weather Channel. Are we going this far into the insanity with like, hey, Weather Channel, I just want to see, is it going to rain? Weather Channel Premium? Excuse me? Wait, how much is Weather Channel Premium? Get out of here. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Get out of here. Alright. AccuWeather. Yeah, but how are we looking for like... I thought we were supposed to get some snow. Like, more snow. Jeez. Man, come back around. This was fun. Bring this back. Like, we'll take more of that. I'm sorry, Washington. Would I recommend GIMP for working on Homebrew as an alternative? I'm not sure what you're going to be doing with GIMP. Like, are you going to be entering text in on GIMP and then formatting it like... Hang on, I'll show you. Just... I can't recommend anything other than an actual word editor for you guys to be working in. If you're like, well, I'd rather just work in Photoshop for some reason or another, I've seen people that were like, yeah, I just want to work in Photoshop. This is not a text editor. Like, I can say, well, all right, so I can go set this up to where, like, I want to view my guides. I want to say whatever. Let me set up my... How do you even set up margins in Photoshop? Would they be guides? I thought that you could do margins, right? Can you not? Yeah, that's a... yeah, it's... I'm just trying to do a setup that looks similar to setting up a page in InDesign. And it's in pixels. Hang on. I need to set it up for... image...
There should be in view rulers.
Well, that lets you view, literally view the rulers.
Well, yeah, but then...
No, I want it to be in inches.
You can put it in inches. I have mine in inches.
No, I mean, I want the, I don't want it to tell me pixels. I want it to tell me inches for units of measurement. Not on the ruler, on, whenever I'm working in the program. Pretty sure that's, units and rulers. Here we go. Pixels, inch. Boom. Now I want this to give me guide. New guide.
Yeah,
Okay. 0.75. That's going to be, wait, vertical. So that needs to be 0.5 for the top header. No. New guide. 7.5. Boom. Okay. This one is actually going to be 7.75. Yes. And then for the top, there we go. So I want this to be at 11 point. Oh wait, sorry, 10 for the bottom. Cool. Okay, So I went through all that stress to make what I could do in InDesign, literally with like 2 mouse clicks. I have a working margin now, but it is super complicated, okay? One of the other things I can do infinitely easier in InDesign that I just can't do here in Word. Okay. This does not remember paragraph styles. It doesn't remember the way that I have text formatted. It's gonna render everything like as an image file. This is, yeah, Photoshop and GIMP are not meant to be word processors. These softwares perform a very different function. I use Photoshop for image editing, and that is about it. Like, that's all it's meant to do. It's the most powerful image editor out there. But, like, yeah, this is great for, like, drawing dicks and stuff, but that's about it. So, yeah. Well, that's a girthy chub thumb. Alright. Anyways. Don't use GIMP for trying to type up a document. Please, please, please. Google Docs works. Google Docs works in getting your stuff just kind of on the page. Especially if you want, like... Google Docs works if you are planning on sending your stuff to somebody to consult. Because it's very easy for them to give you feedback on that, right? Like, they can comment and do whatever. It's a way that conventionally I've sent stuff to Ross or Benjamin in the past. But should you take a Google Doc, export that to PDF, and then send that up to publish? Probably not. That's going to look pretty rough. I've never even heard of Scribus before. But, I mean, realistically, I just want people to start using these softwares for what they're meant to do. Like, use InDesign as a word processor. That's what it's meant for. Like, this is meant for layout work. That is... You use Adobe products because you want that one software to do that one thing better than anything else on the market. Like, you know, I use Adobe Illustrator because I need a vector editor that is better than anything else on the market. You also use Adobe because they are extremely compatible with each other. I know that, like, if I take a vector file from Illustrator and then move that over into Photoshop or InDesign, it's going to keep the Bezier lines. It's going to, like, actually keep the points all consistent. I'm using InDesign right now. This is Adobe InDesign. Oh, I wanted to show you guys Thieves' Cant runes. Ever since I started over, those of you that have been keeping up with the Runekeeper design phase will also see all the magic runes got clipped in half. InDesign, how does it work? I promise. All the magic runes got clipped in half. They lost a first, second, third, fourth level spell. Is it a balancing measure? I mean, it saves a bit, but it is. It's something that I think needed to just kind of happen because the runes are already giving you a pretty nice level of power, and it would have been better than a lot of racial traits had I not clipped it back just a little bit. How light the output is, 40-page doc on GM Binder would be like, oh yeah, right? Yes, that's the other thing, right? GM Binder exports things as separate objects and image files and PNGs. Remember, Chuck, we've had that talk in the past about, like, exporting to JPEG and then bringing that back into InDesign. So, like, work on the assets that you want to use to build out a JPEG export that JPEG. Like, if you want that image to appear multiple times, like this parchment, right? What makes a lot more sense is, rather than it being like, I have the parchment on here, and I also have this line right here, and I also have the Runekeeper on every page. The page number has to stay there like that. But what makes more sense is, rather than these all being separate vectors on every single page, you export a left and a right JPEG, and then import the JPEG back into InDesign, so that way it actually like lightens the load on the PDF export. It actually reduces your final PDF size by like orders of magnitude. So it actually makes it load up way quicker. The one thing I'm experimenting with, though, is a finishing layer. I'm adding a layer on top of my layer 1 to kind of give it a bit of a more like the ink is on the page kind of a feel. You'll be able to see that whenever I export it to PDF. I don't work with it on because it takes up a lot of resources, but yeah, a lot of memory, I guess. You're doing it by hand? Are you trying to drive yourself crazy? Because if you lose any of the physical assets to that, that's not going to be a fun time. I mean, hey, it's you go on you for, you know, do the handwritten thing, but woo, man, you don't want to lose any of that. Because, like, you know, I lost basically my entire PC, and I lost the original file for the InDesign here. Will I be making feats, or are there already, to synergize with runes, like how there are many feats that work with spells? So, in a way, some of these kind of are like feats, which is what made me dial back the overall power of them. You could learn, like, let me give you an example. Sahar was a way that you could get a rune, a cantrip, and then 2 first level spells that you could at least get 1 spell slot to cast one of them, right? I thought that was a bit much, so that's why I dialed it back to where it's just 1 first level spell as well as a cantrip. I'm almost thinking it might be too much for me to give you the cantrip. Because just getting the spell is already pretty nice. The way it currently works is kind of infringing on Dragon Mark territory. Trek, you tell me what you think. Do I need to remove cantrips from these? Trek or Phil or Heavy, whoever's in chat. Because as it currently works, it's like, this feels too strong. Because what it means is you can pick up 10 of these magic runes and you have 10 cantrips. Oh, no, okay. No, you're good. You're good. I don't want you to be able to, like, get 10 cantrips with this. And I feel like that's just much. It already expanding out the spell list is really nice. And then you can cast, or you can invoke it again. I think you do need to remove the cantrip. Because, like, that's not even part of the dragon marks. You don't think? Yeah, I guess it's true. They weren't on the dragon marks. And the dragon marks gave you, but those are pretty set. And these are pretty flexible. Yeah, you know what? That's causing too many issues. When a creature spends a short or long rest holding the object inscribed in this rune, hang on. Yeah, and it doesn't cause anything to go infinite. Yeah. That's the way it has to be. The cantrip is a little too active. Yeah. Yep. That's the way this needs to work. And what's cool is I can just copy, paste that. I cleaned up. I did a little bit of line editing on it this weekend. And made it to where I don't have to keep constantly retyping all these magic runes all the time. Like, yeah, I like this a lot more. I think that's the way it needed to go. Get rid of cantrips. Magic runes feel pretty good. I do think I've bloated out some of the primordial runes from right now. But I just talked about I wanted to show you guys some of the Thieves' Cant runes. Let me clean this up real quick and then we'll get down there. Because I gotta go take these down there too. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? No. Down here. Okay. All at once in the beginning. I thought about doing that, but like, I would rather just present it like, boom. You know what it does. You can see the through line. Yeah. I don't want people to have to reference things a whole million times. Plus, I guess it opens it up to where you can get a cantrip through a rune, like a specific rune. Yeah, and it's possible that you can reference something earlier and just be like, yeah, well, here's the rule for that, right? Oh, it does make it to where I don't have to provide you with a water-based cantrip. That's nice. Yeah, this is the way to go. Yep, okay. Yeah, it's a little obnoxious that you do have this, like, if a rune translates to magic, here's what it does. Bam, 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 you know, whatever. But you do have the code that's pretty consistent through all that. Okay, so I love the character of what Thieves' Cant runes are. This feels so fun. I'm in love with this. And I'm gonna make it to where you can pick up like other languages through the Runekeeper and get into these runes. I mean, if a DM was going to allow you to pick up Thieves' Cant and Druidic as a Runekeeper, sure, like cool, whatever. But you being able to get these through like hyper polyglot or something like that, right? I write a feat later on that allows you to pick up Thieves' Cant and Druidic. Cool. It'd be nice to have an actually printed water. Yeah. Okay. So Thieves' Cant. This is slowly becoming one of my favorite runic languages. It's just got that smarmy kind of like street feel to it that I really love. So the runic word for Thieves' Cant, number 1, you got flash. These are all going to be... Here's the fun thing with this one. The runes that are on here the spells that are on here for magic are spells that the Arcane Trickster can't get. not without taking them as like a as one of their spells known at certain levels that allow them to pick from any other school, but they're all spells that an arcane trickster would really, really like to get. Really like to get. Fog Cloud, Spider Climb, Haste, Dimension Door, Mislead. They can't ever get a 5th level spell, but like these 4 right here, Arcane Trickster would love to get these 4. They don't appear on their list, so if you can grant them these, like through a rune, ooh, I like the contrast there. Now, this other one, Moog, this feels very Arcane Trickster. These are all spells that are going to appear on the Arcane Trickster spell list, except for Seeming, right? Disguise Self, Illusion, Major Image, Greater Invisibility, Seeming. I think maybe Moog and Flash, like, Moog feels like, I don't know. Do I need to rename them? I don't think so. Flash feels super right for that. I think this is from Polari. It's an old kind of like street language. Oh, it's supplement for water spells. These are both, I think, very in line with the idea of like what magic means to thieves. There's also going to be runes in here for prey, which are like, I'm going to hunt something down, right? I'm going to mark something, I'm going to do whatever. So mark is going to be the Thieves' Cant rune. Then Rook. Oh, I love this. Rook is another word for like a club to thieves, right? At least in Thieves' Cant. So a rook is any simple weapon that deals bludgeoning damage. Any simple weapon. When a critical hit is scored with the weapon, and when it is used to attack a surprise creature, the attacked creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of its next turn. So, any critical hit, I could probably remove this and just make it to whenever it's a surprise creature. Like, that'd be great. I think that it was pulled and adapted to that, if I'm remembering right. Like, at least what I've been able to find. Yeah, Romani, London, Yiddish. Wait, really? I thought this was like an older... Wait, what the fuck, Reddit? There was a person saying that they had seen some of the words that were used in Thieves' Cant to write, or some of the words in Thieves' Cant were appearing, were Polari words. Wait, what? Okay, now this makes me feel like an asshole. What happened here? I need to look into this more. Okay, so there's a mixture of words. It is a form of slang or cant used in Britain by some actors, circus and fairground showmen, professional wrestlers, blah, 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 merchant navy sailors, criminals, sex workers in the gay subculture. There's some debate about its origins, but it can be traced back to... Okay, so it was like... it was street slang. Yeah. It's not like... Okay, so yeah, it's just another form of slang. Right? Yeah, the more I looked into that, it doesn't sound like oh, sure. I'll look into that a little bit more. Now, it shouldn't be super difficult for a rogue to use bludgeoning weapon. It would be difficult for a rogue to use a bludgeoning weapon as a finesse weapon, right? This, I think it might be actually better. Could the weapon just be used with sneak attack? How do you make this work? Okay, what can bludgeoning weapons use in order to benefit from sneak attack stuff? Let's pull this up. Sneak attack. Okay. It could gain the finesse property. What does that do? Simple bludgeoning. I mean, this is the problem. Not the fact that it does the 1d8 bludgeoning, but just like narratively. It has to weigh less than, yeah. Okay, that weighs less than 5 pounds. Yeah, it's not that you need a huge damage die. Can I just say, what is the... you can't say any bludgeoning weapon. Yeah. I mean, you could use flail then, if you did that. You'd be able to use battle axe with it. Weighs less than 5 pounds. Wow, they really think the battle axe only weighs 4 pounds? That's getting a little... I mean, I want to find the graceful way for this, right? I mean, this is literally the only thing. It's just, I don't like the narrative of you being able to... I mean, it's funny. A rogue wielding a great club that just whacks. But I like just this opening up some space, right? Oh yeah, I'm going to be here for a while, awesome soul. Where's that? Speaking of, let me get Chip Soul again. Yes. God, I have been, like, obsessed with this chick's music. Okay. Club, dagger, great club. Like... Okay, so bludgeoning, bludgeoning, bludgeoning. It has to be able to do bludgeoning damage. Because we want it to be... I mean, the idea here being, this is the rook is the thing that you go up and you whack someone on the back of their head with, and then they go unconscious, right? Like, that's the rook. I love that idea for what Thieves' Cant can be. Would it have to be a... quarterstaff, a mace? Club. Okay. A club. No, I can't say that. A simple weapon that deals bludgeoning damage. Because, like, I feel like he wanted to work with, Yeah, the weapon gains a finesse property. Just say that. Shiv is going to become something different because that Shiv isn't all that great. When the weapon is used to attack a surprised creature, it's all good. Hey, thanks for being here, Robotic Raven Mage. It's fun having you. Oh, wait. Weapon gains a finesse property. Well, is asking players to look up weapon weight a bit cumbersome? It's listed on the same page. Are you really, is it really that cumbersome to ask them to shift their eyes like a quarter of an inch? Like, yeah, it's all listed right here. Blackjack. Damn it, that's what it's called. That's the thing. Yeah, blackjack. Damn. God, that would suck. I mean, just imagine getting whacked in the back of the head with this thing. Ah. Yeah. That'd suck. Hey, we'll see you later, Daryl. I mean, they'll look it up once, but it's an easy way to get rid of. It's an easy way to handle weapon properties without referring constantly to weapon properties. You'll probably notice that weapons that have the heavy property weigh more than 5 pounds. Weapons that don't have the heavy property weigh less than 5 pounds. So it's a pretty easy way to write weapons that lack the heavy property or like two-handed property without having to write all that stuff out. Yeah, see, like loading two-handed, 5 pounds. And then in other situations, like see, 5 pound or two-handed, reach special, but it's a lance. You're supposed to hold it two-handed. The special is, yeah. Because this knocks out, this kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It refers to both heavy and two-handed, and any other like special properties and stuff like that. Do Kensai think with limitations on heavy and two-handed weapons being off-table simple fix? Well, difference being that like they couldn't use the same fix of what I have here because they want you to be able to use bow. Yeah, heavy weapons are heavy. Who would have thought? It just, I don't see the purpose of having to list it other than to be a stickler for tradition. It works. Yeah. Mithril weapons aren't official from what I remember. They are like, if it's a thing that you do where you allow that to work at your table, and then you say like, well, mithril weapon, and now this weapon weighs less than 5 pounds, and now I can inscribe this rune on there, GG, LOL. Well, it's not really going to matter anyways, because like the most you're going to up your damage die is by 1 size, because it specifically states any simple weapon. So like, there you go. Like, I just don't really, yeah. Because really, I guess, what am I trying to say here? Any simple weapon that isn't a great club, or any simple weapon that deals bludgeoning damage and isn't a great club. For it to get the finesse property, I think the narrative makes sense that it says it weighs less than 5 pounds, because I also can't really account for what homebrew items other people are going to put on their tables, but this at least makes sense for the narrative of it. Only officially, yes, adamantine is the only one that comes with actual official stats. We did get some text on mithril, but yeah. What is it? It's like there's a, but it's like in a Forgotten or in a D&D or DM's Guild. Wow, in a DM's Guild product for the style guide. Yeah, if somebody decides that they're like, yeah, no, I want to go with I want to make a mithril great club and inscribe this one rune on it to be able to get, I'm like, ooh, there's so many better uses. There are so many better uses for that much gold. If you decide that that's what you want to do, is it going to break the game? No, not really, but like, boy, I think you're going to have some major buyer's remorse whenever you're like, oh, you mean I up my damage die to a D8? And isn't there already? I thought there was a D8. Yeah. I mean, you were already benefiting from doing that with a rapier. So like, you know. Oh yeah, silver. All silver does is it applies the code of silver, and suddenly you can hit werewolves and devils. Okay. Oh, hello. There we go. Okay. So, Rook. When the weapon is used to attack a surprise creature, I almost want this to say that, like, or whenever you are hidden from a creature while attacking it. Because, like, this only applies in surprise round. Which I guess is the way that you kind of want it to work. The fact that the weapon gains the finesse property is really not all that great. Like, if I want cool martial shit, I kind of want to come up with it on my own. I really don't want to look at, like, what other people have written, because I really don't want to open up myself for the potential criticism of you swiped this from somebody, right? I guess the fact of, like, should it do that on a crit? I think that's going to start stacking a lot of crit effects that I just don't really know that I want to be a thing. Like, yeah, and so that's what it says here. It definitely applies during a surprise round. But, like, New weapons and shit. Well, you're right on. Yeah, like, I get it. I don't want to... I want this to be my creation here. I don't really want to, like, swipe anything, potentially. Heavy, what'd you do? Only reason I'm looking at heavy stuff is because me and him are trying to make this compatible. Come on, I have this somewhere. Armorer. There we go. $35 megabytes, heavy. We gotta talk about optimizing your PDF, man. Yeah, we gotta talk about optimizing this PDF. Woo! Ooh, my computer is chugging to, okay. There we go. The complete Armorer's Handbook. What fonts were these? You somehow got away with using like 3 fonts in this title. Is that Brother? Trade Supply. Huh. Never heard of it. Holtzman. Heavy, how'd you get... You look at this. I have a beefy computer. Dude, we gotta talk about... Yeah, we gotta talk about optimizing your PDFs here, dude. Chug, 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 chug. Okay. And... I'm also giving heavy shit. I downloaded this is the full art version of it. What did you do here? Wait, did you not... This is a separate thing. Did you apply this on every page? No, wait, you got that on a second layer. That's what's going on. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out how heavy he was doing all this. Okay, so I'm looking for something that kind of suits the idea. Something that kind of suits the idea of... Yeah, that's my problem with it. Is like it feels like after if you don't get the opportunity to use that, then you fucking don't have a rune. You've blown a class feature on something that is like it's just not working for you, right? So what's the cool I thump someone thing for this to do? Ooh. Chalice. I forgot about this. Chalice might be a little too good on the wizard. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is a thump, but this is like a primordial thump right here. Cast silence. I hate you so hard, you shut up. This feels very elven right here. I always wonder what the narrative for that really is. You know, it's behind you in initiative order. Like, what is that like? I guess you're just a little bit quicker than it. I guess that makes some sense. Um, like, it's kind of funny if it's like a head cracker, right? You thump it so hard, like, or creatures that are hit with this have disadvantage. If the creature's making a concentration check, it has disadvantage on the saving throw. Does that really work? And it feels a little meh. Yeah, you have that. Nice. Oh. Heavy, did you commission that one? My dude, excuse me. Yeah, is that a commission? Okay. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this stuff was, I feel like Heavy commissioned most of this. Whenever, like, maybe, I mean, whenever it hits in the sneak attack, maybe. Rogue is already gonna, like, advantage generation is already very, very easy. So, like, it couldn't be that you stun it. I mean, the fact that you hit it when it's surprised, ooh, you set that up, you just stun lock it. That is already looking really good. But you have to surprise it. I guess it's okay as a rune, okay? I guess it's okay as a rune. If you want to sign up for that, this is okay as a rune. You want to sign up for, like, I want to build into that idea of, like, I want to whack things with my billy club or whatever. Sure, go for Rook. I think that that's pretty good. On top of that, if you have additional runes inscribed, you can, it increases to a +1, +2, +3. Wait, inscribed. Hang on. Three, so you can make it a +1. Okay. You innately have a +1. I mean, if your party rolled up, same new wording as the Bugbear, creature that hasn't taken its turn in combat yet. I know, I'm worried. Oh god, I'm so worried about that new Bugbear. I'm worried that that's going to make them nerf it. Like, yes, it needs to be nerfed, but like, ooh. How did they word that? Hello, Ted. All right, let me pause that. Hobgoblins. Hobgoblins.
They're humanoid, but you are also considered a goblinoid for any prerequisite or effect that requires you to be a goblin.
Okay.
As far as I know, there are no things that exist. Maybe like there's some one-off magic item in an Adventures League thing or something that's like if you're a goblin then X. But
I'm not gonna lie. I'm super curious who dropped all these leaks.
like benefits you for being a goblin. There are some things that say requires attunement by a dwarf, requires attunement by an elf, things like that, but nothing for a goblinoid. And
I mean, we know it. I guess we know it's a white person, huh?
so I think we might be seeing something like this or new things like this in the future, which is pretty exciting. And their size is medium. And then we take a look at their.
I feel like this person's gonna accidentally like
ancestry, which I should say.
show off in the background like something that's gonna be identifiable. I mean, you guys think WotC knows? You think WotC? I mean, they know that this info got out there, but you think that they know who it is? If it hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. Okay. Oh no, this doesn't surprise me at all. This is what happens. Oh god, I hate to keep crapping on it, but like for real, this is just what happens whenever a company like doesn't. I don't think WotC's acted in a really professional manner for years. They would have NDAs signed with people that would have access to a book like this that had gotten back from a printer. This means that Wizards of the Coast has already printed these books. They're ready to go. Like, this, what this tells me is that since early review copies haven't gone out, this is somebody that is internal at WotC that is sending this stuff to Ted. Or they are somebody that's at the printer that held onto one of these and got the stuff over to Ted. Like, from working in a print shop, like, it's very possible that, like, maybe this is even like a test print, right? Because, like, there's some errors that are in here that are like the kind of thing that after you get it printed, you send over to like an editor to have them double check it to make sure that there aren't any errors. There's some stuff in here that like very, very basic, like in the first 6 months of doing editing kind of things, you probably would have caught. Like, this weapon deals bludgeoning damage instead of the bludgeoning damage normal for an unarmed strike. That kind of crap shows up pretty, like, it's pretty bad. Okay, if it hasn't... Attack a creature that hasn't... Is that better? I don't know if that first turn thing is necessary. The extra 2d6 damage should only apply to weapon attacks. Yeah, I'd agree. That thing does not need to apply to Eldritch Blast. That's so nuts. So nuts. Look at... Boom, 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 boom. Yes. Yeah, Bugbear Shatterkai are looking probably overpowered right now. That extra damage that you're able to dish out with Bugbear is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I think that if we saw that, there's a chance actually the leaks that we saw are probably like pre-final print, because of the stuff that wasn't caught. Either that, or if that was the stuff, if the books that we saw appear as like, if we see that one mistake of bludgeoning damage equal to bludgeoning damage instead of the bludgeoning damage for an unarmed strike, then I don't think Wizards of the Coast had an editor on it. I don't like. I don't think that that's the case. That editor needs a severe talking to. So what's the other cool thing we can do? Rook. What's the cool thing about... Oh, yeah. So you guys can see where I'm kind of going with this, right? Like, Rook feels pretty damn cool. This feels like a runic blackjack, right? You go up and you smack somebody, and it feels like it fits pretty well with the rogue playstyle. Screeve. This was originally a fiendish rune, but it... Oh, no, wait. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. Screeve. The word for right. To them, this is basically like you were getting a map a la like Minecraft, okay? This was one that was written by somebody that was in my Discord server. I believe it was Biomancer? I think it was either No, it wasn't Dirge. I think it was Biomancer. Or Cliff Ice. I'm trying to remember. I need to go back through and reference that. But let's go back down. Basically, you inscribe this onto a blank piece of parchment or a map. It fills it in with the surrounding terrain, which is already really cool. Bam, you can be a little bit of a navigator, right? On top of that, you have a cool little glyph that pops up on the map. Was it Bioman? Okay. On top of that, there's a very cool glyph. I love this idea because this feels so video game. Like, it was you. Okay, good. I love this one. This feels so video gamey, right? And good in a great way. People are going to instantly know what this is supposed to do for them. It gives you a little bit of like a heads up display. It's just so cool. I love that. On top of that, you can invoke it, and the map will show the position of any of your inscribed runes in the area. Cool. So now, not only that, but you know where all your buddies are at. This is so cool. This is like, this is one of those things, right? Where like, this is a rune that has basically zero combat use. Basically zero combat use. But like, this could very easily be the entire thing that lets you be the like hacker man in a van kind of thing, right? Like, oh, this is so cool. I love this. Oh, nice. And then there is like, are we? Why would you think so? Oh, is it all gone now? All the snow's gone? From what I can see on the radar, no. We are bone dry unless this stuff from Canada decides it wants to beeline it our way. It's supposed to snow like more this month. Right? Right? I thought so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oklahoma. Why are you getting into the 70s? It's January. Oklahoma, what are you doing? Are we gonna get snow? Yeah. Why is like all of January looking like it's gonna be 70 degrees? Yeah. That's not fun. Sorry, I was on a quest for Amanda real quick. But yes, so I wanted the idea of like part of the Runekeeper to be that like, what am I in combat? Oh, you're the guy, you're like, you can be the nerd that's sitting on the computer like, oh guys, let me hack into the mainframe. Like, I like that idea, right? I thought that, it could be cool and unique if you could like possibly get that kind of a character out of it. And I almost think that Screeve makes it a little possible. Is to make some loot to steal? But we'll probably get it in late to mid. Ah. Man. Sad. I really wanted snow. I really wanted more snow. Well. Mark some loot to steal. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, shift. Boom. Any simple or martial weapon lighter than 5 pounds. It gains the finesse property. Now, This is not. You're probably like, Taryn, what? This is not as good. What are you talking about? You just made a thing that you gave a crit thing to, or that you gave a special little thing to. Except, my friend, you're missing out on something. This applies to martial weapons. Lighter than 5 pounds. Might be a little bit of tracking, but from what we can see here, what does this add it to? Adds it to the war pick. So we get the D6 of piercing, okay? Or sorry, D8 of piercing. It doesn't add it to the pike. It would add it to longsword. So you can do versatile with longsword and get a D10. And you can get a D10. That's actually kind of sick. I mean, rogue longsword, kind of cool sounding. All right. I do think, yes, like a tracking device, right? You can potentially invoke that rune to cause it to be a tracking device, you know. Now, there are marks that you can add in here that would allow you to track it on your map. Like, that one rune, Biomancer may have very well figured out, like, what makes that Runekeeper feel so unique. That is so cool. I love that rune in particular. Yeah, that's one of those ones, like, I'm so happy I've got a community that it was like, oh, what about something like this? And I'm like, oh my god. I don't know how you guys, filling out this whole Runekeeper thing, if I would have had to, like, coming up with 300 runes or what the hell ever is going to wind up in the final product, I'm like, I am so glad to have people that just saw the idea and were like, oh yeah, cool, we're just going to throw everything at the wall on this one. And I'm like, yeah. So, like, highlighting a chest? Maybe? I think what can be cool, like, mark, right? What is a mark to a Thieves Guild? A mark is somebody that you're trying to... Ooh. Oh. 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 Yeah. But what? But how? Like, does it need to be Hunter's Mark? Gah. Well, and here, would you... I mean, it's all simple weapons, right? So, simple weapons... hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers, and short swords. So now you can actually go in and get some use out of that one proficiency in simple weapons, right? I like that. I like that a lot. You not being able to get proficiency with, like, battle axe. I mean, I still think that's stuff that should probably be saved for other classes, you know? It makes sense. But a rogue... Oh, man. There is a character in Lies of Locke Lamora. I think, Jean. Jean makes a lot more sense if, he makes a lot more sense as, like, a pugilist that just wields wields axes, though. Yeah, I guess Jean with the sisters, yeah, that feels more like hand axes. So I guess he could still be a rogue, but, like, he feels super pugilist. Ooh. Huh. Thieves can't. Thieves can't light, or... Thieves can't has to only affect light armor. Okay, so Thieves can't's armor proficiency, or armor rune. What about a spell select rune? It's possible. I'm not against the idea. Especially because Heavy had one in his... Heavy had one that felt very... you get to just use it as a battery for spells. So... Okay, single light armor. Boom, there we go. That's pretty simple. It makes you a little bit more slippery. Creatures that make opportunity attacks against the wearer of the armor must roll a d4 and subtract it from the attack roll. That's simple. That's super simple. And then it provides +1, +2, +3 bonuses to 7. It was like, if it provides a plus... If the bonus is a +2 or higher... Right? I think that works. Okay, and then... Because this is going to make it a lot... This is going to make it very slippery. I like that. I like that a lot. Now... What was Polari for armor? How about suit? No. Do they have a fancy word for armor? There? No. Oh no. I mean, the word for clothing in Polari is drag. Like, it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of great though. Oh man, what could it be? Oh wait, there's Ted. Ted, get out of here. Goodbye, Ted. It's good having you on stream. Polari word for, because like they don't have a word for armor, they don't have a word for like leather. Escape, maybe. What is spotted an unintended meaning there? How about escape? Scarfer? I mean, there'll be... I know, but like, this, it feels like a cool word for, Ricardo? There is some. You're right. You're right. There have been some words from the Forgotten Realms that have been translated. Yes. Okay. Kosahin? Yes, okay. So we have a few that have been translated. Okay, let's move that over here. So ideally, what's the cool thing here? Alright, so it gives you this. I mean, you're already going to be able to disengage as a bonus action. So this is just, boom, something that helps out with that a little bit. Well, the disengagement is going to already be like, whatever. What's the other fun thing? Whenever you dash... Oh, yeah, no, go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. I'll see you later, Mr. Pyramid. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So, what are some other runes or... What are some magic items in the Forgotten Realms that we can pull away from? Right? Because, like, I mean, the idea being that you are the one making runes. Or you're the one making magic properties on items. Armor types. Let's go leather, sure. The hireling armor. Hunter's coat, living armor. Ooh. Like one level of exhaustion. Jeez, alright. Yeah. Repurposed flesh golem. Great. When you hit a creature with an attack, and that creature doesn't have all its hit points, you can deal 1 extra 1d10 necrotic damage to it. Qualish. Armor of resistance. Okay, so that is... Let's go over... Let me just see what else we got. What are some other ideas? I love the arrow catching shield. I love this. No, wait. It's not this one. Is it the shield of missiles or something? Yeah, no, exactly right. I love that idea. You steal something with a Thieves' Cant rune, and the Rune Knight can just track, or the Rune Keeper can just track it down. Exactly right. Well, that's the thing, though, is the Thieves' Cant runes are going to be in the rune, like, they're going to be in the rogue, like, class already. So, like, it should be alright. Wait, I don't know if you were here, Spencer, but there's been some changes made. Shielded missile attraction, that's what I'm thinking of. God, I love that. That is, it's like, it's a cursed item, but it is a great curse. Yeah, so basically here's what happened. Whoever hasn't caught up with this yet, the Thieves' Cants and Druidic Rune Keepers are instead becoming Druid and Rogue subclasses respectively. Oh, marking items to steal. Oh god, there's so many giant runes that are actually done. I need to just copy paste those over. Giant's actually the most fleshed out of all the different languages from what I recall. Yeah. I know, but like if there was a Thieves Guild that was like, no man, we track that, like dude, there's our rune right there. I'd be like, oh shit. These are those guys. They have a guy that can literally speak words that will just shatter reality. Okay, hey man, this is my bad. You want a beer? Like, yeah, the changes were basically made because like I just couldn't reconcile with the idea of you being able to get Druidic and Thieves' Cant, which are two core class features at a first level on the Rune Keeper, just given to you at first. It was something that just felt pretty weird to me. Now, as to whether or not you can get them with that polyglot feature, that is, I'm going to leave that up to you and your DM to interpret. But I think that should be the kind of power that, like, if you're going to do that, most likely should probably be, like, maybe through a feature or something, like a feat that you can pick up. Is there a feat that allows you to get Druidic or Thieves' Cant? I can't remember if that's a thing. Plus, both of those just always felt fiddly. They're a lot cooler whenever you actually make them third, like 1/3 invokers and stash them over into another class. It's just, they feel a lot cleaner over there. Yeah, right? Shielded Missile Attraction, I love it. That would have made me just like the happiest boy in the world if I could have gotten that on Sir Hammond. Sir Hammond had like an AC of like 25 or some ridiculous shit. His dexterity was like, you know, -3 or something, but like it was a Warforged using the Warforged UA, which those of y'all that already think the Warforged is strong, think about this. At one point, that thing got to add its proficiency bonus to its AC. Take that down, Forge Domain. Ooh, buddy. Oh, man. Yep, that was super fun. Nothing could hit me. I've never felt scared to go run into the front line. Sometimes, like, if I got hit, we knew it's time to back out, right? Like, I knew that, like, oh, I got hurt. Guys, we need to run. Like, I was our sign of, let's get the party out of here. Okay. Supernal is done. This subclass is done. I need to take another look at Primordial. Jotun, I need to copy those runes over. Actually, that's what I'll do real quick. Sacrifice Domain Cleric. Uh-oh. 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 I think InDesign is shitting the bed right now. Yep. Yep. Okay. Hang on a sec. By multi-classing their capstone or during their downtime. I'm trying to figure out the best way to handle that. Hey, there we go. Did I lose anything? No. Neat. Why are you saying that you need saving? Oh, because that's where my cursor was. Okay, cool. Okay, giant. Yeah, I did a much better job with the layout on the new one. This old one just looks so cluttered now. The new one feels so clean. It just needs more information. And I think I figured out a better way for all of the... oh, I need to get this one put back over. And yes, Spencer, so... it would be possible for you to learn them. I want you and your DM to kind of have that conversation about, like, how that would all go down. I don't think it would cause any big issues. I know that people really want their reliability of, like, here's how the feature is going to work and all that. I just wouldn't want you to cause someone else to feel like they're missing out on core class features by, like, I can't get this feature until... or, this is a core thing I did at first level, so it doesn't feel special anymore. Maybe I'll write it in as a feat or something like that. I'll ask Ross what his opinion is. Stone. Okay. Dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. Everything gets dark vision. It also just didn't make any sense in the, like, it didn't make any sense in the original Rune Knight that, like, oh no, as long as I'm holding this thing, I get dark vision. And, like, what happens if you pass that thing around? Haha, I get dark vision. What? Like, wait. So if I'm holding it, then, like, oh no, wait, I've got to touch it, and then I get dark vision. Yeah, but what if I hold it? No, only I get dark vision. Like, you want it to be a cool supplier, make it to where it's not going to be a huge deal for other characters to carry it, right? And if you feel like the thing is too strong to just be passed around, then maybe don't put it on a rune? I don't know. Make it to where it's going to require some prerequisites or even attunement instead. It feels like there were a lot of different ways that they could have handled mechanics for runes, and they just kind of didn't. I think that WotC really flopped on this one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, I will, yes. Because I need to take a look at those. Anyways, hey, what's up, Farrell? Yes, you wrote a bunch of runes for life. And you put it... boom. Boom. Oh, I did have this up. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Viata, the Druidic Rune for Life. Requires attunement, item with Sunflower Pot. I think if you just made it to where, like, if there's, like, really no need for the Sunflower Pot, like, no need for attunement, it'd be really nice to make sure that all the, like, life, weapon, armor, ward, and magic runes don't have to really require attunement unless they really, really need to. Or unless there's already another rune that provides that effect. Reason being, those are like the 5 kind of core base, like words for runes. You want to be able to, like, as a Runekeeper, run in there, pick up one of those 5, and be able to play the game, right? The power of the sun rejuvenates you for every hour in direct sunlight. This is good. This is good. It's a very slow crawl for like how many you can get, but like I think that this is all right actually. Flowers sprout from the ground in a 20-foot radius centered on the attuned creature. Hostile, yeah, because I like the idea of you create the flowers around you. I almost wonder if, like, I don't know, consecrating it feels pretty supernal. I do like that a lot. Yeah, and it's kind of unexpected that you get the, like, oh, passive rejuvenation up here, which is actually really good. I mean, honestly, what you could do with this is, like, is the party going to... Maybe you can even say for every hour in direct sunlight, the attuned creature can roll one of its hit die and regain hit points equal to the roll. Because I guess that, well, it's really no different than a short rest. Yeah, I guess this is just like a flat passive regeneration, which it's an interesting mechanic. Oh, later, blue thumbnail. I like this a lot. I really do like this, actually. I like the idea of, like, oh, it's the life rune, and it causes difficult terrain. Okay, like, interesting. That is, I like the fact that you sprout up the life, and that's what causes the difficult terrain, right? That's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. I like this. Although, what did you use to format it? Is this GM binder? Can I open this outside of... let me open it in Adobe. Yeah, the sun rejuvenating makes a lot more sense. I agree with that. Hey, what's going on, okay? Yeah, I had to repair my computer suddenly. Use it with home brewery. Okay. Whoop. Oh boy, how much did that just bungle up? Wait, what? Hang on. Draconic? What just happened? Boom. Oh, okay, so... Copy. Copy. And take this over here. Please do not destroy this. Draconic. Druidic. We're going to be very careful. Paste. Okay. I also don't think that. Oh no, you're fine. Um, I'm kind of curious if we are going to move away from Rune Keeper level or like character level scaling in 5e. We haven't seen them do that in races yet. Like we haven't seen them re-implement it in a race since we've seen Monsters of the Multiverse. So I think that might be a thing that we're going to see them move away from. I think it's Rejuvenatio. Let me do some. Where was that? Is that right? Rejuvenates? Ah. Look. Quit trying to get my location. Here we go. Okay. Man. With all the dogs in the house, it's like, it feels like my face is just like always itchy. Well, right. I mean, it still has its purpose. I still see a reason for it, for sure. Something akin to the new Asmar Healing Hands be too broken? You mean if you went with, Yes, I prefer class level scaling to character level scaling. Yes. Because it's necessary for some things. They can make him fall asleep. Okay. I mean, it'd be nice if it, like, Druid already has a whole lot that it can do in terms of healing within its kit, like, or within its spells. Yeah, class level and character level do serve two different purposes. You usually use class level if you're trying to prevent something from multi-classing to or you're worried about something possibly multi-classing to get too much power, or you know that it would have too much power if you did multi-class with it, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I do like that one. I don't know that it requires attunement. I think that you can just make this like any item and make it to where, like, for every hour in direct sunlight, the creature wearing or carrying the object. I guess you could say every hour in the... Every hour in direct sunlight. Every hour the creature wearing object spends... boom, like that. It doesn't really need to have attunement. You're basically asking it to... This is really only buffing up what it can do during a short rest. I think this is actually pretty nice as just a passive regeneration of, like, you have this stone that people can touch and they, like, just regain hit points from it if they're in sunlight. This is great. This is already very, very good. And what I'd like to do is see if there aren't ways in which we could clip out things like requires attunement, right? I want to see how often it is that you can just make things work, and yeah. Your Teratial's name's actually nice. Not gonna tell me how to live my best life, but when did I last take a short rest? This is me working today, for sure. That's 6 hours and 48 minutes on stream. Yeah, AA battery, but medieval. Yeah, well, okay. It's not the fact that this has rejuvenating health. If it was just a rejuvenating health, then requiring the attunement and you can pass this thing, like, I don't really see anything wrong with this because it's spending the hour in direct sunlight. If the creature's wearing or carrying it for the entire hour, then, like, yeah, they're the one that's going to benefit from it, right? Could another creature touch the object? No, they're not the one wearing or carrying it, right? They're the one touching it. This is infinite healing, but with enough caveats that I think that this is actually really fine, and pretty cool and flavorful. Now, it couldn't be Runekeeper level. This one would probably need to be character level, or if it's going to be half your Runekeeper level, the other cool thing with this is basically the same thing right here. This is basically the same thing. Mathematically, the runes that you have inscribed is usually going to be about the same as half your character level. And what this does is it makes it to where this will still work with the new subclasses that we have. They're not going to be quite as strong as you get getting this with the Runekeeper, but they probably shouldn't be. Because if you had it written to where it was, like, you know, with your it scales with your Runekeeper level, and you go and get this as a druid now, then it just doesn't work. So all that I've really done right there is just make it to where this works now for the new feature, right? Or the new subclass. That's 20-foot radius. Oh, what did I just do? Since we're the flowers are considered different. Okay, so flowers are considered difficult terrain for creatures that are hostile to you and your allies. Sure. Now, this needs something to enhance additional runes. Because you want them to get a little bit more. One sec. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. Like, give me 5 to 10 minutes. Be right back. Yo. No, not you. Come on, go outside. Go outside. Oh, man. All right. What do I do with my... Where's my beanie? It's freezing in here. You know, you go like 7 hours of live streaming, you drink like 2 pots of coffee, and then whenever it all decides to catch up at you with you at one time, oh man. Did it go exactly to the beat? Yeah. So Spencer, great room. All right. With a little bit of cleaning up, yes, this is awesome. Uh-oh. Here we go. Yes, with a little bit of cleaning up, that was perfect. That's such a great defining rune for what this could be. I'm almost curious if after the changes, if I need to put Shillelagh into here and then make it to where you can invoke it, and I don't know. Maybe the prerequisite needs to be like you have to know the Shillelagh cantrip. But yeah, this is a very good cleanup right here. Good job. Okay, let's go on and see your next one. Har. Har. I like it. This rune's magic is an unspoken agreement between all rogues. Survival is key. The creature holding the inscribed object can take the dodge action as a bonus action. Okay. For the next minute, the creature holding Har gets 9th level Runekeeper. Really? Your action to have... Okay, so it is a quick, like... I think you've been in the dock. I'm not really sure why it needs a 9th level prerequisite. I mean, it's nice to be able to dish that out. But dodging as a bonus action is about as strong as, like, I would say getting a cantrip. Yeah, if this is going to be a Thieves' Cant rune, being able to dodge as a bonus action is already... that's good. Let me think on this one. They don't all... I do like the idea, right? Fighter normally gets the invoked ability at 9th. Have the attacks damage. Okay. Well... Oh, for the duration, they get to have the attacks damage. Yeah, but Fighter just gets that. Right? Because that's Indomitable, right? Oh, it's a saving throw. What is it? What's the one I'm thinking of? Oh, Rogue normally gets it. Fifth, Uncanny Dodge. Now, if it's repurposing what Rogue got here with Uncanny Dodge, because you're putting Dodge as a bonus action on top of it. Yeah, I don't know that I'm 100% sold on this one. Being able to dodge as a bonus action, it's nice. That's nice. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm just not super sold on this one. Because ideally I'd like to make it to where it doesn't require a prerequisite, since it's going to be a life rune, you know what I mean? I like to take a look at it a little bit more and see, like, see what maybe it could get evolved on. Yeah, no, I got what you mean. No, I totally get you there. Yeah, you couldn't have planned for that. Don't worry about that. Primordial. Okay, so life, and it's going to encompass the other ones. Okay. An object that is red, blue, green, and yellow in color. Liquid embodies the cycle of elements, where even in death they're recycled back to life. Each creature, or a creature holding the object inscribed with live, has advantage on death saving throws. Okay. The creature instead regains hit points equal to half their hit point. Whoa. So is there a reason why it was okay. Death recycled back to life. Has advantage on death saving throws through primordial. That feels very supernal. But I like this idea of even in death they're cycled back into life. Because I mean, I've been fighting for what the idea of life meant in primordial for a while. Like, I'm okay with the idea of advantage on death saving throws. Maybe, like, if you make a death save, what could this be? Because, like, I don't mind the idea of it being tied into death saves or something like that. Feels very life. But, like, I don't get the sense of recycling, or, you know, cycled back into life, right? Fire recycle, water recycle through liquid, gas, and solid, right? Like, this feels fire life, you could say. You know, the Phoenix does that thing, right? Right, I get you. I think that if they're still conscious, they get 2 levels of exhaustion. Okay. It makes sense, like, in a like a Phoenix way, which I think that, like, Phoenix could go. It would make a lot of sense for Phoenix to get something like this. So we do like Phoenix, Fire, Life, right? And splitting it apart like that, I think is the direction that I've thought about going for a little bit, where like each of the different elements is going to get their own thing. And then there will be a master word for like what it means in primordial, right? I can see where you're going with this, and I think it might be kind of cool for like Phoenix, like Fire Phoenix, Fire Life, basically, to get this right here. Oh, what just happened? Why did that just redact everything? Weird. Fire Phoenix to get that. That is a very cool. That is a very, very cool passive right there already. It feels Fire Life. I could see this going that direction. Let me check the other ones. What did you do for Con? If the creature holding constant within attack, they can use a reaction for the inscribed weapon to absorb the damage, taking penalty. Okay. Are removed after finishing a long rest. So it literally marks the... Okay, so the thing becomes expendable. To goblins, life is expendable, so that way, yes. They can absorb that damage. Okay, so when the wielder takes damage, next time they deal damage to the creature, they deal additional damage equal to half the original damage rounded down. Okay, so there's an element of tracking that is like a little unsatisfying right there. You're having them track the damage, then have the damage to deal additional damage the next time they deal damage, right? So there's a little bit of tracking involved with that. That doesn't really give a whole lot of reward there. It's nice. But what I think you could do... Oh, okay. So here's basically my thought with writing goblin runes. It's that the first thought for every goblin rune should be, how do I make it explode? Like, just how do I make it do something stupid, ridiculous, right? What I think is kind of funny and kind of cool is that you've done this, like, penalty, the cumulative penalty, right? I like this idea. The thing is expendable, right? To goblins, life is expendable. So you mark something as expendable. This sounds hilarious. I love this idea, right? Now, you have this cumulative -1 penalty. What would be so funny is, like, if you invoke the rune and it deals an I don't know, d6s equal to the negative penalty, right? So, like, if it has a -4 penalty and you're like, throw it, please throw it, and then you just blow it up, like you made a little frag grenade out of it, that sounds super funny. Like, and it's a simple thing, right? And I don't mind it so much that, like, so many of the goblin runes are just blowing stuff up, because the goblin is supposed to be kind of the havoc maker, you know? This feels... I like this idea, and that it's generating something that we can... number one, you're getting the reaction to do something that absorbs some damage, right? You're running an all-goblin campaign right now. But this is also absorbing an entire instance of damage, which basically is effectively making them... what is making this? You have 5 charges to be immune to 5 instances of damage, which would be too strong. How could it do this? They can use their reaction to add the -1 penalty to damage rolls is pretty damn funny. The fact that the weapon gets worse and worse and worse, and you're like, just screw it and throw it and blow it up, is so funny. Like, oh man, I do like this, but I think the second part of it, the invoked effect, would need to be something different, because we don't want to have all the tracking, you know. I did make it attack, so saving throws don't work, but it still may be too strong. Yeah, I like this idea of it would still be defensive for you, right? We can still make this defensive, but it takes out the charges, right? Defensive, you can roll a d4 and reduce the damage taken by that much, but it removes the charge, right? Or it adds a tick away from this. I like the idea. It just needs a little bit more polish. Con. It'd have to be a... yeah. Boom. Go. I like that the Goblin Rune for life is one of the only ones that can get inscribed. One of the only life runes that can get inscribed into a weapon. That's pretty funny. Call mark something as expendable. Okay, let's see what we can do to fix this one up. Okay. Okay, so this needs to most likely be I guess it could be any item. Yeah, it could just be any item, really. But the negative penalty would help to track. The fact that you keep making the weapon crappier is pretty funny. Like, yeah, the first thought is boom, the rest are afterthoughts. Yes! I love that. Like, you know, I mean, right? Like, Con and Vane were the ones you were most unhappy with, so seeing as you like it makes it, oh, good. Marks... That's what's really funny is you mark this thing, cause it to do charges, and you can keep adding like d6s to this pool, and then like they can use their reaction, roll a d4, and subtract the number rolled from the damage. But then it takes a tick, right? Like after 5 ticks, the weapon is destroyed and the rune is lost. So you're playing a little bit of a game with it, right? I can reduce this damage, or I know that this thing is charged up, and I can just throw this dagger and just, yeah! This is too funny. Oh, man. Yeah, this is really good. I think I like this more. Let me see here. It probably needs to be a non-magical. Like, it's pure chaos, but God, it's great. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I wanted the Goblin Runekeeper to feel like. Let me give you an example, okay? I knew that the way I wanted the Goblin Runekeeper to feel. I have a certain vision. No, Ted, get out of here. Ted, get off my stream. Yes. This is how I want it to feel playing the Goblin Runekeeper. This is everything to me. Like, everything should just feel like I am running from chaos, explosions, like... Yes, This is great. This is exactly the vision I have in mind. Now, it should be unbridled chaos and fun, right? But in a way that, like, is Wild Magic Sorcerer fun? It is unbridled chaos in a way, but, like, is it fun? Possibly. Like, maybe if you didn't blow yourself and your friends up fairly often, yes. Well, I say fairly often, 2% chance, but still. Yes, and I need to add you on here. Spencer Jackson. I thought you already contributed some stuff to this. Did you not? And I do hope that you're not taking anything, like, to offense whenever I, like, kind of clean it up. I'm hoping that, like, whenever I'm changing this stuff out, it's not a matter of, like, me wanting to, me saying that the work is bad. I'm just showing, like, why a thing might be, could possibly be improved to get across the same level of flavor. You know what I mean? Because I think that this is hilarious. You being able to, like, using this thing to your own advantage to be like, yes, this is going to protect me. And then whenever I'm done with it, I just throw it away and it explodes. Oh, I think you may have in the past. You did. I need to double check. I need to actually just put up something in the Discord server of, like, anybody that's interested in still contributing a rune that has in the past. Please, please, please let me know, because, yeah. After the PC crash and with everything else I've been doing to try and keep this class going through all that, oh man, I've got to scroll back up to the Discord server and see. The creature wearing or carrying the rune, doesn't will or she'll take the damage. No, yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. The object can, carrying the object takes damage. You know, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do this. Would they have to use their reaction for this? I don't know. Let's see what we can do here. Well, no, because they can just charge this up. They could continually take damage. Well, I guess they could anyways. And charge it up. But in that case, you're just making little bombs out of it, which is kind of funny. I think that that's actually pretty funny. They have a crappy weapon, but, like, I mean, in any case, if you're attacked, and something's going to be based off of you being attacked. It seems like I don't think it's going to exploit anything. Okay. Choose to reduce by 1d4. No action required. Let's see what happens with this, okay? To AC. Doesn't this sort of fall into the bag of rats type thing? Just deal damage to it? And it could, but you're not really getting any kind of massive benefit out of this other than, cool, we can make the weapon explode quicker. Like, you know, like, yeah, it could be the kind of thing that, like, could you exploit this outside of combat? And, like, yeah, sure, you can, but, like, it depends on, are you getting, like, if you make the invoked effect something that isn't so good that it's just like, yeah, of course. There was a rune I already made that was just literally like the goblin got okay, of any of these subclasses that was ever gonna get of any of these subclasses that was ever gonna get just like a bomb that you could make, right? It had to be the goblin one, right? Now the one that I really want to do, oh, here we go. The way that I want it to feel whenever you get the goblin rune that just allows you to make bombs and crap, I think I wrote it already. Some of you guys might have already seen this. But come on. Just give me a video. Just give me the video. Okay, the way that I want. Yeah, the armor you can't take off really, but come on, this is so funny. I want it to feel like the bombs from Breath of the Wild. Like, a lot. That you can just pull out this bomb, whoop, there it is, bam, and then blow it up, right? So that's what I was aiming for. I had it written. Please tell me that made it in. Please tell me that made it into my... Okay, Armorer's Handbook is taking up way too much of my memory. Booyah. Because I think it was Gift. Where you just made a bomb. No. Yes. Okay. Internal error occurred. Well, okay. Hang on, let me restart this. Yeah, I wouldn't put it on anything you intend on taking off so you can throw it at somebody, but, you know, the option is there. Goblin runes. Okay, so this is the rune as it originally appeared. And if I remember right, I was pretty happy with it. For those of you that are like, what are you going to do with goblin runes? Oh, man. This was so funny. I came up with this and I was like, yep. Here's goblin. The goblin rune for Gift. You inscribe it on the glove. As a bonus action, the attuned creature can materialize a glowing, latent, magical explosive with an AC of 15 and 1 hit point. They can then use their action to detonate it or throw it at a point within 60 feet away where it then detonates. Each creature within 5 feet. I thought about making this to where, like, it doesn't have to detonate, right? Like, you could detonate it by shooting it with something, right? Like, that seems super funny. They can throw it, like, they can use their action to detonate it, bam, or throw it, right? I think that's the way it needs to be worded. But anyways, the rest of it's just basically the bomb stuff. I don't know what Amanda's doing. Yes, Immortal Suicide Bomber. I love it. Because I love so much of what this one, yeah. Goblin Runes. I forget who brought it up, but good God, this was like, yes. This is everything I wanted it to be. Let me do this. Okay. Part of the same bonus action. That feels good. They can throw the bomb. Feet away. Same bonus action. Detonate it with. Okay. I love the idea that the bomb will explode early if it's reduced to 0 hit points. That way, if you hit it, boom, it just blows up. Great. Awesome. Somehow sneak the rune onto an enemy's weapon and then make it explode after they realize their weapon isn't performing well, so they sheath it. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that can be super fun. That can be so fun. What would be really fun about a lot of the Goblin runes is if they could debuff enemies and make that work, right? So, anyways. Sorry, I want to get that one out on paper. Okay. Is destroyed. I don't think it needs the penalties are removed after finishing a long rest, because it's part of the rune. Like, you could reinscribe it. Yeah, you would just wind up reinscribing it. Yeah, I don't think it needs to say that the penalties are removed after finishing a long rest. That would be a new element of tracking. I think, like, this needs to just kind of do what it does. That's my thought. I like this right now. I like this right now. Where, like, this rune feels like you look at this and you think, like, okay, 1d4 reduction, and it reduces the, wow, that feels pretty bad. Like, I reduce it and I can make my thing explode? What happens there? Well, it's pretty funny. Because if you do that real quick, instantaneous, the thing just explodes. God, how funny is that? Like, it just becomes a grenade, basically. And it doesn't even need to scale with last until invoked or reinscribed. Let me see. Yes, probably. I think that I know what you're thinking of. The Gnomon Guard grenade. Frag grenade. So it's 5d6. Okay, perfect. Do I have to be wielding the weapon or just carrying it? We really just want the thing to explode. Like, it needs to be each creature within 20 feet of, so it needs to say Uh, you literally make a frag grenade. This is awesome. Um, okay, what? How does this need to get phrased? Because it's a negative penalty. Is suffering the penalty from absorbing damage necessary? Yes. Does the Abyssal Life Rune involve an explosion? I thought the Abyssal Life Rune was the one that you could, like, create undead with. Yeah, the object, the rune is invoked. This is too good. Okay. Boom. So it will explode. It just explodes. That's awesome. Before it was a little bit like given, yeah, you know, like, oh, whatever. But now the invoking time is boom. Oh, it was exploding the corpse. That's right. Yes, the undead explodes. That was too funny. Oh man, I loved writing that on stream. That was too good. I forget who it was that gave me the idea for that one, because god damn, that was so good. This is literally a ticking time bomb now. You know that, like, once it has that penalty and it's taken those, like, you know, time for me to get rid of this damn thing. Like, I love that. Oh, man. And you could do, yeah, I mean, if it was a dagger, it could just mean that, like, you know, it wasn't you? Okay. It could mean that you say, like, when an attack roll is made with it, or whatever, a ranged attack roll, then, like, they throw the dagger and then it explodes. Like, that's pretty cool. I like that. But god, it's so funny how so many of these runes just sound like insanity. That's what I'm trying to yeah, ice break. That's what I'm trying to figure out, like, how you can incentivize people to, like, the penalty is meaningless if you don't need to actually be wielding the weapon to absorb damage? What? What? Okay. That's fine. So it means that you have a dagger that you can be constantly charging with. I mean, rather than using this AC, right? Like, I know if I'm if I'm wearing this AC, or like, you convince somebody to wear this suit of armor. Oh man, You know how funny it is to know that, like, you can put this on somebody, and you're sending them in there with a goddamn suicide vest. Like, what the fuck? This is so messed up. Oh man. Yeah, you can just keep the weapon sheet, and that's fine. But you basically got a ticking time bomb in your pocket, right? I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that idea. You know, it's not like all these have to be the main weapon that you're using. Really, I mean, the more fun thing is to figure out creative ways to use it, you know? I don't see that there's any problem, any problem with this having the recurring attack or damage rolls. Yeah, I think it's actually fine. At least I can't think of a reason why it would be a big issue. Unless I am just being a big dumb and I don't know. Take 1d6 piercing damage. For every negative penalty point, for every negative penalty modifier on a failed save. Is that right? Yeah. I'm going into battle and I need your strongest exploding explosives. Seems better right now just to make it charges and to not have the penalty, since it's clearly optimal to not... Wait, what? I'm kind of okay with, like, the way it's currently written. Wait. Make it charges and to not have the penalty? I think this is funny, though. Like, I think this is super funny. No, it's not every time you hit. It's just you absorb the damage, and then whoa, shit. You absorb the damage and then reduce the bonuses it gets. Yeah, the penalty is more narrative. Yeah, I actually really like this one. I think it's pretty damn funny. Well, if you say a number of d6 is equal to the penalty, then people are going to be like, oh, so a negative d6? And it's like, no, you know what I mean, but yeah, that's fine. Like, you know, technically that coding means negative 1d6, and that's not, yeah. Because if you're saying equal to a negative modifier, it's still calling it a negative modifier. Okay. No, you don't. You don't need to actively be wielding it. You don't. You just don't. So you have it sheathed. Okay, cool. You're making a grenade. That's fine. That's what you're doing. That's fine. It's okay. The negative penalty doesn't have to affect you. It's okay. I promise you. Check out how you coded the sacred... where'd you put it? Oh, did you just post it? You can make a single 1d8 of the planar source type. Should level in this class. Wait, up to your level in this class. If you do so, you take a penalty to the attack roll equal to twice the number of d8s increased. Okay, so 3d8, -6. This feature counts as spell. The spell level of which is cast. You score a critical hit on the attack roll. You do not roll the number of dice twice. When you use this feature, you can use it. So there's a lot of tracking going on with this. Like, because you're asking for quite a few calculations happening in this. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I should know, bam, if this is going to be core, like, I should know, bam, what this does, and I should probably be able to calculate it by only, like, one thought, right? One or two kind of, you know, it needs some trimming down of one of these calculations here. I can tell that you have, like, the mathematical ideas to make something pretty interesting happen in here. Like, because there's already interesting ideas happening. This idea of, like, you want to play trade-off with, like, you're playing this risk reward in a way that's interesting, where it suffers a negative attack roll, whatever, right? You play the risk reward in order to, do whatever. It still feels like I'm seeing a couple different instances of, like, calculations that are going to be made in this feature, the number of times your proficiency bonus for long rest. Okay, so, like, talking about, like, if I kind of pick it apart, right? Melee or ranged spell attack. Okay. So the ranged spell attack, I can make a melee attack because of this wording right here, and I'm just kind of pointing out some of the stuff I'm seeing. It says that I can make either a melee or ranged spell attack, and I know that the way that you want this to work is a ranged spell attack against a creature I can see within 60 feet of me. But because of the way that this sentence is written, it could be a melee spell attack against a creature within 60 feet of me, right? So I'm guessing that's not how you want that to really work, and this would need just a little bit of clarification on that. I know it sounds silly, but that's kind of how D&D works. On a hit, the creature is dealt 1d8 of your planar soul. So this is a part of the. This is just the attack right here. 1d8 of the planar soul. Yeah. Okay. On a hit, this attack deals 1d8 damage. Yeah. So that should probably say, on a hit, the attack deals 1d8 damage of your planar source type, rather than the creature is dealt. Yeah. So you can increase the potency of it, of sacrificing its stability. Okay. Number of d8s. You sent me some draconic runes. I appreciate that. Equal to your level in this class. So up to 20. Would you ever increase it to 20? 20d6 for any reason? Do you do that before or after you make the attack roll? Yeah, so can I do that after if I know that I rolled a nat 20 and I know that, like, so like, if you're saying to make the risk, it should probably say before you make the attack roll, you can take this risk, and that way it's not just like, oh, I rolled a nat 20, cool, I'm gonna max this out to where, like, I can get as many d8s out of this as I possibly can, right? So you want to be sure that the order of operations for which this is negotiated is properly coded in here. So that's another thing that I feel like I'm kind of tripped up on, because I don't really know when that comes into play, but I'm assuming before the attack is made. 3d8. Penalty of -6, right? Okay. So at most, like, This might be able to just be... If it's the number of D8s increased, I think reducing it by double is probably too much. I mean, mathematically, like, I could get 20 D8 by reducing my attack roll by -20. So that means I have to crit in order to, like, you see what I mean? Like, I think that you could actually just make it to where it's, like, equal to the number of D8s that you decreased it by. You know, or increased it, right? You get a D8 for a -1 to the attack roll. That's only an average of 4.5. I guess that might be a little strong. But I mean, it is accuracy, so the thing could just miss, and then you burn this, right? It works mathematically balanced. Huh? What? It counts as a spell. Okay, so that's fine. So that it could be dispelled? Like, it could be counterspelled? You don't roll the number on the die twice. You don't roll crits for this? I definitely think you should if you're putting up a risk like that. Yeah, I'd say clarify your, yeah, I would say it needs to have a subheader for, like, upcasting. Whoa. Hey! This would be the 5th time we've eaten pizza rolls in 4 days, huh?
Well, I'm hungry, and they're easy, and I didn't know what else to do.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Oh, is it hot?
Oh my god! Ow!
Sorry.
Oh, fun! Ow!
Sorry, I'll never make anything again.
No, you're fine. Oh my god. I appreciate you and I love you.
Thank you, I love you.
Oh my god. Okay. Woo. Yeah, I think you need to split that up a little bit more. And I think if it's going to be the risk, it needs to be real clear. Real clear. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I know, right? Another victim. I know Totino's owes some people some goddamn, legal compensation. Okay. So. The battering shield. Oh, where were we? Oh. I want to make sure. So some things have changed. I need to get to. I posted the PDF of the Runekeeper of an update, and I need to make sure that everyone knows kind of where I'm going with it now. Ooh, that's hot. Okay. Whew. Other life runes, yes. No. I need to post up. I need to kind of figure out what's going to make the life runes get better. I'm sorry the crash happened. Elvish, I have not really figured out Elvish runes yet. That's like hurting me so bad on this. An amulet of Celadrine. Is that just like a holy symbol? Okay. Okay. You can invoke to deal fire damage. Yeah, my tongue just took about like a half point of fucking fire acid damage. Okay. Oh yeah. I like this first effect a lot. A lot. Okay. Woo. So I'm not sure about the second, the invoked effect. -4 penalty. Is this just slow? Yeah, is this just slow right here? Because that feels like third level. Yeah, it's probably third level effect, so that's why it's tied in up here. Slow because everything else is going slower with them. Right. Okay. Huh. I really like the first effect. This is about the upper level of power that I would have really expected like these ribbon runes to be. That is super cool. Because notice it doesn't age you. Or it doesn't make you immortal. You can't believe I'm going for 8 hours? What, this is my first stream you've seen? We harbor that Sigma stream mindset. We burn ourselves with pizza rolls. We drink coffee. I really like the first effect. But I kind of wonder. I think the record was super close to 12. I can't remember if it was a 12-hour stream. Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna sneeze, and pizza roll is just gonna go everywhere. Woo! Oh, man. 2 alpha. Oh, man. Yeah, it also doesn't get the ability to shake it off, does it? Yeah, without the ability to shake that off, that feels a little punishing. Yeah, and it just being the slow effect afterwards. I can see where your head's at. Because, like, I like this so much. This is perfect. This top part, perfect. Awesome. Exactly where we want it. I'm trying to figure out what... And Trickster said to do slow spell. I like the top part a lot. I'm not sold on the invoked effect. I like it a lot. Because, is that a ribbon? Kind of. It is a very specific kind of condition immunity. Like, extremely specific. This helps out with ghosts, it helps out with sphinxes, and what else? Like, magic doors? I don't know, like, rock on. I think I'll still be at this in an hour and a half? I am trying to get as much work done on this before I have to go back to school on Tuesday. All I know right now is like there's about 12 of us teachers that are out on either on quarantine or we're out on other stuff. We have over 50 kids that are out on quarantine, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to I don't know when I'm going to be able to stream, but if we're out for a while because of like quarantine or something like that, I could probably get on here more often. But I do know that we are like, ooh boy, today and tomorrow are the last 2 days I get to just kind of be off, and I'm trying to get as much work on this one done as I can. So, long answer to that. Probably. I slept for a while today, so I'm going to be up for a bit. Woo! Is that the Elvish word for life? I mean, Spencer does his research. I'm just curious if that's what it was. That's Thieves' Cant. Are they Elven or Elvish? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it Elven? Elvish? Yeah, okay, so, yeah, Spencer did his research. Okay. Oh, it's when I had on one of my old docs. Okay. I'm super sold on this first effect. It's pretty cool. That is a pretty situational, like, kind of an effect. It's pretty strong. Probably just something. $11-ish. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll leave that at that for right now. Hang on. Now, you wrote something for Live, and I had originally written something for Live, but it's been a hot second since I looked at it. Because I wrote one in Legends of Frozen Far, and if I remember right, it was the one that allows you to make a potion instantly. Order is everything. Gains a bonus to their initiative rolls equal to... Okay. The order is everything. Extra 2 to 6 damage. Okay. So, it does kind of build on the idea of domination. Hmm. Ugh. Yeah, open magic doors to dwarven ruins, right? Please no sue. Guys, order is life, but are there other ways that you can, like, convey the idea, right? Like, is it order equals always initiative, right? Or are there other ways that we can convey that narrative, you know? You've gone through the whole back catalog? Hey, Yagami Fire. First off, sorry. Second off, thank you. Third off, nice to have you. Okay. And like, but what I mean is like, is initiative the only way that we can convey that, you know? Order, rank, prestige, well, I mean, order. So, what do we have here? What do we have? It's very possible that you can just use it to instead determine your initiative roll. A number of times per... That's what I'm saying. Something similar to Portent. I don't have a problem actually with Divination Wizard. Clockwork Soul is its own deal. Rather than, like, the attuned creature can... The attuned creature can just choose where it goes in initiative. Whenever they're not surprised. Now it's dominating. Now, is that really goddamn strong? Yeah, it is. But like, if they can only do it once, and then they regain uses of it, whatever, right? You could do it to where that thing just goes like, boom. This thing determines when it goes in initiative once per long rest. That's insane. That is so good. But like, the general level of power is about where I would want it to be, right? The invoked effect, I'm not entirely sold on, because it's just the, you know, sneaky stuff. It's strong, but I'm not super sold on it. I like the idea of, like, once per... The creature can do it a number of times equal to half their proficiency bonus, maybe? And then it gets to the point where you're just deciding when you go in initiative, which is, like, kind of sick. Right? Opinions. I don't know. Let me throw that out there into the stratosphere. Chat, you being quiet. You were all talkative earlier. What about you can use it once and then you get, what about you get to use this back on a long rest or if you roll initiative? Not 20 on a future initiative. I don't really see the point. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that you can just permanently go up. Like, bam, right here. Bam. Or the creature gets a bonus to their initiative rolls equal to... Hang on. This is clever in making them feel... I will. This is clever in making them feel different. And making life feel different for what it means to be a giant. Equal to... We can try that for right now. I mean, if we made it to where, like, advantage on initiative rolls, order is everything. Yeah, probably. It probably needs to be invoked to change initiative rolls, right? Or, I mean, hell, we can make this entry level, right? Like, this is a fun one to play with. This is one of my favorite discoveries I made. This works. You can take a reaction whenever you roll for initiative. For those of you that didn't know that, you can do this. It's so funny. This is a coding that actually works. It's very good. I think it was Heavy that told me about this actually working, and it's like, yeah, no, it's super fun to design around. It could just be that, like, you get an advantage on the check. But it would feel better to just be able to change it, right? Yeah, it's a thing that actually, yes, you can do this. It's great. When you roll for initiative is an instance that occurs that you can actually use your reaction against. It's awesome. You can ready an action that whenever we roll for initiative, I want to do a thing, and you can quite literally prep an attack that can be made after rolling for initiative. Yes, this is absolutely a thing that you can do. Everybody should be aware of this. Like, yes, this is absolutely a thing. Your initiative counts. Reaction. After you roll for initiative. You can increase or decrease your initiative count. Boom. You can increase or decrease your initiative count up to an amount equal to the number of runes you have inscribed. This is the kind of thing that I really think, I think that's pretty solid. You increase your initiative count or decrease your initiative count, right? Like, what does this do? What is the swing on this? Here at like first level you pick this up, cool. I can increase or decrease my initiative count by 2. Not bad, not terrible. But the other ability of, like, I get a bonus to my initiative rolls equal to my runic ability modifier, pretty sick. I'll take that, 100%. Dictating the ideas of your buddies could be great, but, like, D&D is also not a game where a lot of people honestly like getting told what to do. Like, we talked about this in the past, but yeah. Like, if you take the reaction rolling initiative, you wouldn't be able to use your reaction until your first turn, right? Correct. That is correct. So if something gets away from you, it's gone, right? You can't use your off attack or whatever. Yeah. So you can increase or decrease your initiative count by invoking this. And you can do it immediately after combat. Well, so whenever combat's rolled, bam. Like, the number of giant runes inscribed. Maybe. Because I'm trying to figure out if it needs to be those runes inscribed or that share its language, you know, or share its translation, right? I mean, this, oh man, I can see Supernal characters really wanting to go over and snag this, because this looks, woo boy. I don't know if it needs to have this requires attunement tag. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That creature's attuned to it, so therein you can now use this thing down here. So I don't think it needs to have that. I think it just needs to be the creature holding it gains a bonus to its initiative rolls equal to your runic ability modifier. The creature okay. Sure. Per number of X runes inscribed will place an emphasis on the point of view / worldview, that language, but reduce versatility. Correct. We'll see you later, Biomancer. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good night. Yeah, I don't know that I want to reduce the flexibility like that. Or versatility like that. Especially because we're just saying that, like, yeah, life or giant runes. Okay, yeah, like, good. Like, life or giant runes. That feels pretty good, right? You want to specialize in life, you can get a lot of love out of this. Yes, I think that this is pretty solid right here. At least from what I can tell at first glance. Okay, and then I think that was it for the ones that Spencer submitted. So I've had a few people also sending more. 2 goblin runes. Okay. The reason why the first one wouldn't work right now for the weapon, there's a new thing going on with weapons that I want to get into. I'll tell you guys why that's going on. There's a new scaffolding to work with on weapons that I want to make sure everyone sees. Foul smell that distress enemies. Ooh. Ooh. That is nasty. Okay. Okay. I like this. I like this a lot. What can we do with this? This is Wuzzlk.
Yeah, Draconic Wolf sent this one in. So, yeah, I want it. Yeah, vertical and horizontal progression. Right. I want it to be able to branch out in the way that Yes. So. Yeah, I also want to make sure that like. Oh, how do I put it? I want to make sure that I don't like hard set it into specific campaign settings. I mean, people can change whatever, right? But yeah. Robotic Raven Mage. That's because that character doesn't have to be you that has it. The creature wearing or carrying the inscribed object has a bonus to its initiative rolls equal to your runic ability modifier. You could hold it and increase your initiative count and do all that and be fine and dandy. Or someone else could be carrying it, and then if you want to go with a more heal support, you probably want to decrease your initiative count. So you take the reaction to increase or decrease your initiative count by an amount equal to the number of runes you have inscribed. It's actually more versatile to inscribe this and pass it to somebody else, and then you've got another instance of this, or you've got your own, like, this affects you whether or not you are carrying this. But yes, this is, let me see here. Get back over it. Where'd it go? Where did that go? Okay. So Wizilk. This is the rune for stink. I kind of love this. Any armor or clothing requires attunement. This rune emanates a foul smell that disrupts enemies. When a hostile creature within 15 feet of the inscribed object makes a Constitution saving throw, you can roll a d4 and subtract a result from the roll. Additionally, a creature that fails a saving throw because of this rune takes 1d4 poison damage and an additional 1d4 for every 3 goblin runes you have inscribed, or that translate to protection or common, or exploit in common, right? This sounds really funny for, like, the goblin protection is just smear yourself with shit. Like, that is so fucking funny. Oh, man. Like, yeah, he's got magic goblin Runekeeper armor. Why does he smell so bad? So I think that the protection could be that, like, yeah, like, that is a ward. That's kind of funny. Like, and then it sends out a repulsive cloud of stench. This does feel like, I wonder if there's a way to make it a little bit more, or it could even be that, like, anytime that they're hit, they also, like, oh man, that's pretty good. Yes, I think the narrative really kind of shines on that. This is super funny. I really like this one. Now, because of this rune, yeah, that's what I think, right? They are within 15 feet. Yes. 1d4 poison damage. Now, and you've actually made poison damage, like, not terrible. Because, like, it's just you reduce it, right? Like, would they have to make the saving throw against poison? That would make it suck. But I think we're okay with this for right now. This is pretty funny. Yes, this as a, if we can say, like, goblin protection, this is pretty funny. Yeah, you can live the dream of playing Pigpen from Peanuts, right? This is fucking funny. I like this a lot. Okay. That one should go in. Goblin runes have been my favorite to design. Like, this is so funny. Okay.
it feels strange for a DM to be tracking that. How do you mean? Oh, like they can just fail it on their own and then they don't trigger it, or, you know, only as a result of failing it, they would trigger it. I can understand what you mean with that, and we can clean that up. It needs to be Lord. That's too funny. Goblin, Poop Lord. I'm trying to remember if I was gonna run with exploit or not, but I think we might be able to just keep it off of an item, and I don't think it needs to require attunement. Hang on. Okay, there we go. So you see how I kind of tweaked that a little bit? Now, that's very good. Very strong. Except for the fact that it deals fucking poison damage. So. The DC. This removes any of that worry now. We've cleaned that up just a little bit. So. This is just a big stinky rune. That smells bad. And it's great. The fact that it's just a smelly bad, yeah, I think this is too funny. So our invoking time. Okay. So what is the effect that you had? Repulsive cloud, so it's just to find it. Oh man. It's action to end the effects by splashing itself with water. Okay. Is there any reason why this couldn't just be Stinking Cloud? I mean, it's like you are just kind of like, you're just kind of farting on it with this now. Like, that's really good. Making it just Stinking Cloud and it happens for a minute, like. I guess you're marking it in a way, which feels super weird. Like, in a good way? Fragrant goblin musk? Yes. Make it thunder damage from big farts. Well, and I'm fine with the idea of it being used for tracking. It's like, it's funny that it's literally like you. Yeah, you're taking a nice long fart, marking this thing, and you're like, guys, over here. How can you tell where he's going, man? Just. Thinking Cloud is probably too strong. Unless it's like... Oh, yeah, you know what? Here's why... Okay, so Robotics got a point, right? Remember whenever we said that Goblin Runes, you need to probably ask the question, why can't it explode? Why should it not explode? This is how this Goblin Rune explodes. The gas it creates is flammable. Just leave it at that and let people's imaginations go wild as to what it means. Let me pull that back up. With a repulsive. Let's say centered on the rune. Within the cloud. There we go. Would it be dexterity or constitution? I guess dexterity. Because you're avoiding getting farted on, I guess. It really is just like you're spraying them with goblin musk, which is horrifying. This might need to be indent. Oh wait. Only reason covered also has some other implications in D&D, so we try to avoid using the term covered. Covered while I don't think it needs the poison damage. Because number one, poison damage is pretty much negligible. It's kind of bloating it out without really doing much of anything. But this other effect of having it track it is actually pretty good. Like, actually pretty strong. The fact that this is just a rune that emanates with a skunk spray is pretty funny. Like, see what I mean, guys? Like, designing the goblin runes has been so fun. I mean, yeah, let's get rid of the poison damage. It should just be that you have the advantage on the checks to market. It needs to be marked for 1 hour. Or wow. Actually, one day, you want to make this track, it needs to last longer, but the duration can be instantaneous. The preferred rune of famed goblin sorcerer Taco Bell. Oh man. Like starfish. Oh god. That's horrifying. Yeah. No, I mean, you should be able to track it. This creature should be tracked. Like, yes. Or until they remove the stench by bathing in tomato juice. Like, come on, this is so funny. And bathing in tomato juice over the course of an hour, right? Yeah. Oh, that's great. Well, marked in this way. All creatures within 60 feet of the target have advantage on... Yeah. That's pretty great. That is pretty damn good. Like, and that is about the level of power that I would expect out of a, like, yeah. It takes additional poison damage. Is this bloating out? A creature that fails a Constitution saving throw can't take reactions. Let's say that. Hang on, let me show you why. The additional damage is cool, but if it fails the Constitution saving throw, which you've already removed the D4 from, it's already had... I wonder about concentration checks with that, and how this can be kind of a cool concentration check, like foil, right? Yeah, during a short rest, sure. You're fucking funny. Okay. Can't take reactions. Would that be... Hang on. You're talking about for breaking concentration? Like, you're talking about making it like a mage breaker, right? What if there are no tomatoes in my setting? Then they're shit out of luck. um. Fruit juice. What if there are no fruits in your setting? Well, then that would be homophobic. So, yes. I need coffee. What is... Yeah, it's a big, nice one. Any creature that fails a Constitution saving throw within the area can't concentrate on a spell. That's already very good. Makes a Constitution saving throw. So here, like... Yeah, that covers that. Okay. I like this. I mean, you don't have to convince me. I think that what you got here is cool. Yeah. Fails a Constitution saving throw. Well, within the area, can't take reactions. God, that is a pretty hard shutdown. When is it going to make a Constitution saving throw? Probably off of its turn. Negotiating that. That's not really practical because it's like that next turn is coming up anyways. Well, I guess that's really slight. You're just probably or possibly getting rid of something's reaction. I think that that's pretty okay. Rolls a d4 and subtracts the result from the roll. I'm pretty alright with that. What's wrong with it? I like this a lot. I do like this. I'll probably need to see what else I can add into it. Invoking time needs to be one action. Cool. All creatures within the cloud so it can affect your allies. That's pretty funny. Which, you can use it to track your buddies. Like, you can use it to track your buddies. Oh, that's pretty funny. You fart on the thing, it's easier for you to track it. That's pretty funny. I like this overall. Yeah. I like that. Okay. I need to copy over. Live, Smeared, Stein, Stig, I had a bunch of the giant runes that still need to get copied over. Yeah, da, da, da. Okay, Uvan, Uvar. I think I got Stick already, didn't I? Steinstig. Okay. Let's go up. Copy. Oop. What would I like help with? It's a good question. I still need to look at, somebody submitted a bunch of the draconic runes that do the kind of weather altering effects. I still need to take a look at those. But as of right now, I just what do I really need help with? If people just want to keep submitting runes, they're more than welcome to. I don't want to make anybody feel like they need to, or that they are entitled to as a part of this like project or something like that. I'm mostly trying to make sure that there's not a whole lot of too many cooks in my kitchen too, kind of a thing. I don't feel like anybody's really impeded on that line or anything like that. But I'm just, it's more so that I just need to make sure that I do the work on it, you know. Boom, boom. So, if people are trying to help take some stuff off my plate, still voicing like, hey, I think that this could be really cool for this subclass, or hey, have you thought about possibly doing this, or yada yada yada. That stuff has all been helpful, you know, even if it doesn't really make it into the document. At least it's like, okay, yeah, like, we're good. Let's see here, shield. Like some of the cool ideas that have happened are like, if you guys are like really interested in checking some stuff out, then like I would recommend just I'll post the PDF over. If you guys want to take a look at the subclasses, I could really use some I could use some eyes on it just for feedback, for like making sure that, you know, hey, do the gears churn? Does this all make sense in my mind? Wait, you just gave me the live rune. There we go. Yeah, that live rune is pretty damn solid. Boom. So, if you guys want to make sure that the subclasses make sense, that everything looks like it's going to churn, even if it's as simple as like you want to do some editing work or whatever, number one, don't feel entitled to do any of that stuff, okay? If you want to do it because like you want to kind of help this move along, then like I really appreciate it. Where did I get the Jotun word for Rune Carver? It comes from Forgotten Realms lore. I think it was in Storm King's Thunder. Jeez. Friend, enemy, okay. They always tend to make their, ooh, okay. Silas just asked, I think I've noticed a trend that novice homebrewers usually make overpowered homebrew, but it always seems like experienced homebrewers almost always make their homebrew on the weaker side. Have I noticed a similar trend? I think too many people place too much importance rather on the overall power of it, rather than seeing if it does something interesting or unique. That's a shame. I don't like. To me, a lot of the territory in 5e is covered, and a lot of what I try to do is fill the holes that like I feel are kind of showing in 5e. You know, that's why I've made some of the stuff I did. We didn't have a martial support class. I felt like the monk wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do or what I wanted I couldn't make just like a bare knuckle brawler, so I wanted the pugilist, right? Bam. That's why Benjamin succeeded. He filled a really, really, really big hole in 5e's design. This can be gone. I don't really. If something shows like an issue of balance, it's pretty apparent, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, we can, fix that, whatever. I can fix balance issues. I can fix balance issues. What's more difficult to fix is fun or interesting, right? We can fix that. It's just, it typically takes a bit more work than, oh, well, this doesn't work. All right, cool, we can fix that in 15 minutes. Rather than, all right, how can we design for fun? That's the more interesting question, right? So if it's not doing something interesting, if it's not bringing something brand new to the table, then my question is more so like, why is it even here? Why do you feel the need for that? More often than not, like, I'll agree with guys like what Rogue Watson said about like, he's hesitant to wonder why something couldn't just be a subclass. And I'll agree that more often than not, people are going to take out an entire subclass thing and try and blow it out when it's not really merited, right? I think it was merited in the case of like Benjamin's Magus, or like you could say Ross's Accursed could have been a Warlock subclass or something. I think that the Accursed had a whole lot of stuff to offer for it, so it super makes sense to me. You're specifically asking about power level. Okay. So, I don't think that they err on the side of caution per se. I think that you might see that on like Reddit, and I mentioned why that tends to be a fault of Reddit. A lot of designers that grow up on Reddit and post their stuff on Reddit are used to taking Reddit's criticism. So there's a very sanitized and kind of homogenized design philosophy around Reddit. But whenever it comes to like DM's Guild or third-party publishers, right? Those are people that are typically like trying to innovate on the model, and they don't really give a damn what Reddit thinks, right? Ooh, wait a minute. No, that can't work. No. Nah, I won't go for it. Let's see. I'll hold off on that. Yes, the only thing that Reddit will really, and I said this in my other video, right? The way to do well on Reddit is to either post memes, post like, obviously overpowered stuff and gags and whatnot, or to post something that's already been created, which is another coat of paint, right? Because Reddit will not allow you to, or Reddit is not willing to accept something that they cannot comparatively, they cannot draw a comparative analysis against, right? So if it does something brand new and innovative, they tend to shriek, like they lose their minds. The hive mind over on Reddit is ridiculous. Very, very rarely ever see them latch onto something that's brand new without just completely like, I mean, yeah. I don't screw around with those communities for pretty obvious reasons. They're, yeah. Fucking, okay, hog. Trying to justify why a feature is totally balanced and everything else is just weak. Maybe, like, I just usually, like, I always kind of wonder how fruitful balanced discussion really is. I mean, everyone's opinion shifts and whatnot, like, you know. And I think I stopped really worrying so much about the way that opinions were going to get taken or whatever whenever I stopped focusing so hard on balance and I was like trying to phrase things a little bit differently. What was it? Feelig? Fell. There we go. Boom. Hang on one sec. Okay, I'm just copy pasting this stuff over because, yeah, it needs to probably get gone through again. Okay. You think it's just a general community problem, not just Reddit? People are very bad at evaluating how good features are without precedent, so they default to knee-jerk reactions. Possibly. Like, possibly. I also just don't, like, if I... You know, somebody like Ross telling me that something's got an issue means a lot more than user dickbutt6969. You know, I don't really care what dickbutt says, but if Ross is like, all right, so man, we got to talk about this thing you wrote, I'm gonna be like, oh shit, what happened? Because Ross is gonna give that information to me and break it down in a way that, like, I mean, I can tell that Ross knows this game, right? Dickbutt6969. I don't know who this dude is. Like, okay, so you say that this is overpowered for X, Y, like, whatever. Without that level or that measure of, like, the removal of the layer of anonymity makes people not really care about the way that they deliver that message, right? So it just doesn't really mean shit to me. Like, they don't really have the credit to really criticize something that I might, you know, whatever. Or at least to have me care about their criticism. Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't trust the hive mind to just tell me how balanced something is. Well, kind of. I don't believe in designing for DMF yet, and balance is a fairly big deal. Reason being, balance shows that you know how to polish for the game. I care more about whether or not a feature works and the gears are all turning, rather than, like, whether or not it's necessarily balanced, right? People are going to have their opinions on game balance. I've had people tell me that they thought that the merchant getting 50 gold pieces worth of equipment at first level is super overpowered. And I was like, what? Like, what? Because you can get 2 potions of healing? Cool. Cleric gets refreshing cure wounds. They are literally the exact same thing. 50 gold pieces, and you can get a potion of healing for 2d4 plus 2 hit points versus I'm going to go cleric and I have 2 spell slots that I can cast cure wounds. Like, no, it's not. Oh my god, it's just more options. I've really oh man. There's some people that just don't understand because they're not trying to actually think critically about it. And like, I mean, I've been guilty of that too in the past, you know, like, not that I was like trying to shit on a thing, but I was like rather trying to say that, like, I don't know, I prove that I was smarter or whatever. I don't know why I shit on a thing. I'm an edgy teenager, or, you know, so like, I don't necessarily completely understand a thing, and then I like take a dump on it, right? It's not a good way to be. It's just not. The world's a lot more fun if you're not trying to take a dump on everything. But I notice a lot more people trying to dump on shit over in the D&D communities for some reason. And it's wind up homogenizing and really sanitizing a lot of pretty interesting designers out there. Or potentially interesting designers, you know? So yeah. People discount how important math is in games. Balance is subjective. Balance is subjective, sure. But like, balance does exist. And this game does have a general sense of balance. The fact that 2 means the same thing at every table is still a thing, you know? Like, math is an absolute. You can't change math. Now, it's harder for me to mathematically prove that, it's harder for me to mathematically prove that writing a feature that says, when you eat cheese, you feel good. Like, you know, it's pretty hard to write features in this game that get across, like, some of the artistic flair that a lot of people would really like to write for. And try and conceptualize how balanced those are, right? But game balance is important. Game balance is important. Do not write this off. I promise you. People saying that things don't need to be balanced are people that honestly probably shouldn't be trusted to balance a game. Game balance is very important because a game lives or dies on how much people like to play it. And we have found out that people do not like to play imbalanced games. Okay? That swings both ways, all right? It means if you're a game, like let's take Skyrim for example, okay? People love playing Skyrim, except whenever you've played Skyrim for long enough and you've installed a bunch of mods, it's pretty fun to be broken in Skyrim for like an hour, and then it just gets to be like, okay, well, nothing feels like a challenge. So like, why, like, I don't feel like I'm getting, you know, it's fun to laugh at it, but like, that's not really playing the game, right? That's not going on the grand adventure that Skyrim is supposed to be set out for you, right? That is, I've installed a bunch of mods that have put Thomas the Tank Engine on all the dragons. I am dealing 9,999 420 69 smoke it like damage, right? And nothing's a problem. Part of the interesting thing about Skyrim is like the story, so you want to still go on the story and everything, you know? So like, if some people might love going through Skyrim, being super OP, all that good stuff. Great, you have fun doing you. That's not most people though. Like, it's just not. Balance is not the types of balance designers are concerned with also don't necessarily overlap with the kinds players care about. Yeah. Like, I could actually write a feature that is objectively broken, okay? And the fact that people are going to say, wow, what do you mean? That's so OP. Okay, it matters. You know. Hey, what's up, Heavy? Macho Man will never get old. Yes, I started streaming 9 hours ago. Because I'm trying to get this goddamn Runekeeper done. By the way, Heavy, you missed us looking at the Bible 5e. Oh my god. That was super fun. Okay, giant runes. Flip back in. A lot of this is going to be a copy-paste stream. Oh, man. How are we doing on coffee? Okay. How are you guys doing? Because it is 11 o'clock here. Wow, that means I've been streaming since 2? Hey, babe!
Yo.
I love you!
Oh, I love you.
I just wanted you to know because I've been streaming since 2 and I just now realized it.
Hang on.
I just didn't realize I was streaming all day.
I was listening to a video.
Oh, I was just like, I didn't realize I'd been streaming all day and I was like, oh shit. I haven't seen Amanda in a hot second.
You're good. I've just been watching my show. Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Oh.
Heavy actually just got on.
Hey, what up? How many people you got?
20 right now.
Nice.
You just smoke?
Yeah.
Oh. I was like, you smell weedy.
Sorry, yeah, that's me. No, yeah, I'm just in there watching this weird show called.
No, I didn't have a problem with this layout. I had a problem with the fact that I opened up the complete Armorer's Handbook and my computer went like.
Archive 81. It's pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's pretty good.
Yeah, right on.
It's like, I guess, Netflix's new kind of. It's like a mind thriller. I don't really know to call it horror.
Gotcha. Is there any coffee left in there?
Good question. Yeah.
Oh, is there? Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna try to go for 12 hours. Not because I want it to be a goal of it, but like, do I need to microwave it? Is it cold?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like this much left.
Okay. Oh, hello, coffee. Is that gonna be? Oh, do I get another cup?
Yeah, because then you have room for creamer.
Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. Oh,
I'll go do that.
look at you. Heavy said, "Hey."
What up?
I forgot. Did you actually talk to Heavy?
Oh,
Weren't you in the video call?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
yeah.
right.
Yes.
Or that voice call.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
He said, "Nice to see you again."
Aw.
He's like, right, yeah. So, if it's layered vectors, like, dude, we gotta talk about compressing that shit. Yeah. 300. Yeah, man, anything above 96 is like, woo, woo, like, woo. Because like, I opened it up and I could hear the fans like kick on, and I was like, oh shit. Okay. So I need to get. I removed most of the cantrips off. Okay. Because I've been clipping cantrips off of here. Yeah. 20, I think it was like 55 megabytes or some shit. Yeah, Adobe was like, oh, we can't think this hard, man. Come on. Like, did I get all the cantrips off? Okay, so all the cantrips seem to be off of the magic runes. Document size matters. Okay. It's about 40 megabytes for 25 pages. Yeah, man. Like, come on now. Let's talk. You could optimize that PDF pretty well and probably get it down to like maybe 1 or 2 megs. It would require some work, you know, like popping it over to like parent stuff and making it like JPEGs instead of vectors, but yeah. They also can't find any people connected to the... Okay, please link whatever... Oh, hey, thank you so much, Mad Crime, for the $4.99. For 9 hours and going, man, you popped in. Yeah, it'll... I plan on probably selling this one for about $14.99 after everything I've done on this one. I'm also going to get Ross, and I'm going to try to pressure Heavy into doing a this kind of feedback pass on it. So, yeah. 7 megabytes, yeah. No point in high-res. Yeah, see, this, the one I made right here, this is just a JPEG of, like... Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh!
And our freaking microwave is too tall. I have to lift that over my head to get that in there.
Don't you... Didn't we get you a midget stool?
Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that.
Is that an offensive word?
I'm not really sure. I think it's supposed to be
Dwarf?
little person, I guess.
Dwarf sounds more offensive than midget.
I think so,
'Cause-
too. But, and I also think little person sounds...
Little person
different.
sounds worse.
Right? I agree. I mean, I'm not, so I can't tell you, but, like, I don't know. I'm like, really?
Like...
I'm height, vertically challenged, as it were. Yes. Vertically challenged.
Well, you're a lovely lady. Thank you for the coffee.
You're welcome.
Alright. Are you going to bed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just watching the end of the show. Then I haven't decided if I'm gonna play Breath of the Wild yet.
I haven't figured out if I want to pull an all-nighter tomorrow. Or I guess tonight,
I
rather.
was like,
No, sorry, tonight, because, I mean, I'm going to have to reset my schedule for school stuff.
yeah. Well, then, yeah, I would try. You want to try to be in bed at a decent time tomorrow because.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So yeah, tonight would be the night.
Because, like, this is the last push I can do to try and get this out, right?
Yeah, tonight would be the night to do it.
Is little person the correct terminology? That sounds worse
See,
to
I
me.
told you. I
That
know,
sounds so worse to me.
I
Like,
always thought it was Savage Worse too.
yeah, no, right? Yeah, she should just get taller. That's what I've been telling her.
Hey, hey, hey! You know what? God.
Go to
lets
bed.
us- no, God lets us grow.
Go on, go to bed.
Until we're perfect, and some of us just get there before the others.
Here, you want some water to see if you grow?
That is not how that works.
Durregard is the proper terminology. Abel's ruined it now, whether or not people have dwarfism, they're called little people. See, yeah, it sounds so bad. Like, even the preferred term sounds derogatory. Wait, someone just asked. Playtesting process. Ooh. Heavy, do you want to answer that one? Because, like, I mean, my playtesting is mostly just to make sure that, like, things make sense. I mean, if I'm doing balancing, then, like, that's not really why I playtest. I playtest to make sure that the people that get it in their hands, like, it makes sense, right? Like, I get it, cool, yay! Like, we can move on from there, right? I want to make sure that all the good, like, cool feels of fun are in there. Yeah, you know what I mean? But the process, like, do I personally run it? Sometimes I did for the merchant. But what made more sense in the end was there were 2 Discord servers actually that ran it like on live stream, and they just gave me free feedback, and I was like, oh shit, okay, thank you. Like, Whoa, alright. So I credited them in the PDF for it. Little person can also refer to a child. Oh, man. But yeah, I don't... the information I'm looking for in playtesting is more so that, like, did you have fun with it? Like, that's the feedback I want to hear. Was it fun? Not like, hey, did you find balance issues? That's what I think most people have a problem with. Or like what some people tend to assume is that we're doing playtesting for balancing. And like that might come up every once in a while, but for the most part, we're playtesting to make sure that like things work, like they make sense, you know. But am I gonna have a playtest phase for this one? Here's the thing, guys. I cannot practically playtest every potential option that you could create with this PDF right here. That is an absolutely gargantuan task, and if I did that, playtested through whatever, the most I can really assure is that by the time this PDF goes out, it will work. And from every angle that I've been able to look at it, it most likely will be reasonable for 5e play. Some things happen, like I forget that I copy pasted a thing and I didn't alter an effect or something like that, or I didn't consider one specific like niche instance in which a thing might be a little too good, in which case someone inevitably pings me and then I figure it out and I change it later, right? So the answer happened with Artful Dodge. It was meant to only apply to attacks of opportunity against you, and instead I just said you can add your charisma modifier to your AC until the start of your next turn, which people were using to get like 24 AC at like 4th level. Shouldn't have happened, you know. But yeah. Frank calls his children people nuggets. Balance is only ever an issue for me when a feature makes the game less fun for someone else, be it a DM or fellow player. Yeah, I mean, I still want to make sure that, like, it's not just somebody nuking a thing, right? Like, I want to make sure that, like, okay, if a feature just says this, hang on. I don't know. Sure, Path of the Thunderbutt. Yay! Alright. I'd be terrified of what happens with the party of Runekeepers. But that, yeah, I don't know. Alright. Path of the Thunderbutt. Point strike. Like, okay. This is broken. I'm going to use, like, Dan's swing here, right? Yeah, players don't care about balance unless it reduces, or perhaps more accurately, they notice it reduces the range of viable choices. Exactly. Look at this. Alright, this is a feature. Butt strike. You can attack a thing to kill it, reducing it to 0 hit points on a hit. Alright? Like, what? Like, okay, this is a feature that if you hit something with an attack, you kill it. You reduce it to 0 hit points. We know that this is busted, okay? But, like, is it? No, it's not breaking the game. Like, people are going to make that argument, right? Like, oh, well, I mean, it works. What did you come back to? Thunderbutt is what you came back to, okay? Butt strike. So, you hit it with a butt, or you hit its butt, you can reduce it to 0 hit points. Bam. This is broken. We know that this is broken. Like, Yeah, it's a reasonable feature. Very fair when silvery barbs exists, right? There's some people that are making the arguments in the silvery barbs thing that like, I just don't like. They're not people that should be speaking on game balance. They're not. All right. Not calling anyone out, but yes, it was meant to. Yes, it was only meant to add the AC to the opportunity attack. Because people are using it to get like +7 AC or whatever. Like, yeah. Yes, right. Flavor text. Flavor. Let's make it even more busted, right? Okay, it doesn't even require an attack roll. Yay. Well, no, because some creatures don't have butts. There we go. You can look at a creature to reduce it to 0 hit points. And then I know I'm going to hear all kinds of ridiculous shit from people, right? But, hey, what if it's not a creature? What if I look at my friends and I can, like, that's, it doesn't have downsides, right? This is just too good of a feature. It shouldn't exist. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. That's the contrarian shit that I hear from the D&D community that I don't value anymore. I just don't listen to it. I don't. The knight has taught you to be vigilant. God, I'm gonna get that framed and put up on the wall or something. Like, for those of you that don't know what Heavy's talking about, hang on. Oh, where'd it get? No, down. No, down. This, my friends. This, my friends, is peak flavor. This is the modern 5e flavor. The knight has taught you to be vigilant. Here, the knight has taught you to be vigilant. For vigilant blessing. As an action, it gains advantage on the next initiative roll it makes. The benefit lasts immediately after the roll, or if it uses this feature again. Like, what? This is... What? I don't know that you should, like, why would you, I really do what I can to not make reference to the feature name in the first sentence of, like, whenever I'm trying to come up with this, whenever I try to come up with a feature like this, whenever I'm writing a feature, one of the main things I try to do is, like, I come up with a name, right? Like, this should feel like, oh, yeah, an attribute or something special, an ability I get in a, like in a video game, right? It should really define what that thing does, what it means to me, whatever. Now, if I use the exact, like, if I use something to define, yeah, like, and that's right, the thesaurus, okay? It doesn't feel like anyone, like, looked up syllable, or, synonyms. Is that Amanda's hair? I hope so. It doesn't look like anybody looked up synonyms, right? The knight has hardened your resolve. The knight has steeled your resolve, or I don't know. The knight has, creatures of the night have instilled in you a go-getter attitude. You know, come on. Yeah, clubs have taught you how to hit hard. Hard hit the feature, right? This is real bad flavor text. There's what's it called? Hang on. Yeah, it's so common these days to see official flavor text for the feature that simply restates the feature name. Why? That's so obnoxious. Refresh your allies with Soothing Twilight for Twilight Sanctuary. You can see through the deepest gloom with eyes of night. Does this add anything to it? No, remove it. Like, blah. The night has sharpened your awareness. Hang on. There's a Magic the Gathering card. I know I mentioned Magic the Gathering cards a bit on here. Where's that? Yeah, here we go. It's super dumb flavor text. And again, I'm kind of like pulling on heuristic studies here. But so this is Gorilla Titan from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, the no sun time has made your lookers real good. Okay, Gorilla Titan. It's flavor text. I want a banana this big. It's making fun of the card art. Like, meh. Like, yeah, it's dark, but you see anyway. The nighttime is the right time. Like, look at Gorilla Titan. I want a banana this big. It's like taking a shit on itself, but at least this had the balls to be funny, right? And like, but I mean, this is the level of joke that we're typically seeing in like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, right? Tasha like dropping these jokes that are like, oh, drinking, I can get behind. Like they made Tasha like kind of like a sassy, I don't know, 30 something, you know, like single mom sounding 30. Anyways, so like this is pretty damn bad flavor text. I want a banana this big. Now, and again, heuristic studies, great. Go check out his video on Rancor. This is sick flavor text. So much so, this is something that I was like, I referenced in the Berserker fix. Oh, come on. It's dark, but you see anyway. Come on now. Yeah, sassy wine ant. Yeah, that's how Tasha sounds in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. She's just like the like, you know, probably hits on boys that are too young for her, trying to relive her youth. Yeah, Tasha runs Wendy's Twitter account. Okay, but for real, flavor text. Holy shit, what flavor text? Hatred outlives the hateful. This music is not right for this. Like, what? What? Oh. Can you not hear just like double bass drum, just like, oh, like, oh, that is so awesome. Bang the fucking drums. Like, hatred outlives the hateful. Are you kidding me? That is so sick. That is so sick. That is the kind of flavor text right there that I'm like, that's what you want to write, right? That low-hanging fruit of self-referential humor on Gorilla Titan and Tasha's is because being clever is hard. Making a reference, that's easy, right? But this is fucking poetry right here. Hatred outlives the hateful. What? That is like, oh, sick nasty. I love looking at like flavor text. I love flavor text. I mean, you know, there was the other one, right? One with nothing. That's so inspirational. I love that flavor text. But you know, it's worth it if you are a designer to check out some Magic the Gathering cards, because some of these have some real great flavor text. Some of the ones that are Magic the Gathering specific, meh, not really my thing. I'm trying to see, like, Oh, oh, there's a... What's the one about the time traveler, right? There's like a time traveler one that's pretty funny. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, One with Nothing. Reading that flavor text was enough to make me, like, completely rethink class design on the Runekeeper, you know? Yes, Rancor sounds like a line about the Doomkeeper, right? Hatred outlives the hateful. Oh, let's go fuck up some demons in hell, right? Like, oh, I love it. Oh, it's so good. A quote from an in-game character and then ripping the paper. Super great way to add drama. Teferi's tutelage? Okay, right. This is cute. This is cute. Terrassel's sixth law of temporal recursion is easy to understand as long as you know the first 7. That's good. That's good shit. Yeah. There you go. Heavy said it. Super important lesson from Terranir. Draw/learn from other sources for narrative oomph, since D&D is constantly bad at it. Yes. Oh, okay. A great line. You want to talk about a great line from non-Magic the Gathering stuff? Okay. I would get DMCA, or, well, not DMCA takedown, but, okay, Dillinger Escape Plan has one of my favorite lyrics. And, one of us is the killer. Yes. I have tried to figure out this chorus and what this means, and the best I can figure out is like, I don't, oh, I love it. But it's one of those lines that just really makes you think, okay? So, right here, this is the chorus. In the air we tried to be, but you shot your arrow through me. Now one of us must die, but the killer won't survive. What? What with that line? What is that? Like, chew on that. Try to think about that. What does that mean? That is such a cool... Oh, man. Dillinger Escape Plan is like... If you never really listen to them and you're even remotely interested in metal, you should definitely be checking them out. Oh, that... Yeah, this is pure poetry right here. Yeah. She moves abstract just like a shadow dancing on the edge, like a storm cloud passing overhead, hypnotizing me as the hours rush by. Through her I can see the end of time, stretch into eternity divine, and the sun won't rise. Like, love them. There's, I mean, and you can also get, you know, that kind of inspiration from song lyrics. Who's really like, they groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake, nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. Oh, yeah, the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, right? Yes, I've heard about that card. And like, I know that they've gotten away from, like, doing that kind of flavor text and whatnot, but, like, Jesus Christ, there is no, like, poetic heart in, like, most of the newer stuff, you know? They come up with a mechanic, and they're like, okay, this mechanic does the thing, throw it in the book, right? What? What? You can draw on the mystical power of night to rise into the air. What the fuck is this? Like, come on now. Oh. On top of it being yet another option that randomly gets a flying speed for some goddamn reason, because magic means flight, right? Suddenly, like, steps of the night. Of night. To rise into the air. Oh, God. Yeah, that's bad. It's like this. I don't know if they're being meta, but like there's not a whole lot of art really being put into it, right? Not a whole lot of soul being put into modern 5e design. And it bugs me. It bugs me so bad. Sword. And through the drifts of snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beasts were keen. The ice was all between, right? Yeah. Yeah, that would make you interested in reading the original works, right? Like, yeah, beam me up to the moon. What? Like, in those kinds of flavor text and everything, can make you really feel, like, sure, you want to read the original work? Cool. Yeah, maybe. Awesome. Great, go do it. It's worth stating that D&D did this already. D&D was doing this for a while. They were adding in quotes, flavor text, all that stuff. And then it stopped. Right around 2019, from what I can recall. Because, I mean, do they have them in Wild Beyond the Witchlight on the races? So there's no flavor text, no quote on Fairy or Herringon. And from what I saw in Ted's leaks, there doesn't appear to be a quote on them either. On any of the races that are in the new books, right? However, like, looking over at, not Xanthar's Guide, I guess just look at the Player's Handbook, right? They had them in Everon as well. But all the races had something. You know, hey, R.A. Salvatore the Crystal Shard. Your late elf came through the edge of a familiar voice. Rainer Battlehammer had walked up the back of his dead foe, disregarding the fact that the heavy monster lay on top of his elven friend. In spite of the added discomfort, the dwarf's long, pointed, often broken nose and gray streaked through, still fiery red beard came as a welcome sight to Drizzt. Knew I'd find ye in trouble if I came and looked for ye, right? Like, now, is it great flavor text? Meh, they own it, so, like, that's probably why they're, throwing it in here. The Crystal Shard, pretty classic Drizzt novel, alright? Is it great flavor text? I guess it communicates the idea of, like, what, Brainer, Battlehammer, Bruenor, however you want to say it. The character of, like, what it means to be kind of a tenacious dwarf, right? Elf. Tracy Hickman and, Margaret Weiss, Dragons, Autumn and Twilight. Are they all WotC owned? So this is WotC published and owned. WotC published and owned. I'm not super sure. It'd be nice to see them branch out, or like Richard Lee. Is this a Forgotten Realms? Okay. Yeah, so it's all like Forgotten Realms specific and everything, right? Like, is it important for them to have this stuff? No, probably not really. Like, you hate flavor text, it is true, but the real reason you generally think a strong feature doesn't need flavor text, sure, right? Sometimes the best thing that flavor text can do is just not say anything, right? But like, sometimes it's pretty cool, Sometimes it's justified if it gives you the right punch for it, Yeah, there's just not an ounce of flavor in Twilight. The race quotes are your favorite part of your homebrew races. Yeah, like, you know, they're fun. They can be. You want to kind of refer to the fantasy that inspired you, right? Or like, I don't know, maybe even come up with your own. Everything's moving towards a great deal of homogenization? Possibly. Like, I mean, some of the homogenization I can understand. I never really thought it made sense that, like, you know, you're born as a dwarf baby and suddenly you're just like, oh yeah, I know how to wear leather armor. Like, what the fuck? Or plate armor. Like, no, that felt like that required training, you know, or whatever. You know, racial armor proficiencies and stuff like that has never really made sense. Yeah, let me take a level in this DM. Boom, 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 boom. Just doing some more layout. Boom. So Thieves' Cant got fleshed out. I got more primordial runes that need to get added. Let's see here. Okay, so heavy. So I don't know when the last time you saw this thing was. It's probably been a while. Never mind. I answered my own question. Really didn't need to be that. Yeah, there was no reason. Okay. I took all the cantrips off of the runes because there was just no need to cause you to possibly get like goddamn 10 cantrips on top of spells and other stuff. It would be nice to get cantrips at some point, though, I think. Maybe if the cantrip was a separate rune? Maybe if that was the cool thing with Ward? Yeah, it was needlessly redundant in a lot of cases. And honestly, that's the thing that I would point to like, is it needlessly redundant? Does it not really make any sense that like someone is born a dwarf and like, here's a 2-year-old toddler that knows how to like wear heavy armor? Then like, cool, get rid of it. Like, it just seems silly to like, it's an odd hill I'm seeing quite a few people die on. Yeah, but and like you're not just a dwarf but a dwarf adventurer, and like yeah, but that's combining like not everyone's playing D&D to play like the always out dwarf. You know, out like some people are like, well, I got thrown into it, right? Cool. Like I was not expecting this, and it was literal adventure was literally thrust upon me, and I'm not even sure I really want to go on this adventure. In fact, I'm gonna bitch about it the entire time. We know that this works because this is literally what happened to Frodo. Like, you know, adventurers like that can totally work. You know, they can have adventure literally just thrust upon them, and then in that case, it's like it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that this guy would have proficiency in heavy armor or whatever. It just seems really odd that some people are really fighting for that to be a racial proficiency. And I don't mean like you guys in here arguing like your reason for thinking that. I'm like, because I know you're not really arguing like what I mean. What you're saying is just kind of like what you think of it, right? What I'm saying is that there are people who are like blasting. Oh yeah. Is it only 720p?
I was like, no, it's 11:45.
No, it's 11:45.
I looked at the clock when I heard that, and I was like, what? Oh.
Is it really only 720p? Oh shit, that was too funny. No, it's 1145. Oh my god, that was too good.
My friends have all gone to bed, so I'm bored.
Oh. Oh.
But I don't know what I would do anyway.
Are you gonna? Are you coming in here to bug me?
I am, just for a second.
Well, hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good. What are you guys talking about?
Dwarf babies wearing armor.
Dwarf babies?
Yes.
Why specifically the babies?
Because as a dwarf, you used to get proficiency with armor, and I was like, I thought that was really silly that like, you come out of your mom and you suddenly know how to wear plate armor.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb.
Mama, please take me to Dragon. I'm ready to fight.
Yeah, that's stupid to have like a racial thing like that. That just doesn't make any sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's time for them to, and that's what WotC's getting rid of it for. But, you got people that are like, you got people that are getting, and, quiet, she's here. You got some people that are like, going against wizards, and they're like, you all are going woke and getting rid of, like, yeah, and I'm like, you morons don't even realize what the fuck they're doing this for. Like,
Well, some people just don't take longer than 2 seconds to think about a thing before they just start spatting off about it. You know.
well, and there's some people that just want to, like, you know, dethrone. They're trying to shit on D&D because they think that, like, it's become, I don't know, like Matt Mercer brought along his merry band of Hollywood wokeness or something, and now it's taking away their game or whatever.
Quit gatekeeping.
Yeah,
Good grief.
Yeah.
Ay, ay.
Jokes on you, dwarven wombs are plate armor. Oh man.
Alright, well, I'll bug you here.
It's, yeah, so it's something cultural, which should be distinct from something that you get as a part of your race. So make that something that should be a background. That's where the cultural thing should go, not inside of a race. That's silly. Silly. Is duration necessary? I didn't initially have it because I was just including it inside of the invoked effect, but some people, I've had more people complain that they didn't know exactly like what to refer to, right? I feel like if you have the duration and the invoking time listed up above, that's the information that people are going to refer to, and yeah. I could put all that stuff down in an effect down below it, but like, people have said that they wanted the information up above, you know? Yeah, the idea that race features are simply the physical and magical realities of being a... I mean, I even think about it as like, these are the biological traits that you have. Bam. Cool. Alright. That's really clear. That is very, very clear. Does it make a whole lot of sense that, like... oh god, like... Yeah, I feel like this is also a conversation that's been had to death. I need to unify some of these. Hervog needs a change, that's right. I need to change this one. Sorry, and yes, I will zoom back in. I just need to do some layout work, guys. Like, whenever I think biologically, what does it mean to be a gnome? Okay? Gnomes tend to be shorter. Okay. That is a biological truth, right? Yeah, armor proficiency is a background. You see how much more sense that makes? Make backgrounds actually mean shit. I think in a situation like that, it might have to be, you know, well, you can get this armor proficiency in your background, but you can only take this background. I don't know, something like that, right? like, it's gonna make you think a little bit more about your character other than they're in this class or whatever. More often than not, I think the armor proficiency just needs to come from your class or from feats you take, rather than specifically in the background. Armor proficiency given through background is going to be used to min-max, because all people are going to take the background for is to get heavy armor, and yeah. You find this whole meta conversation so overblown, especially from those opposing change, because it's so easy to homebrew race mechanics exactly how you want? Yeah, exactly. Those opposing the change, like, those opposing the change are trying to, why go into bat for how hard it's physically, they are officially presented? Because there are people who literally have nothing better to do with their lives, Heavy. Don't you know? There are people who, I mean, to them, the fact that other people disagree with them on the internet is an injustice that Twitter needs to immediately correct. You know, these are the kinds of people who get upset because Walmart was out of their favorite brand of, I don't know, butt butter or something, right? They are the kinds of people who will be upset that the rolly cart, the electric scooter at Walmart, wasn't charged up for them. So they have to wait, you know? Even though they're completely capable of walking. Whatever. So, you know, there are... It cannot stand. There are people who also just refuse to understand or, like, even begin to try and listen to people that they believe have an opposing viewpoint. I've seen it constantly on my channel, where, especially on the Ernie Gygax video, there are people who try to say that I said stuff in that video that I just didn't say. I can tell that they didn't listen because they just want to come to my video and say, get woke, go broke, and they don't actually even say anything. That is how they spend their time. I don't know, all I can really say is, like, I feel bad for people like that, because, like, I don't know, I got better shit to do with my day. Like, I feel like my life is a little bit more rewarding, I guess, but I guess I don't really know them either, so, yeah. That, and there are people who unfortunately want to play with whatever's official. If they change the official, then that's a problem. Like, people like that also just need to... Those are super close-minded, and, like, I'm sorry, but if you think that WotC has any idea what they're doing designing for 5e right now, like, every once in a while they have their nuggets of good thought, but, like, the majority of stuff I see coming out of WotC is questionable at best. Yeah. I think I said before, I don't really, like, completely trust the design team. They barely won back some, like, respect, in my opinion, from the changes in Monsters of the Multiverse. And really, it was like, okay, Urchin aside, pretty cool. And then I thought about it a little bit more, and I was like, oh, they didn't seem to think about this Bugbear change, huh? They didn't seem to think about the Shatterkai change, did they? It's pretty evident that not a lot of thought was put into those two. But it could also be that that was a preprint proof that was sent off to an editor. Maybe that's who actually leaked it, was an editor, maybe? Go woke, make logical. It does. I mean, the changes make sense. Like, yeah. I think a lot of people that are still conflating race with, like, your culture, there's a difference. There is a difference between the two, and if you're like, well, I didn't see it as bad, it's like, okay, so why not make it a part of, why not separate it? Why not separate it? Well, I just don't see it as bad. Okay, but, okay, so then if you don't see it as bad, what if we can possibly improve it by doing whatever? No, what are you talking about? You're going woke, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, no, Strixhaven, I think, is I haven't really talked about the book a whole lot because I didn't want to start anymore. Like, it seemed like, okay, I weirdly felt like, as the one guy here on YouTube that was saying we should probably ban this spell, this is looking too good, and hearing arguments like people saying, well, I want my players to feel overpowered. Like, okay, it's to feel overpowered, not to actually be overpowered. Like, you want them to feel strong, not fucking break the game. Like, I heard some of the dumbest arguments around that time. And like, I also felt like around that time, because I was the only guy that was saying that, I also felt a little bit targeted at points. I even made a statement like over on my Discord about it because of it felt like people were taking shots at me. So anyways, I think that y'all know the spell. It was just silly, ridiculous. People still making arguments about it, like, yeah. It's pretty clear. Like, I also heard, like, just because you can see it, have you actually seen it in play and whatever? I'm like, no, we're designers. Like, we can see this stuff. I'm not making a claim based off of a gut feeling here. I can see a thing and think that this is probably too good for the damn game. Yeah. And I also learned that people don't like being told here that like somebody thinks that a thing should probably not be allowed in D&D, and that's like character option stuff, right? If you say that like an option is probably too strong, and you're like, guys, we should probably ban this. Honestly, we should probably ban this spell or this character option. The overwhelming thing that you get is just, I'm sorry, like, all right, I'm not even gonna apologize for this. The overwhelming thing that I get is a bunch of dumbasses that get into the comment section and they say, oh, well, it doesn't seem too bad. Like, not saying anything, right? Like, they're not actually adding to the conversation. I am 100% willing to have my opinion changed. But, like, Jesus Christ, whenever I get some people that show up in my, comment section that are like, oh, well, I mean, but who are you to really say that? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know who the hell you are. Like, I would really hate playing at your table. I'm like, okay, I don't care. I get, what? What? Are you laughing at me?
Oh no, I'm watching Vines.
Oh.
Or I mean TikToks. My God.
It's like you were laughing at me bitching about YouTube comments. Yes. Okay, Heavy got it. Having your players be overpowered is fine, but the problem is what you actually mean is your players who take this spell, meaning that those that don't or can't feel bad. Yes, they don't get the, like, little invitation, right? It's like someone gets punished because they're like, yeah, but I wanted to play a barbarian. Well, I mean, sure, but, like, you know, the wizard made the right choice, so, like, this is their story now. You get to watch them cast this overpowered spell. Like, screw that. Screw that. That is not the kind of D&D I want to play, man. That's how you found this channel? Oh, yeah. Well, and I appreciate that, but there were some arguments I made in that video that I probably could have strengthened or altered a little bit. Because I had consulted with a few other designers before I made that one on the script. And I was like, wait, okay, so what do you guys think? Is this one worth a ban? And almost like overwhelmingly, every other designer was like, yep, this is not a thing that should be allowed to interact this way. Yeah, it also shows that nobody considered higher level design for what that spell could mean. I guarantee if that spell received any playtest, it was not at 18th level for Wizard. It absolutely was not. Because that spell would not be allowed to be a first level spell if they had left it on Wizard with spell mastery. Your table's just a lot easier because everyone's an optimizer. The game is clay in their hands regardless. I mean, yeah. You go to sleep for a solid 6 hours and this is still going? See, this is called that Sigma design mindset. Alright? I'm here to finish this class and get something out to the people who are going to give me money and work. I will work for the people to give me money. Give me money. Did I do Dode? Or Dodd? Dude? Doddle? Blood play. Okay. So nobody ever feels that. Okay, so like, I have never, I've only ever seen somebody do a thing, like somebody break something at my table once. I can't, which ones did you send, Tristan? I also get, by the way, I'm not trying to like dig on anybody or anything, but I also get like a ton of messages about like runes and stuff. Goblins have 42 different words for owl. That's so good. Hello, Coil. You still kind of feel like duration is unnecessary? Is there any reason? I mean, it's definitely required here. It's definitely required here because, like... Oh, shit. Boom. Some of these... they're basically providing spell-like effects. Druidic over on Discord. Where was it? Oh, Cliff Ice. Yes. Ah, yes. Okay. Also, since you were contributing a lot of Druidic stuff, I can't remember if you saw the changes. So the entire Druidic Runekeeper subclass is going to actually be its own Druid circle. And it's not going to be a Druid circle as much as a Druid outline. Yes, of course I'm still going strong. Of course I am. We're going until we stream for 12 hours, right, boys? You're here on this race with me. I just realized I sound like Hunter S. Thompson. Couldn't you just say 1 minute instead of for the duration, for example? Sure. But I'm saying that people are going to reference if that's the case, then why don't spells have that? Why don't spells have their duration inside the spell effect? Because people like to reference the metadata. It helps to keep that stuff separate. Because it's not hidden within the paragraph, you know? Ah. Yeah, we can't game here. This is Barb country. we're traveling with 50 pounds of healing potions. I don't know. 3 vials of acid. Oh, and there goes the... Okay. This should reference your druid. Oh god, okay. Druid. I don't know what the 6th is going to be. I don't know what the 10th is going to be. I don't know. I'll figure that out. Okay. So. I have more celestial runes written. What happened? Rune. Okay, it gets you... Can't get you Jewelcraft. This should be all about plant magic. Yay. Okay. You're gonna be the plant magic rune. Oh yeah. Just so people get an idea as to like what I think the... Okay, weapon runes. Now, the reason why this one requires attunement is because it returns to you, or it returns to the attuned creature, and that felt like an effect that needed to be tied in to attunement, right? It needs to reference the creature, like, it needs to have that code to come back to the creature, right? So, like, if you can just throw it, and it returns to the creature who threw its hand, it feels like, oh, why doesn't it know that, though? Why doesn't it, like, you know what I mean? So, this is a rune that requires attunement. Immediately after a ranged attack is made with this weapon, it returns to the attuned creature's hand. Very simple. I think this may have been a rune that I swiped off of one of Heavy's runes. But this one is going to increase with you as you gain additional runes. 3 abyssal runes you have inscribed. It grants a +1 bonus. And then, oh, it will level up because I wrote in the scaffolding for it. And another one. Anyways, but this one is also pulled from, I think it was called like a shard of the Black Mirror or something, which it remembers the appearance of any humanoid it has killed, which I was like, okay, that's edgy. Sure, we'll throw it in there, right? And then you can invoke it, which was an effect in the magic item that it came from, to turn invisible as an action. Anything that they are wearing or carrying is also invisible. They remain invisible until they stop holding the dagger, or until they attack or force a creature to make a saving throw, or until you use a bonus action to cause them to become visible again. I feel like this effect is probably a 3rd level spell, so I should probably tone this one down, to where it's like the end of the next turn, right? Come on, don't do this. Yeah. End of its next turn. Boom! Use it. Because if you don't use it to aggress, then you're going to lose it. So, that feels right. I want this to, like, incentivize you to get a little bit more aggressive, right? If this is going to give you advantage on that attack roll while you're invisible, go use it. Go do the thing. Is it going to be great for you to stealth around with this? No, because it's going to be done real quick. You want this to be in combat. Bam, go in, attack the thing on your next turn. You're invisible, do the thing. That feels cool, right? If you want something to be able to stealth around outside of combat, make the duration for a minute. That's fine. Yeah, this will get plenty of use, right? So, that reduces down the, it brings down the combat power, but not really. It definitely brings down the out of combat power. So it helps to clean that up a little bit and make it feel like, okay, this is first level spell power. Like, boom, right here. That feels... There we go. Wasn't I gonna... Was I gonna bring Celestial Runes over here? Dwarvish. Oh yeah, this was one of my favorite runes. Because this was whenever I discovered what the identity of, like, Supernal was going to be. Oh. Oh god, I don't remember what that was going to be. Okay. Was it not Vita? There was one that was like... No, it was Sacrifice. You did ask earlier. Hang on. Sorry. You had asked earlier, there were some changes that were made to the way that Druid runes... Wow, sorry. Druid runes were going to be implemented in here, and I like the idea of... No, wait, that's Wolks. There we go. Okay, so an item that's made out of alder, it might be a little specific. It could just be a wooden item, you know. I think doing the restriction of, like, a specific kind of tree, like, I guess it works. Like, can you tell me why you decided to restrict them to certain types of trees? Was it a flavor pick, or was it like, can you actually come up with a reason why that would be the case? Oh, the birds. The birds would do some probably unintended things with the, it could probably be used to create some unintended effects with the destruction one. Oh, you weren't aware of that one? Oh, the bird. Yeah, okay. So you're the bird guy. Yes. Okay. Hoon. This is the one, because I like the idea of it. It's also nearly 11 hours into stream. Destruction Stance. It takes extra damage equal to half the number of runes you have inscribed. I've got to be really, really careful about even doing one instance of damage otherwise. That could increase just as, like, you take that damage, right? It already gets this one instance of it automatically takes this damage. So, like, I want to be sure it doesn't get too out of hand with how much just, like, on-demand damage it can do, you know? The original Ogum runes can be tied to those trees. Ah, gotcha. Okay. They can be used for scouting. You know, they can totally be used for scouting. It'd be interesting to see what it could come up with, right? Like, basically like a Beast Sense light with that. Could be pretty cool. Like, possibly. You just got your 11-hour shift. Got off your 11-hour shift. Gotcha. Man, so you've been working since 1? I'm sorry. Well, 1 for me. Yeah, and what I've thought about is like, if you're trying to think of a way to make somebody care about a thing, like, it's possible, but I think ultimately, like, trying to make them think about like, oh, okay, what types of trees are in your world? Is it doing a whole lot? Like, I guess, like, I think most DMs that would kind of care about that probably already have thought about it. And I don't mind the idea. I was just wondering if there might be a justification for why the mechanic was like that, right? Other than just, we're going to make people think more, Because it's kind of like that whole, it's kind of like I was mentioning earlier, or like Heavy even said, right, with flavor text. Is it really required? Because if it's not required, then it might just be bloat. The invoked effect of the slot giving the health action. Oh god, I need to clean up the subclasses with the, to wild shape to it. Yeah. That is a pretty odd stipulation. I came up here to grab something. What did I come up here to grab? Am I going crazy? No, I don't think so. That's what crazy people say. I don't think I'm going crazy. To restrict something that's too dangerous? But, is it too dangerous? Like, the wearer of it has advantage on all persuasion. Was that him? What did he just do?
He was laying hard on the couch, and there was still a whole entire cushion between us, and Amelia came over and laid literally right next to me, between us, and he growled like that.
No, that sounded odd.
I know, he sounded like mad.
I know. Hey, you. You're okay. Quit being a grouch. Yeah, it's like I don't really use it as a balancing measure because I can't predict it. You know what I mean? I think it's an interesting idea, but like, I'm trying to get sold on it, Yeah, invoke to make the birds explode. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sold on this one yet. I'm not, like, I think that they, I like the idea. And I like the fact that it's building off of, like, some of the smaller things, that are mentioned in, like, Druid, right? Where they're like, we don't wear suits made out of metal, right? Like, we don't wear metal armor, we don't wield whatever. it kind of feels like it wants to build off of that in a way. Or become charmed. Yeah, and then the other effect that, like, it just becomes charmed for 1 minute. This also needs, like, outs. It needs, like, it needs ways that, you know, the creature can remove the charmed effect. And with them getting... with them getting the standing stones, I think that the passives that are tied into them, like... I mean, you're just going to be able to do that, you know. You're going to be able to take the rune that you know and put it onto one of the standing stones. So the restriction doesn't really matter anyways, because Druid's going to have this mechanic to kind of override that. I guess except in the case of, like, you go Runekeeper and then go into Druid, or you don't go into Druid. Yeah, for this specific subclass, which is the one that I think, like, the runes really need to be designed around, I think it could cause, like, it being tied into the trees and everything doesn't really serve as a balancing measure. Or an out for DMs, because you can put it onto one of your standing stones. But it was also stuff that I think you started working on before standing stones was even a thing. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not giving you hell about it, but yeah. Boom. Okay, I'm liking this. This page has me kind of sold. They need a new second... Okay, wait. They got their standing stones. That needs to work off of Wild Shape. So... you need to just use your Wild Shape to create a standing stone. You don't have to concentrate on it. How do they work? Yeah, one sec. Infernal Rune? Wait, what? Reincarnation idea would work for the Infernal... What? Hang on. Okay, standing stones... I'm trying to remember the old way that I wrote this. Because I had originally written this to... That's all minor. Okay. This is, yes, a permanent structure with a temporary effect. The Wild Shape erecting a permanent standing stone would probably be too good. I mean, yes, it's a 10-foot tall stone miner, right? The way that this thing gets destroyed is that you literally have to break it. Is it permanent? Yeah, cool. You use your Wild Shape. You made a stone. Neat. Like, you know, I think that it's a pretty cool use of your Wild Shape just to make a 10-foot tall stone. Let me copy that over here and see what I gotta pull and pick from to make it work with Druid again. You may expend the use of your Wild Shape. Druidic runes to... Engrave with a rune. Oh. Should probably say when you invoke one of your runes, it should probably call for invoking the rune, maybe? No. It calls for the use of wild shape, so you still have a limited number of times that you can do this. Okay. Cool. And then the second paragraph was just about, like, it provides us benefits in Wahoo. Now, the stone is a medium object with AC 17 and a number of hit points equal to 5 times your Runekeeper level. And it is immune to poison and psychic damage. If the stone is destroyed, it crumbles, but otherwise remains permanently where you constructed it. So yes, you can just whoop, pop these up, right? So, because it's going to work with Druidic runes, all Druidic runes should probably be constructed with the thought of, this is what's going to be in here. The stone radiates with the rune's magic, granting its passive effect to any creature of your choice within 30 feet of it. The effect ends after 1 hour. This should probably be... Yeah. And then I can get rid of this because of Wild Shape. Boom. So yes, MADs, yes, they are permanent structures with temporary effects. If you construct this thing with the use of your wild shape and nobody screws with it, it's there. You are a Minecraft builder. Bam, you just poop out some blocks. Bam, there you go. It has to meet all the prerequisites, but basically you are creating a structure with that. So yes. Now, it is an object. It is a structure. Consider that a lot of enemies, quite a lot of enemies, have siege monster. Okay, so like if they're doing double damage to objects and structures, your standing stones aren't going to be great for that. So these do have a baked in counter already. And yeah, I mean, 5 times your druid level, that's not really, really tough for somebody to break down, right? Sure, they have to spend their time breaking it down, but like 100 hit points later on that you can erect one of these things, okay, cool. Like, that's pretty damn nice. But it does expend the use of your wild shape. There we go. Okay, and then they need a... Yeah, shatter, exactly. Like, there's a lot of pretty nice things you can get out of that. You should probably have exclusive auras. I had those written in here, which what I can do with these is make them just effects that you can do with druid runes now, which maybe. Yeah, Ancient Fury is not going to be a thing anymore because that was all around Magic Stone and yeah. I did love this, but mostly just because this just felt like you can cast Bones of the Earth, and Bones of the Earth is so like, oh, what? You can bind 2 runes to it instead of 1. Man, that would be a power spike. That'd be a big, big boy power spike on top of already getting Runic Invocation. Well. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to think about that one. See what I might decide to pull out. That's already very good. Yeah, I did like that a lot. I thought that was pretty cool. You can use a bonus action to literally turn into, like, cause yourself to be petrified until the start of your next turn. That is such a, like, oh, what the hell? Like, yes, that feels very... This is such a wacky thing. Okay, as a bonus action on your turn. This is so actually pretty scary good. You gain resistance to all damage. Or wait, is it immunity? You become petrified. That is so... Oh, man. I can't remember if it was immunity or resistance. But the fact that you can't move actually makes it pretty good. Like, pretty okay. Resistance to all damage. Yes. Okay. And you get immunity to poison and disease. Like... Sure, there's a few things here. Attack rolls against you are going to have advantage, but you get resistance to all damage. Like, this is silly. Like, what is this going to do? Is this going to break something? I have no idea. Like, yeah, they're hungry for more causes of petrification. They want to do something like this, right? Won't petrification cancel concentration? Yes, but that's, it's also part of what's gotten removed from here. Now, Druid does want to concentrate, sure, but this is an alternative thing that you can do that you don't have to concentrate on. So, like, I might have taken away one of Druid's main bags, which is I'm going to concentrate to, like, cause different zoner effects, right? But, like, you don't have to concentrate on this. Does it incapacitate? I believe it does. Yeah, you're incapacitated. But this is, you are inflicting yourself with a bad condition. It's funny that Final Fantasy X music is playing right now as I'm talking about this, because this is one of the first games that, like, made me realize inflicting yourself with a bad status condition is actually pretty interesting sometimes. Inflicting yourself with a petrified condition has a huge benefit here. You get resistance to all damage. You are immune to poison and disease, okay? So there's 2 pretty big benefits in that. Now, what are the downsides? Attack rolls against you have advantage. Okay. Okay. Pretty scary. You're going to use this as a bonus action on your turn, though, so you can do other stuff during your turn and, like, get out of the way and then petrify yourself for, like, you know... if you were allowed concentration, Well, except it doesn't really, because attack rolls against you are going to have advantage. And you're unaware of your surroundings. If it's only temporary petrification, becoming incapacitated because of it isn't that bad. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, is it a downside? Yes. But, like, that's... You get resistance to all damage? Like, ooh. That's very nice. That is one of the only ways you can get resistance to force damage. I'm just saying. This is... So fighting you becomes a game of whack-a-mole, kind of. Kind of. The way you can think about you getting resistance to all damage, at least if we're talking about the way that 5e damage, like, CR calculations are done, this is like, I mean, it's almost like your personal challenge rating is like 10 higher than what it would be otherwise. Because they consider that as a multiplier to your hit points. Like, woo! It's for whenever you're pretty sure you're going to hit anyway. Yeah, you just want to soak damage. Bam! There you go. Right? What could be funnier? Oh, man. Oh, man. Hang on. I don't know. What's my gag here? What could be funnier? Try me. Break it. Someone break it. What makes it too good? Yes, you can literally spend your turn doing nothing but staying petrified. Oh, that's kind of cool. $30 feet? You can get pretty generous with what you're going to give them if they're going to stay petrified like that. One more damage resistance than Fair Totem Barbs, and a big FU to the Yuan-Si who lost her poison immunity. It's just armor lock from Halo? Kind of. I was thinking Mei's ice thing from Overwatch. Wait, what? Oh, are people... ice... What was that? Is it like an ice sanctuary? What is this thing called? Anyway. In Overwatch... Oh, wait, that's... In Overwatch. This thing. This ice thing. Mei can go into that. And you can't hit her. You can't do damage to her. That is... She's in there temporarily, like... This literally feels like a rework of that Nihilist feature you had. Yeah, right? Tomb of Levistus. Tremor Sense isn't worth much if you can't move. Well, sure, but, like, you can realize that, like, there's invisible creatures around you or something, and at the start of your next turn, like, you kind of know where they're at. I mean, I'm trying to think of ways, like, to make it useful, right? Like, I'm really more worried about making the, I'm more worried about introducing the flavor and then going from there, right? You become petrified in this way, and you have immunity to all damage while petrified in this way, and Tremor Sense out to a range of 60 feet. Now, can you... Is there a reason why this should only be a number of times? Oh my god, what if this was a wild shape use? That's too funny. You still like the idea that you could use it as a 1-round concentration saver? You are unaware of your surroundings, but, I mean, you get tremor sense onto a range of 60 feet. I'm not sure. That's already very good. Immunity. Okay, that was the creepiest laugh. That was, it just sounded super creepy in here. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. Boom. But yeah. You attack, bonus action petrify, unpetrify at the start of your turn, rinse and repeat. Sure. It is not just a bonus action on steroids. There's nothing preventing you from doing that. I think if it was just a resistance, it could possibly be infinite. But even still, it's pretty nuts. I think that it needs to have a resource tied into it. I don't know. Oh, wait. Haha. You can do it twice. And only ever 4 times. 4 times equal to the number of runes you have inscribed, and you regain. Boom. As a bonus action on your turn, you can cause yourself to become petrified until the start of your next turn. While petrified in this way, you are immune to all damage, you gain tremor sense out to a range of 60 feet, and you remain aware of your surroundings through this tremor sense. You can use this feature a number of times equal to the number of runes you have inscribed, and you regain extended uses when you finish a long rest. Yeah, you can use this feature once, ever. Make it count. You only regain uses of it when you level up. Yes, you could, but yeah, so this is why we're removing the capacity for it to go infinite, right? Like, I don't want it, I didn't really want it to be infinite. It was kind of funny that it could be, but I think with this, like, you get it twice here, and you only ever get it 4 times. You're going to be mostly using your turn to do this big old thing. When you invoke a rune, here's what it should. Here's why this needs to be this. Wild shape. Foot tall stone engraved with the rune in a occupied space within 30 feet of you. The constructed within. Okay, because you can inscribe it, or you can invoke it, and you can't do it again until you finish a long rest. That's actually extremely well put together right there now. And then it needs a. Yeah, oh. I kind of like this a lot. This is pretty damn good. I don't know, grand preservation? Sure. Whatever. Sage of Runes feature. When you use an action for your... Wait. Okay, this is going to get changed. Hang on. To fossilize. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. That's, oh man. You know, it doesn't have a dinosaur theme, but I kind of like the little dinosaur theme-ish happening, right? It's okay for it to be anti-synergetic with concentration, because we're giving them this right here. This is... You're making things that have auras that you don't have to concentrate on. Like, it's pretty okay that we're doing all that. This is shifting the idea. Because you don't... I mean, like, can you... If fossilize is pretty damn funny. But it, I mean, it doesn't really get the idea of that across, right? Well, I really want to write. Oh, it's so close. It's so close to being, like, right on for that. But man, I really like the character that this is kind of evoking right now. Change the feature, I don't care, make it fit. Get out of my kitchen. Defense of the Ancients. We have every range of balance opinion in the chat. Okay. What time are we looking at? Sigillic preservation, maybe? I like this a lot. I like this. I think this is going to be one of those things. And I'm probably going to wrap this up here in just a second. Because I can feel my throat. Like, I'm getting pretty damn tired. Oh, I didn't even realize I had named it to Dota. That's funny. And dismiss your dinosaur-themed druid ideas. Oh man. No, I wanted to make like a whole dinosaur-based like no lie. I've wanted to make like a prehistoric kind of a like character option book for a while, but yeah, that's pretty funny. Although it doesn't really hit on the theme of what I would like for it to be, right? It's not like so much the stone druid. This is the like rune druid, right? But I like the idea. Really like the idea. Anyways, I like it. So, I am probably going to be wrapping this up. My throat, as you can all probably tell from the 1056 up there, or down there, or whatever. I've been doing this stream for quite a while, so hey, I appreciate you all so much for hanging in there with me, helping me make the Runekeeper pretty cool. I'm probably going to be doing a update to this PDF that I will post over on my Patreon, so you all can see the progress that's getting made on this one. Do a little bit of formatting. If you're interested in checking those out, why not go check out my Patreon? You're going to get all kinds of cool stuff over there, and they are most likely going to be the ones getting the earliest update as to when this thing goes live. And yes, if you support me over on my Patreon, you will get a complimentary copy of the Runekeeper and all this stuff whenever it does go live. So do that, support me over there if you aren't already. I see a lot of you in chat that are already supporting me over on Patreon. You all are super cool. Thank you for doing what you do. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Anyways, maybe a little bit more house cleaning on this, and then I'll probably export the PDF, and I will post it up over on Discord, or Patreon, Discord, all that good stuff. Huge shout out to everyone that's been contributing some cool stuff to this. Appreciate you all. Is this gonna get out of my way? Boom. Fiendish, go there. Can I get rid of this? Because I got rid of Druidic. That's why that's not there, right? Sorry, we're doing a little bit more cleanup. Can I change your credit? What would you like? Would you like me to change it to Tristan? Is that... I just saw what you were going by over on Discord. $99. Hey, Heavy, thanks for sticking in there, man. I can do that. Boom. Boom. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Tristan, okay, I can do that. We can do that. Thank you, thank you. Boom. Clip eyes. Oh wait, clips. I thought it was cliff ice. Okay. Clip. Oh, like eclipse. Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Yes, you are in there. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Let me do a pass real quick, making sure that this looks clean. Boop, 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 boop. That does not contain objects. What are you talking about? Yeah, see? It was fine. Just trying to make sure everything looks clean. Primordial, we'll figure out what to do with you later. Because Terran needs to get off of here. Okay. And then you guys will be able to see kind of how everything's going. Fighter. Look. Hang on. I can't get off stream until I actually get the formatting done on this. Hang on. This is gonna bug me. It won't be Rune Knight, it'll be Runic Cipher. I'll screw with that later. Where's the... Why? Why do I have 2 columns of that? Hang on. Okay, there's the wizard. Wizard level... Ah, come on. The Rune Cipher one is going to be pretty easy to write. Save multiple pages. Yeah. I'm going to save the InDesign. The InDesign file is stored online. No worries there. No worries there. This baby... God, I don't want to say anything negative. Like, if they, I'm like, not if there's a solar flare, I'm like, oh my god, if that's the case, I got bigger problems than this goddamn class. Okay. Rune Cipher, Rune Cipher, Rune Cipher, Rune Cipher. Cool. Okay. Intelligence. We'll figure that out later. Okay. This won't get glyph magic. I don't know what this will be. We'll get to that later. Okay. Let's do a few little house cleaning things, and then we will get off of here. You guys can check this one out over on my Patreon. Most of them are going to get this cataphatic invocation because it's that good. Okay. That. Runic invocation. Bam. Formatting good. Formatting good. Formatting good. Formatting good. There we go. That's 11 hours. All right. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. VOD for this will be available, I'm sure, within the next 24 hours. The PDF of this is going to be available over on my Patreon. Hey. Come up with I love all this stuff. Hey, I appreciate you. I'll export this. Boop, boop. Let's do version 2. Oh. It feels much easier to understand than being built into the main class. Get rid of that. Neat. Thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, so this is going to be available over on my Patreon. You can go check this PDF out for yourself. Go over to my Patreon. Go do the Patreon thing. Patreon, sip or tip. I don't know, whatever. Membership. Anyways, I'm very tired. It's been a long stream. So hey, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. We got a lot of work done. Runekeeper is looking very, very good. I'm very excited to see this thing in its final state. Trust me, of all y'all ready to see this one come out, none of y'all are as ready as I am. So, anyways, guys, that's going to be it for me. Thank you so much to everybody that came out and hung out. So, I hope you all are staying safe. Staying healthy. Can you find a Jesus stat block on my Patreon? Alright. Yeah. Drink water. Brush your vegetables. Eat your teeth. I hope you all are staying safe. Staying healthy. Have a great night. And I can't wait to see you